Chapter 44. Varney's danger, and his rescued, the prisoner again, and the subterranean vault. We have before slightly mentioned to the reader, and not unadvisedly, the existence of a certain prisoner, confined in a gloomy dungeon, into whose sad and blackened recesses but few and faint glimmering rays of light ever penetrated, for, by a diabolical ingenuity, the narrow loophole which served for a window to that subterraneous abode was so constructed, that, let the sun be at what point it might, during its diurnal course, but a few reflected beams of light could ever find their way into that abode of sorrow. The prisoner, the same prisoner of whom we before spoke, is there. Despair is in his looks, and his temples are still bound with those cloths, which seem now for many days to have been sopped in blood, which has become encrusted in their folds. He still lives, apparently incapable of movement. How he has lived so long seems to be a mystery, for one would think him scarcely in a state, even were nourishment placed to his lips, to enable him to swallow it. It may be, however, that the mind has as much to do with that apparent absolute prostration of all sort of physical energy as those bodily wounds which he has received at the hands of the enemies who have reduced him to his present painful and hopeless situation. Occasionally a low groan bursts from his lips. It seems to come from the very bottom of his heart, and it sounds as if it would carry with it every remnant of vitality that was yet remaining to him. Then he moves restlessly, and repeats in hurried accents the names of some who are dear to him, and far away, some who may, perchance, be mourning him, but who know not, guess not, aught of his present sufferings. As he thus moves, the rustle of a chain among the straw on which he lies gives an indication that even in that dungeon it has not been considered prudent to leave him master of his own actions, lest, by too vigorous an effort, he might escape from the thraldom in which he is held. The sound reaches his own ears, and for a few moments, in the deep impatience of his wounded spirit, he heaps malediction on the heads of those who have reduced him to his present state. But soon a better nature seems to come over him, and gentler words fall from his lips. He preaches patience to himself, he talks not of revenge, but of justice, and in accents of more hopefulness than he had before spoken, he calls upon heaven to succor him in his deep distress. Then all is still, and the prisoner appears to have resigned himself once more to the calmness of expectation or of despair. But hark! His sense of hearing, rendered doubly acute by lying so long alone in nearly darkness, and in positive silence, detects sounds which, to ordinary mortal powers of perception, would have been by far too indistinct to produce any tangible effect upon the senses. It is the sound of feet. On they come. Far overhead he hears them. They beat the green earth, that sweet, verdant sod, which he may never see again, with an impatient tread. Nearer and nearer still, and now they pause. He listens with all the intensity of one who listens for existence. Someone comes. There is a lumbering noise, a hasty footstep. He hears someone laboring for breath, panting like a hunted hare. His dungeon door is opened, and there totters in a man, tall and gaunt. He reels like one intoxicated. Fatigue has done more than the work of inebriation. He cannot save himself, and he sinks exhausted by the side of that lonely prisoner. The captive raises himself as far as his chains will allow him. He clutches the throat of his enervated visitor. "Villain, monster, vampire," he shrieks, "I have thee now," and locked in a deadly embrace, they roll upon the damp earth, struggling for life together. It is midday at Bannerworth Hall, and Flora is looking from the casement anxiously expecting the arrival of her brothers. She had seen, from some of the topmost windows of the hall, that the whole neighborhood had been in a state of commotion, but little did she guess the cause of so much tumult, or that it in any way concerned her. She had seen the peasantry forsaking their work in the fields and the gardens, and apparently intent upon some object of absorbing interest, but she feared to leave the house, for she had promised Henry that she would not do so, lest the former pacific conduct of the vampire should have been but a new snare, for the purpose of drawing her so far from her home as to lead her into some danger when she should be far from assistance. And yet more than once was she tempted to forget her promise, and to seek the open country, for fear that those she loved should be encountering some danger for her sake, which she would willingly either share with them or spare them. The solicitation, however, of her brother kept her comparatively quiet, and, moreover, since her last interview with Varney, in which, at all events, he had shown some feeling for the melancholy situation to which he had reduced her, she had been more able to reason calmly and to meet the suggestions of passion and of impulse with a sober judgment. About midday, then, she saw the domestic party returning, that party which now consisted of her two brothers, the Admiral, Jack Pringle, and Mr. Chillingworth. As for Mr. Marchdale, he had given them a polite adieu on the confines of the grounds of Bannerworth Hall, stating that although he had felt it to be his duty to come forward and second Henry Bannerworth in the duel with the vampire, yet that circumstance by no means obliterated from his memory the insults he had received from Admiral Bell, and, therefore, he declined going to Bannerworth Hall, and bade them a very good morning. To all this, Admiral Bell replied that he might go and be D.D. if he liked, and that he considered him a swab and a humbug, and appealed to Jack Pringle whether he, Jack, ever saw such a sanctified-looking prig in his life. I, says Jack. This answer, of course, produced the usual contention, which lasted them until they got fairly in the house, where they swore at each other to an extent that was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end, until Henry and Mr. Chillingworth interfered, and really begged that they would postpone the discussion until some more fitting opportunity. The whole of the circumstances were then related to Flora, who, while she blamed her brother much for fighting the duel with the vampire, found in the conduct of that mysterious individual, as regarded the encounter, yet another reason for believing him to be strictly sincere in his desire to save her from the consequences of his future visits. Her desire to leave Bannerworth Hall consequently became more and more intense, and as the Admiral really now considered himself the master of the house, they offered no amount of opposition to the subject, but merely said, "My dear Flora, Admiral Bell shall decide in all these matters, now. We know that he is our sincere friend, and that whatever he says we ought to do will be dictated by the best possible feelings towards us." "Then I appeal to you, sir," said Flora, turning to the Admiral. "Very good," replied the old man, "then I say—" "Nay, Admiral," interrupted Mr. Chillingworth, "you promised me, but a short time since, that you would come to no decision whatever upon this question, until you had heard some particulars which I have to relate to you, which, in my humble opinion, will sway your judgment." "And so I did," cried the Admiral, "but I had forgotten all about it. Flora, my dear, I'll be with you in an hour or two. My friend, the doctor, here, has got some salt by the ear, and fancies it's the right one. However, I'll hear what he has got to say, first, before we come to a conclusion. So, come along, Mr. Chillingworth, and let's have it out at once." "Flora," said Henry, when the Admiral had left the room, "I can see that you wish to leave the hall." "I do, brother, but not to go far. I wish rather to hide from Varney than to make myself inaccessible by distance." "You still cling to this neighborhood?" I do, and you know with what hope I cling to it." "Perfectly. You still think it possible that Charles Holland may be united to you?" I do. "You believe his faith?" "Oh, yes, as I believe in heaven's mercy." "And I, Flora, I would not doubt him now for worlds. Something even now seems to whisper to me that a brighter sun of happiness will yet dawn upon us, and that, when the mists which at present enshroud ourselves and our fortunes pass away, they will disclose a landscape full of beauty, the future of which shall know no pangs." "Yes, brother," exclaimed Flora, enthusiastically, "this, after all, may be but some trial, grievous while it lasts, but yet tending eventually only to make the future look more bright and beautiful. Heaven may have in store for us all some great happiness, which shall spring clearly and decidedly from out these misfortunes. Be it so, and may we ever thus banish despair by such hopeful propositions. Lean on my arm, Flora, you are safe with me. Come, dearest, and taste the sweetness of the morning air." There was, indeed now, a hopefulness about the manner in which Henry Bannerworth spoke, such as Flora had not for some weary months had the pleasure of listening to, and she eagerly rose to accompany him into the garden, which was glowing with all the beauty of sunshine, for the day had turned out to be much finer than the early morning had at all promised it would be. "Flora," he said, when they had taken some turns to and fro in the garden, "notwithstanding all that has happened, there is no convincing Mr. Chillingworth that Sir Francis Varney is really what to us he appears." "Indeed, it is so. In the face of all evidence, he neither will believe in vampires at all, nor that Varney is anything but some mortal man, like ourselves, in his thoughts, talents, feelings, and modes of life, and with no more power to do anyone an injury than we have." "Oh, would that I could think so. But, unhappily, we have by far too many, and too conclusive evidences to the contrary." "We have, indeed, brother. And though, while we respect that strength of mind in our friend which will not allow him, even almost at the last extremity, to yield to what appear to be stern facts, we may not ourselves be so obdurate, but may feel that we know enough to be convinced." "You have no doubt, brother?" "Most reluctantly, I must confess, that I feel compelled to consider Varney as something more than mortal." "He must be so. And now, sister, before we leave the place which has been a home to us from earliest life, let us for a few moments consider if there be any possible excuse for the notion of Mr. Chillingworth, to the effect that Sir Francis Varney wants possession of the house for some purpose still more inimical to our peace and prosperity than any he has yet attempted." "Has he such an opinion?" "He has." "'Tis very strange." "Yes, Flora, he seems to gather from all the circumstances nothing but an overwhelming desire on the part of Sir Francis Varney to become the tenant of Bannerworth Hall. He certainly wishes to possess it." "Yes, but can you, sister, in the exercise of any possible amount of fancy, imagine any motive for such an anxiety beyond what he alleges? Which is merely that he is fond of old houses." "Precisely so. That is the reason, and the only one, that can be got from him. Heaven only knows if it be the true one." "It may be, brother. As you say, it may, but there's a doubt, nevertheless, Flora. I much rejoice that you have had an interview with this mysterious being, for you have certainly, since that time, been happier and more composed than I ever hoped to see you again." "I have indeed. It is sufficiently perceivable. Somehow, brother, since that interview, I have not had the same sort of dread of Sir Francis Varney which before made the very sound of his name a note of terror to me. His words, and all he said to me during that interview which took place so strangely between us, indeed how I know not, tended altogether rather to make him, to a certain extent, an object of my sympathies rather than my abhorrence." "That is very strange." "I own that it is strange, Henry, but when we come for but a brief moment to reflect upon the circumstances which have occurred, we shall, I think, be able to find some cause even to pity Varney the vampire." "How?" "Thus, brother. It is said, and well may I who have been subject to an attack of such a nature, tremble to repeat the saying, that those who have been once subject to the visitations of a vampire are themselves in a way to become one of the dreadful and maddening fraternity." "I have heard so much, sister," replied Henry. "Yes, and therefore who knows but that Sir Francis Varney may, at one time, have been as innocent as we are ourselves of the terrible and fiendish propensity which now makes him a terror and a reproach to all who know him or are in any way obnoxious to his attacks." "That is true. There may have been a time, who shall say there was not, when he, like me, would have shrunk, with a dread as great as any one could have experienced, from the contamination of the touch even of a vampire." "I cannot, sister, deny the soundness of your reasoning," said Henry, with a sigh, "but I still know not see anything, even from a full conviction that Varney is unfortunate, which should induce us to tolerate him." "Nay, brother, I said not tolerate. What I mean is, that even with the horror and dread we must naturally feel at such a being, we may afford to mingle some amount of pity, which shall make us rather seek to shun him than to cross his path with a resolution of doing him an injury. I perceive well, sister, what you mean. Rather than remain here, and make an attempt to defy Sir Francis Varney, you would fly from him, and leave him undisputed master of the field. I would. Heaven forbid that I or anyone should thwart you. You know well, Flora, how dear you are to me. You know well that your happiness has ever been to us all a matter which has assumed the most important of shapes, as regarded our general domestic policy. It is not, therefore, likely now, dear sister, that we should thwart you in your wish to remove from here. I know, Henry, all you would say, remarked Flora, as a tear started to her eyes. I know well all you think, and, in your love for me, I likewise know well I rely forever. You are attached to this place, as, indeed, we all are, by 1,000 happy and pleasant associations, but listen to me further, Henry, I do not wish to wander far. Not far, Flora? No. Do I not still cling to a hope that Charles may yet appear? And if he do so, it will assuredly be in this neighborhood, which he knows is native and most dear to us all. True. Then do I wish to make some sort of parade, in the way of publicity, of our leaving the hall. Yes. And yet not go far. In the neighboring town, for example, surely we might find some means of living entirely free from remark or observation as to who or what we were. That, sister, I doubt. If you seek for that species of solitude which you contemplate, it is only to be found in a desert. A desert? Yes, or in a large city. Indeed. Flora, you may well believe me, that it is so. In a small community you can have no possible chance of evading an amount of scrutiny which would very soon pierce through any disguise you could by any possibility assume. Then there is no resource. We must go far. Nay, I will consider for you, Flora, and although, as a general principle, what I have said I know to be true, yet some more special circumstance may arise that may point a course that, while it enables us, for Charles Holland's sake, to remain in this immediate neighborhood, yet will procure to us all the secrecy we may desire. Dear brother, said Flora, as she flung herself upon Henry's neck, you speak cheeringly to me, and, what is more, you believe in Charles's faithfulness and truth. As heaven is my judge, I do. 1,000 thanks for such an assurance. I know him too well to doubt, for one moment, his faith. Oh, brother! Could Charles Holland, the soul of honor, the abode of every noble impulse that can adorn humanity, could he have written those letters? No. Perish the thought. It has perished. Thank God. I only, upon reflection, wonder how, misled for the moment by the concurrence of a number of circumstances, I could ever have suspected him. It is like your generous nature, brother, to say so, but you know as well as I that there has been one here who has, far from feeling any sort of anxiety to think as well as possible of poor Charles Holland, has done all that in him lay to take the worst view of his mysterious disappearance, and induce us to do the like. You allude to Mr. Marchdale? I do. Well, Flora, at the same time that I must admit you have cause for speaking of Mr. Marchdale as you do, yet when we come to consider all things, there may be found for him excuses. May there? Yes, Flora, he is a man, as he himself says, past the meridian of life, and the world is a sad as well as a bad teacher, for it soon, too soon, alas, deprives us of our trusting confidence in human nature. It may be so, but yet, he, knowing as he did so very little of Charles Holland, judged him hastily and harshly. You rather ought to say, Flora, that he did not judge him generously. Well, be it so. And you must recollect, when you say so, that Marchdale did not love Charles Holland. Nay, now, said Flora, while there flashed across her cheek, for a moment, a heightened color, you are commencing to jest with me, and, therefore, we will say no more. You know, dear Henry, all my hopes, my wishes, and my feelings, and I shall therefore leave my future destiny in your hands, to dispose of as you please. Look yonder. Where? There. Do you not see the Admiral and Mr. Chillingworth walking among the trees? Yes, yes, I do now. How very serious and intent they are upon the subject of their discourse. They seem quite lost to all surrounding objects. I could not have imagined any subject that would so completely have absorbed the attention of Admiral Bell. Mr. Chillingworth had something to relate to him or to propose, of a nature which, perchance, has had the effect of enchaining all his attention. He called him from the room. Yes, I saw that he did. But see, they come towards us, and now we shall, probably, hear what is the subject matter of their discourse and consultation. We shall. Admiral Bell had evidently seen Henry and his sister, for now, suddenly, as if not from having for the first moment observed them, and, in consequence, broken off their private discourse, but as if they arrived at some point in it which enabled them to come to a conclusion to be communicative, the Admiral came towards the brother and sister. Well, said the bluff old Admiral, when they were sufficiently near to exchange words, well, Miss Flora, you are looking 1,000 times better than you were. I thank you, Admiral, I am much better. Oh, to be sure you are, and you will be much better still, and no sort of mistake. Now, here's the doctor and I have both been agreeing upon what is best for you. Indeed? Yes, to be sure. Have we not, Doctor? We have, Admiral. Good, and what, now, Miss Flora, do you suppose it is? I really cannot say. Why, it's change of air, to be sure. You must get away from here as quickly as you can, or there will be no peace for you. Yes, added Mr. Chillingworth, advancing, I am quite convinced that change of scene and change of place, and habits, and people, will tend more to your complete recovery than any other circumstances. In the most ordinary cases of indisposition we always find that the invalid recovers much sooner away from the scene of his indisposition than by remaining in it, even though its general salubrity be much greater than the place to which he may be removed. Good, said the Admiral. Then we are to understand, said Henry, with a smile, that we are no longer to be your guests, Admiral Bell? Belay there, cried the Admiral, who told you to understand any such thing? I should like to know. Well, but we shall look upon this house as yours, now, and, that being the case, if we remove from it, of course we cease to be your guests any longer. That's all you know about it. Now, hark ye. You don't command the fleet, so don't pretend to know what the Admiral is going to do. I have made money by knocking about some of the enemies of old England, and that's the most gratifying manner in the world of making money, so far as I am concerned. It is an honorable mode. Of course it is. Well, I am going to, what the deuce do you call it? What? That's just what I want to know. Oh, I have it now. I am going to what the lawyers call invest it. A prudent step, Admiral, and one which it is to be hoped, before now, has occurred to you. Perhaps it has, and perhaps it hasn't. However, that's my business, and no one's else's. I am going to invest my spare cash in taking houses, so, as I don't care a straw where the houses may be situated, you can look out for one somewhere that will suit you, and I'll take it, so, after all, you will be my guest there just the same as you are here. Admiral, said Henry, it would be imposing upon a generosity as rare as it is noble, were we to allow you to do so much for us as you contemplate. Very good. We cannot, we dare not. But I say you shall. So you have had your say, and I've had mine, after which, if you please, Master Henry Bannerworth, I shall take upon myself to consider the affair as altogether settled. You can commence operations as soon as you like. I know that Miss Flora, here, bless her sweet eyes, don't want to stay at Bannerworth Hall any longer than she can help it. Indeed, I was urging upon Henry to remove, said Flora, but yet I cannot help feeling with him, Admiral, that we are imposing upon your goodness. Go on imposing, then. But, pshaw! Can't a man be imposed upon if he likes? D.N. it, that's a poor privilege for an Englishman to be forced to make a row about. I tell you I like it. I will be imposed upon, so there's an end of that, and now let's come in and see what Mrs. Bannerworth has got ready for luncheon. It can hardly be supposed that such a popular ferment as had been created in the country town by the singular reports concerning Varney the vampire should readily, and without abundant satisfaction, subside. An idea like that which had lent so powerful an impulse to the popular mind was one far easier to set going than to deprecate or extinguish. The very circumstances which had occurred to foil the excited mob in their pursuit of Sir Francis Varney were of a nature to increase the popular superstition concerning him and to make him and his acts appear in still more dreadful colors. Mobs do not reason very closely and clearly, but the very fact of the frantic flight of Sir Francis Varney from the projected attack of the infuriated multitude was seized hold of as proof positive of the reality of his vampire-like existence. Then, again, had he not disappeared in the most mysterious manner? Had he not sought refuge where no human being would think of seeking refuge, namely, in that old, dilapidated ruin, where, when his pursuers were so close upon his track, he had succeeded in eluding their grasp with a facility which looked as if he had vanished into thin air, or as if the very earth had opened to receive him bodily within its cold embraces? It is not to be wondered at that the few who fled so precipitately from the ruin lost nothing of the wonderful story they had to tell in the carrying it from that place to the town. When they reached their neighbors, they not only told what had really occurred, but they added to it all their own surmises and the fanciful creation of all their own fears, so that before midday, and about the time when Henry Bannerworth was conversing so quietly in the gardens of the hall with his beautiful sister, there was an amount of popular ferment in the town of which they had no conception. All business was suspended, and many persons, now that once the idea had been started concerning the possibility that a vampire might have been visiting some of the houses in the place, told how, in the dead of the night, they had heard strange noises. How children had shrieked from no apparent cause, doors opened and shut without human agency, and windows rattled that never had been known to rattle before. Some, too, went so far as to declare that they had been awakened out of their sleep by noises incidental to an effort made to enter their chambers, and others had seen dusky forms of gigantic proportions outside their windows, tampering with their fastenings, and only disappearing when the light of day mocked all attempts at concealment. These tales flew from mouth to mouth, and all listened to them with such an eager interest that none thought it worthwhile to challenge their inconsistencies or to express a doubt of their truth, because they had not been mentioned before. The only individual, and he was a remarkably clever man, who made the slightest remark upon the subject of a practical character, hazarded a suggestion that made confusion worse confounded. He knew something of vampires. He had traveled abroad, and had heard of them in Germany, as well as in the East, and, to a crowd of wondering and aghast listeners, he said, "You may depend upon it, my friends, this has been going on for some time. There have been several mysterious and sudden deaths in the town lately. People have wasted away and died nobody knew how or wherefore." "Yes, yes," said everybody. "There was Miles, the butcher, you know how fat he was, and then how fat he wasn't." A general assent was given to the proposition, and then, elevating one arm in an oratorical manner, the clever fellow continued, "I have not a doubt that Miles, the butcher, and everyone else who has died suddenly lately, have been victims of the vampire, and what's more, they'll all be vampires, and come and suck other people's blood, till at last the whole town will be a town of vampires." "But what's to be done?" cried one, who trembled so excessively that he could scarcely stand under his apprehension. "There is but one plan. Sir Francis Varney must be found, and put out of the world in such a manner that he can't come back to it again, and all those who are dead that we have any suspicion of should be taken up out of their graves and looked at, to see if they're rotting or not. If they are, it's all right, but if they look fresh and much, as usual, you may depend they're vampires, and no mistake." This was a terrific suggestion thrown amongst a mob. To have caught Sir Francis Varney and immolated him at the shrine of popular fury they would not have shrunk from, but a desecration of the graves of those whom they had known in life was a matter which, however much it had to recommend it, even the boldest stood aghast at, and felt some qualms of irresolution. There are many ideas, however, which, like the first plunge into a cold bath, are rather uncomfortable for the moment, but which, in a little time, we become so familiarized with that they become stripped of their disagreeable concomitants and appear quite pleasing and natural. So it was with this notion of exhuming the dead bodies of those townspeople who had recently died from what was called a decay of nature, and such other failures of vitality as bore not the tangible name of any understood disease. From mouth to mouth the awful suggestion spread like wildfire, until at last it grew into such a shape that it almost seemed to become a duty, at all events, to have up Miles the butcher, and see how he looked. There is, too, about human nature and natural craving curiosity concerning everything connected with the dead. There is not a man of education or of intellectual endowment who would not travel many miles to look upon the exhumation of the remains of someone famous in his time, whether for his vices, his virtues, his knowledge, his talents, or his heroism, and, if this feeling exists in the minds of the educated and refined in a sublimated shape, which lends to it grace and dignity, we may look for it among the vulgar and the ignorant, taking only a grosser and meaner form, in accordance with their habits of thought. The rude materials, of which the highest and noblest feelings of educated minds are formed, will be found amongst the most groveling and base, and so this vulgar curiosity, which, combined with other feelings, prompted an ignorant and illiterate mob to exhume Miles, the once fat butcher, in a different form tempted the philosophic Hamlet to moralize upon the skull of Yorick. And it was wonderful to see how, when these people had made up their minds to carry out the singularly interesting, but, at the same, fearful, suggestion, they assumed to themselves a great virtue in so doing, told each other what an absolute necessity there was, for the public good, that it should be done, and then, with loud shouts and cries concerning the vampire, they proceeded in a body to the village churchyard, where had been lain, with a hope of reposing in peace, the bones of their ancestors. A species of savage ferocity now appeared to have seized upon the crowd, and the people, in making up their minds to do something which was strikingly at variance with all their preconceived notions of right and wrong, appeared to feel that it was necessary, in order that they might be consistent, to cast off many of the decencies of life, and to become riotous and reckless. As they proceeded towards the graveyard, they amused themselves by breaking the windows of the tax-gatherers, and doing what passing mischief they could to the habitations of all who held any official situation or authority. This was something like a proclamation of war against those who might think it their duty to interfere with the lawless proceedings of an ignorant multitude. A public house or two, likewise, en route, was sacked of some of its inebriating contents, so that, what with the madness of intoxication, and the general excitement consequent upon the very nature of the business which took them to the churchyard, a more wild and infuriated multitude than that which paused at two iron gates which led into the sanctuary of that church could not be imagined. Those who have never seen a mob placed in such a situation as to have cast off all moral restraint whatever, at the same time that it feels there is no physical power to cope with it, can form no notion of the mass of terrible passions which lie slumbering under what, in ordinary cases, have appeared harmless bosoms, but which now run riot, and overcame every principle of restraint. It is a melancholy fact, but, nevertheless, a fact, despite its melancholy, that, even in a civilized country like this, with a generally well-educated population, nothing but a well-organized physical force keeps down, from the commission of the most outrageous offenses, hundreds and thousands of persons. We have said that the mob paused at the iron gates of the churchyard, but it was more a pause of surprise than one of vacillation, because they saw that those iron gates were closed, which had not been the case within the memory of the oldest among them. At the first building of the church and the enclosure of its graveyard, 2 pairs of these massive gates had been presented by some munificent patron, but, after a time, they hung idly upon their hinges, ornamental certainly, but useless, while a couple of turnstiles, to keep cattle from straying within the sacred precincts, did duty instead, and established, without trouble, the regular thoroughfare, which long habit had dictated as necessary, through the place of sepulture. But now those gates were closed, and for once were doing duty. Heaven only knows how they had been moved upon their rusty and time-worn hinges. The mob, however, was checked for the moment, and it was clear that the ecclesiastical authorities were resolved to attempt something to prevent the desecration of the tombs. Those gates were sufficiently strong to resist the first vigorous shake which was given to them by some of the foremost among the crowd, and then one fellow started the idea that they might be opened from the inside, and volunteered to clamber over the wall to do so. Hoisted up upon the shoulders of several, he grasped the top of the wall, and raised his head above its level, and then something of a mysterious nature rose up from the inside, and dealt him such a whack between the eyes, that down he went sprawling among his coadjutors. Now, nobody had seen how this injury had been inflicted, and the policy of those in the garrison should have been certainly to keep up the mystery, and leave the invaders in ignorance of what sort of person it was that had so foiled them. Man, however, is prone to indulge in vain glorification, and the secret was exploded by the triumphant waving of the long staff of the beetle, with the gilt knob at the end of it, just over the parapet of the wall, in token of victory. "It's Waggles! It's Waggles!" cried everybody. "It's Waggles, the beetle!" "Yes," said a voice from within, "it's Waggles, the beetle, and he thinks as he had you there rather. Try it again. The church isn't in danger. Oh, no! What do you think of this?" The staff was flourished more vigorously than ever, and in the secure position that Waggles occupied it seemed not only impossible to attack him, but that he possessed wonderful powers of resistance, for the staff was long and the knob was heavy. It was a boy who hit upon the ingenious expedient of throwing up a great stone, so that it just fell inside the wall, and hit Waggles a great blow on the head. The staff was flourished more vigorously than ever, and the mob, in the ecstasy at the fun which was going on, almost forgot the errand which had brought them. Perhaps after all the affair might have passed off jestingly, had not there been some really mischievous persons among the throng who were determined that such should not be the case, and they incited the multitude to commence an attack upon the gates, which in a few moments must have produced their entire demolition. Suddenly, however, the boldest drew back, and there was a pause, as the well-known form of the clergyman appeared advancing from the church door, attired in full canonicals. "There's Mr. Lee," said several. "How unlucky he should be here." "What is this?" said the clergyman, approaching the gates. "Can I believe my eyes when I see before me those who compose the worshippers at this church armed, and attempting to enter for the purpose of violence to this sacred place? Oh! Let me beseech you, lose not a moment, but return to your homes, and repent of that which you have already done. It is not yet too late. Listen, I pray you, to the voice of one with whom you have so often joined in prayer to the throne of the Almighty, who is now looking upon your actions." This appeal was heard respectfully, but it was evidently very far from suiting the feelings and the wishes of those to whom it was addressed. The presence of the clergyman was evidently an unexpected circumstance, and the more especially too as he appeared in that costume which they had been accustomed to regard with a reverence almost amounting to veneration. He saw the favorable effect he had produced, and anxious to follow it up, he added, "Let this little ebullition of feeling pass away, my friends, and, believe me, when I assure you upon my sacred word, that whatever ground there may be for complaint or subject for inquiry, shall be fully and fairly met, and that the greatest exertions shall be made to restore peace and tranquillity to all of you." "It's all about the vampire," cried one fellow. "Mr. Lee, how should you like a vampire in the pulpit?" "Hush, hush! Can it be possible that you know so little of the works of that great being whom you all pretend to adore, as to believe that he would create any class of beings of a nature such as those you ascribe to that terrific word? Oh, let me pray of you to get rid of these superstitions, alike disgraceful to yourselves and afflicting to me. The clergyman had the satisfaction of seeing the crowd rapidly thinning from before the gates, and he believed his exhortations were having all the effect he wished. It was not until he heard a loud shout behind him, and, upon hastily turning, saw that the churchyard had been scaled at another place by some 50 or 60 persons, that his heart sunk within him, and he began to feel that what he had dreaded would surely come to pass. Even then he might have done something in the way of pacific exertion, but for the interference of Waggles, the beetle, who spoilt everything. Chapter 45. The open graves, the dead bodies, a scene of terror. We have said Waggles spoilt everything, and so he did, for before Mr. Lee could utter a word more, or advance 2 steps towards the rioters, Waggles charged them staff in hand, and there soon ensued a riot of a most formidable description. A kind of desperation seemed to have seized the beetle, and certainly, by his sudden and unexpected attack, he achieved wonders. When, however, a dozen hands got hold of the staff, and it was wrenched from him, and he was knocked down, and half a dozen people rolled over him, Waggles was not near the man he had been, and he would have been very well content to have lain quiet where he was. This, however, he was not permitted to do, for 2 or 3, who had felt what weighty instrument of warfare the parochial staff was, lifted him bodily from the ground, and canted him over the wall, without much regard to whether he fell on a hard or a soft place on the other side. This feat accomplished, no further attention was paid to Mr. Lee, who, finding that his exhortations were quite unheeded, retired into the church with an appearance of deep affliction about him, and locked himself in the vestry. The crowd now had entire possession, without even the sort of control that an exhortation assumed over them, of the burying ground, and soon in a dense mass were these desperate and excited people collected round the well-known spot where lay the mortal remains of Miles, the butcher. "Silence!" cried a loud voice, and everyone obeyed the mandate, looking towards the speaker, who was a tall, gaunt-looking man, attired in a suit of faded black, and who now pressed forward to the front of the throng. "Oh," cried one, "it's Fletcher, the ranter. What does he do here?" "Hear him." "Hear him," cried others, "he won't stop us." "Yes, hear him," cried the tall man, waving his arms about like the sails of a windmill. "Yes, hear him. Sons of darkness, you're all vampires, and are continually sucking the lifeblood from each other. No wonder that the evil one has power over you all. You're as men who walk in the darkness when the sunlight invites you, and you listen to the words of humanity when those of a diviner origin are offered to your acceptance. But there shall be miracles in the land, and even in this place, set apart with a pretended piety that is in itself most damnable, you shall find an evidence of the true light, and the proof that those who will follow me the true path to glory shall be found here within this grave. Dig up Miles, the butcher." "Here, here, here, hurrah," said everybody. "Mr. Fletcher's not such a fool, after all. He means well." "Yes, you sinners," said the ranter, "and if you find Miles, the butcher, decaying, even as men are expected to decay whose mortal tabernacles are placed within the bowels of the earth, you shall gather from that a great omen, and a sign that if you follow me you seek the Lord, but you find him looking fresh and healthy, as if the warm blood was still within his veins. You shall take that likewise as a signification that what I say to you shall be as the gospel, and that by coming to the chapel of the little Buzalem, ye shall achieve a great salvation." "Very good," said a brawny fellow, advancing with a spade in his hand. "You get out of the way, and I'll soon have him up. Here goes, like blue blazes." The first shovelful of earth he took up, he cast over his head into the air, so that it fell in a shower among the mob, which of course raised a shout of indignation, and, as he continued so to dispose of the superfluous earth, a general row seemed likely to ensue. Mr. Fletcher opened his mouth to make a remark, and, as that feature of his face was rather a capacious one, a descending lump of mold, of a clay consistency, fell into it, and got so wedged among his teeth, that in the process of extracting it he nearly brought some of those essential portions of his anatomy with it. This was a state of things that could not last long, and he who had been so liberal with his spades full of mold was speedily disarmed, and yet he was a popular favorite, and had done the thing so good-humoredly that nobody touched him. 6 or 8 others, who had brought spades and pickaxes, now pushed forward to the work, and in an incredibly short space of time the grave of Miles, the butcher, seemed to be very nearly excavated. Work of any kind or nature whatever is speedily executed when done with a wish to get through it, and never, perhaps, within the memory of man, was a grave opened in that churchyard with such a wonderful celerity. The excitement of the crowd grew intense. Every available spot from which a view of the grave could be got was occupied. For the last few minutes scarcely a remark had been uttered, and when, at last, the spade of one of those who were digging struck upon something that sounded like wood, you might have heard a pin drop, and each one there present drew his breath more shortly than before. "There he is," said the man, whose spade struck upon the coffin. Those few words broke the spell, and there was a general murmur, while every individual present seemed to shift his position in his anxiety to obtain a better view of what was about to ensue. The coffin now having been once found, there seemed to be an increased impetus given to the work. The earth was thrown out with a rapidity that seemed almost the quick result of the working of some machine, and those closest to the grave's brink crouched down, and, intent as they were upon the progress of events, heeded not the damp earth that fell upon them, nor the frail, brittle, and humid remains of humanity that occasionally rolled to their feet. It was, indeed, a scene of intense excitement, a scene which only wanted a few prominent features in its foreground of a more intellectual and higher cast than composed the mob to make it a fit theme for a painter of the highest talent. And now the last few shovelfuls of earth that hid the top of the coffin were cast from the grave, and that narrow house which contained the mortal remains of him who was so well known, while in life, to almost every one then present, was brought to the gaze of eyes which never had seemed likely to have looked upon him again. The cry was now for ropes, with which to raise the cumbrous mass, but these were not to be had. No one thought of providing himself with such appliances, so that by main strength only could the coffin be raised to the brink. The difficulty of doing this was immense, for there was nothing tangible to stand upon, and even when the mold from the sides was sufficiently cleared away that the handles of the coffin could be laid hold of, they came away immediately in the grasp of those who did so. But the more trouble that presented itself to the accomplishment of the designs of the mob, the more intent that bodies seemed upon carrying out to the full extent their original designs. Finding it quite impossible by bodily strength to raise the coffin of the butcher from the position in which it had got embedded by excessive rains, a boy was hastily dispatched to the village for ropes, and never did boy run with such speed before, for all his own curiosity was excited in the issue of an adventure that to his young imagination was appallingly interesting. As impatient as mobs usually are, they had not time, in this case, for the exercise of that quality of mind before the boy came back with the necessary means of exerting quite a different species of power against the butcher's coffin. Strong ropes were slid under the inert mass, and 20 hands at once plied the task of raising that receptacle of the dead from what had been presumed to be its last resting place. The ropes strained and creaked, and many thought that they would burst asunder sooner than raise the heavy coffin of the defunct butcher. It is singular what reasons people find for backing their opinion. "You may depend he's a vampire," said one, "or it wouldn't be so difficult to get him out of the grave." "Oh, there can be no mistake about that," said one. "When did a natural Christian's coffin stick in the mud in that way?" "Ah, to be sure," said another, "I knew no good would come of his goings-on. He never was a decent sort of man like his neighbors, and many queer things have been said of him that I have no doubt are true enough, if we did but know the rights of them." "Ah, but," said a young lad, thrusting his head between the two who were talking, "if he is a vampire, how does he get out of his coffin of a night with all that weight of mold atop of him?" One of the men considered for a moment, and then finding no rational answer occur to him, he gave the boy a box on the ear, saying, "I should like to know what business that is of yours." Boys, nowadays, ain't like the boys in my time. They think nothing now of putting their spokes in grown-up people's wheels, just as if their opinions were of any consequence. Now, by a vigorous effort, those who were tugging at the rope succeeded in moving the coffin a little, and that first step was all the difficulty, for it was loosened from the adhesive soil in which it lay, and now came up with considerable facility. There was a half shout of satisfaction at this result, while some of the congregation turned pale and trembled at the prospect of the sight which was about to present itself. The coffin was dragged from the grave's brink fairly among the long rank grass that flourished in the churchyard, and then they all looked at it for a time, and the men who had been most earnest in raising it wiped the perspiration from their brows, and seemed to shrink from the task of opening that receptacle of the dead, now that it was fairly in their power so to do. Each man looked anxiously in his neighbor's face, and several audibly wondered why somebody else didn't open the coffin. "There's no harm in it," said one. "If he's a vampire, we ought to know it, and, if he ain't, we can't do any hurt to a dead man." "Auden would have the service for the dead," said one. "Yes," said the impertinent boy who had before received the knock on the head, "I think we ought to have that read backwards." This ingenious idea was recompensed by a great many kicks and cuffs, which ought to have been sufficient to have warned him of the great danger of being a little before his age and wit. "Where's the use of shirking the job?" cried he who had been so active in shoveling the mud upon the multitude. "Why, you cowardly sneaking set of humbugs, you're half afraid, now." "Afraid, afraid," cried everybody. "Who's afraid?" "Ah, who's afraid?" said a little man, advancing, and assuming an heroic attitude. "I always notice, if anybody's afraid, it's some big fellow, with more bones than brains." At this moment, the man to whom this reproach was more particularly leveled, raised a horrible shout of terror, and cried out, in frantic accents, "He's a-coming, he's a-coming!" The little man fell at once into the grave, while the mob, with one accord, turned tail and fled in all directions, leaving him alone with the coffin. Such a fighting and kicking and scrambling ensued to get over the wall of the graveyard, that this great fellow, who had caused all the mischief, burst into such peals of laughter that the majority of the people became aware that it was a joke, and came creeping back, looking as sheepish as possible. Some got very faint sorts of laugh, and said very good, and swore they saw what Big Dick meant from the first, and only ran to make the others run. "Very good," said Dick. "I'm glad you enjoyed it, that's all. My eye, what a scampering there was among you! Where's my little friend, who was so infernally cunning about bones and brains?" With some difficulty the little man was extricated from the grave, and then, oh, for the consistency of a mob! They all laughed at him, those very people who, heedless of all the amenities of existence, had been trampling upon each other, and roaring with terror, actually had the impudence to laugh at him, and call him a cowardly little rascal, and say it served him right. But such is popularity. "Well, if nobody won't open the coffin," said Big Dick, "I will, so here goes. I knowed the old fellow when he was alive, and many a time he's d me, and I d him, so I ain't a-going to be afraid of him now he's dead. We was very intimate, you see, 'cause we was the two heaviest men in the parish. There's a reason for everything." "Ah, Dick's the fellow to do it," cried a number of persons. "There's nobody like Dick for opening a coffin. He's the man as don't care for nothing." "Ah, you sniveling curs," said Dick, "I hate you. If it weren't for my own satisfaction, and all for to prove that my old friend, the butcher, has weighed 17 stone, and stood 6 feet 2½ on his own soul, I'd see you all jolly well." D first," said the boy. "Open the lid, Dick, let's have a look." "Ah, you're a rum un," said Dick, "arter my own heart. I sometimes thinks as you must be a nevy, or some sort of relation of mine. Howsomedever, here goes. Who'd have thought that I should ever have a look at old Fat and Thunder again? that's what I used to call him, and then he used to request me to go down below, where I needn't turn round to light my blessed pipe. Hell, we know, said the boy. Why don't you open the lid, Dick? I'm a-going, said Dick. Kim up. He introduced the corner of a shovel between the lid and the coffin, and giving it a sudden wrench, he loosened it all down one side. A shudder pervaded the multitude, and, popularly speaking, you might have heard a pin drop in that crowded churchyard at that eventful moment. Dick then proceeded to the other side, and executed the same maneuver. Now for it, he said. We shall see him in a moment, and we'll think we see him still. What a lark, said the boy. You hold your jaw, will yer? Who asked you for a remark, blow yer? What do you mean by squatting down there, like a cock sparrow, with a pain in his tail, hanging ahead, too, right over the coffin? Did you never hear of what they call a flavivium coming from the dead, you ignorant beast, as is enough to send nobody to blazes in a minute? Get out of the way of the cold meat, will yer? A what, do you say, Dick? Request information from the extreme point of my elbow. Dick threw down the spade, and laying hold of the coffin lid with both hands, he lifted it off, and flung it on one side. There was a visible movement and an exclamation among the multitude. Some were pushed down, in the eager desire of those behind to obtain a sight of the ghastly remains of the butcher. Those at a distance were frantic, and the excitement was momentarily increasing. They might all have spared themselves the trouble, for the coffin was empty. Here was no dead butcher, nor any evidence of one ever having been there, not even the grave clothes. The only thing at all in the receptacle of the dead was a brick. Dick's astonishment was so intense that his eyes and mouth kept opening together to such an extent that it seemed doubtful when they would reach their extreme point of elongation. He then took up the brick and looked at it curiously, and turned it over and over, examined the ends and the sides with a critical eye, and at length he said, Well, I'm blowed, here's a transmogrification. He's consolidified himself into a blessed brick. My eye, here's a curiosity. But you don't mean to say that's the butcher, Dick, said the boy. Dick reached over and gave him a tap on the head with the brick. There, he said, that's what I calls ocular demonstration. Do you believe it now, you blessed infidel? What's more natural? He was an out-and-out brick while he was alive, and he's turned to a brick now he's dead. Give it to me, Dick, said the boy. I should like to have that brick, just for the fun of the thing. I'll see you turned into a pantile first. I shan't part with this here, it looks so blessed sensible, it's a-gaining on me every minute as a most remarkable likeness, d if it ain't. By this time the bewilderment of the mob had subsided. Now that there was no dead butcher to look upon, they fancied themselves most grievously injured, and, somehow or other, Dick, notwithstanding all his exertions in their service, was looked upon in the light of a showman who had promised some startling exhibition and then had disappointed his auditors. The first intimation he had of popular vengeance was a stone thrown at him, but Dick's eye happened to be upon the fellow who threw it, and collaring him in a moment, he dealt him a cuff on the side of the head, which confused his faculties for a week. Hark ye, he then cried, with a loud voice, don't interfere with me, you know it won't go down. There's something wrong here, and, as one of yourselves, I'm as much interested in finding out what it is as any of you can possibly be. There seems to be some truth in this vampire business. Our old friend, the butcher, you see, is not in his grave. Where is he then? The mob looked at each other, and none attempted to answer the question. Why, of course, he's a vampire, said Dick, and you may all of you expect to see him, in turn, come into your bedroom windows with a burst, and lay hold of you like 1.5 million of leeches rolled into one. There was a general expression of horror, and then Dick continued. You'd better all of you go home. I shall have no hand in pulling up any more of the coffins. This is a dose for me. Of course you can do what you like. Pull them all up, cried a voice. Pull them all up. Let's see how many vampires there are in the churchyard. Well, it's no business of mine, said Dick, but I wouldn't if I was you. You may depend, said one, that Dick knows something about it, or he wouldn't take it so easy. Oh, down with him, said the man who had received the box on the ears. He's perhaps a vampire himself. The mob made a demonstration towards him, but Dick stood his ground, and they paused again. Now, you're a cowardly set, he said, 'cause you're disappointed, you want to come upon me. Now, I'll just show what a little thing will frighten you all again, and I'm warned beforehand it will, so you shan't say you didn't know it, and were taken by surprise. The mob looked at him, wondering what he was going to do. Once, twice, thrice, he said, and then he flung the brick up into the air at an immense height, and shouted heads, in a loud tone. A general dispersion of the crowd ensued, and the brick fell in the center of a very large circle indeed. There you are again, said Dick. Why, what a nice act you are. What fun, said the boy. It's a famous coffin, this, Dick, and he laid himself down in the butcher's last resting place. I never was in a coffin before, it's snug enough. Ah, you're a rum un, said Dick. You're such an inquiring genius, you'll get your head into some hole one day, and not be able to get it out again, and then I shall see you a-kicking. Hush. Lay still, don't say anything. Good again, said the boy, what shall I do? Give a sort of a howl and a squeak when they've all come back again. Won't I, said the boy, pop on the lid. There you are, said Dick, D if I don't adopt you, and bring you up to the science of nothing. Now, listen to me, good people all, added Dick, I have really got something to say to you. At this intimation the people slowly gathered again round the grave. Listen, said Dick, solemnly, it strikes me there's some tremendous do going on. Yes, there is, said several who were foremost. It won't be long before you'll all of you be most nably astonished, but let me beg of all you not to accuse me of having anything to do with it, provided I tell you all I know. No, Dick, we won't. Good, then, listen. I don't know anything, but I'll tell you what I think, and that's as good. I don't think that this brick is the butcher, but I think that when you least expect it, hush. Come a little closer. Yes, we are closer. Well, then, I say, when you all least expect it, and when you ain't dreaming of such a thing, you'll hear something of my fat friend as is dead and gone that will astonish you all. Dick paused, and he gave the coffin a slight kick, as intimation to the boy that he might as well be doing his part in the drama, upon which that ingenious young gentleman set up such a howl that even Dick jumped, so unearthly did it sound within the confines of that receptacle of the dead. But if the effect upon him was great, what must it have been upon those whom it took completely unawares? For a moment or two they seemed completely paralyzed, and then they frightened the boy, for the shout of terror that rose from so many throats at once was positively alarming. This jest of Dick's was final, for, before 3 minutes had elapsed, the churchyard was clear of all human occupants save himself and the boy, who had played his part so well in the coffin. Get out, said Dick, it's all right, we've done him at last, and now you may depend upon it they won't be in a hurry to come here again. You keep your own counsel, or else somebody will serve you out for this. I don't think you're altogether averse to a bit of fun, and if you keep yourself quiet, you'll have the satisfaction of hearing what's said about this affair in every pothouse in the village, and no mistake. Chapter 46. The preparations for leaving Bannerworth Hall, and the mysterious conduct of the Admiral and Mr. Chillingworth. It seemed now that, by the concurrence of all parties, Bannerworth Hall was to be abandoned, and, notwithstanding Henry was loath, as he had, indeed, from the first shown himself, to leave the ancient abode of his race, yet, as not only Flora, but the Admiral and his friend Mr. Chillingworth seemed to be of opinion that it would be a prudent course to adopt, he felt that it would not become him to oppose the measure. He, however, now made his consent to depend wholly upon the full and free acquiescence of every member of the family. "If," he said, "there be any among us who will say to me, 'Continue to keep open the house in which we have passed so many happy hours, and let the ancient home of our race still afford a shelter to us,' I shall feel myself bound to do so. But if both my mother and my brother agree to a departure from it, and that its hearts shall be left cold and desolate, be it so. I will not stand in the way of any unanimous wish or arrangement." "We may consider that, then, as settled," said the Admiral, "for I have spoken to your brother, and he is of our opinion. Therefore, my boy, we may all be off as soon as we can conveniently get under way." "But my mother?" "Oh, there, I don't know. You must speak to her yourself. I never, if I can help it, interfere with the women folks. If she consent, then I am willing. Will you ask her?" "I will not ask her to leave, because I know, then, what answer she would at once give, but she shall hear the proposition, and I will leave her to decide upon it, unbiased in her judgment by any stated opinion of mine upon the matter." "Good. That'll do, and the proper way to put it, too. There's no mistake about that, I can tell you." Henry, although he went through the ceremony of consulting his mother, had no sort of doubt before he did so that she was sufficiently aware of the feelings and wishes of Flora to be prepared to yield a ready assent to the proposition of leaving the Hall. Moreover, Mr. Marchdale had, from the first, been an advocate of such a course of proceeding, and Henry well knew how strong an influence he had over Mrs. Bannerworth's mind, in consequence of the respect in which she held him as an old and valued friend. He was, therefore, prepared for what his mother said, which was, "My dear Henry, you know that the wishes of my children, since they have been grown up and capable of coming to a judgment for themselves, have ever been laws to me. If you, among you all, agree to leave this place, do so. But will you leave it freely, mother?" "Most freely I go with you all. What is it that has made this house and all its appurtenances pleasant in my eyes, but the presence in it of those who are so dear to me? If you all leave it, you take with you the only charms it ever possessed, so it becomes in itself as nothing. I am quite ready to accompany you all anywhere, so that we do but keep together." "Then, mother, we may consider that as settled." "As you please." "It's scarcely as I please. I must confess that I would fain have clung with a kind of superstitious reverence to this ancient abiding place of my race, but it may not be so. Those, perchance, who are more practically able to come to correct conclusions, in consequence of their feelings not being sufficiently interested to lead them astray, have decided otherwise, and, therefore, I am content to leave. Do not grieve at it, Henry. There has hung a cloud of misfortune over us all since the garden of this house became the scene of an event which we can none of us remember but with terror and shuddering. 2 generations of our family must live and die before the remembrance of that circumstance can be obliterated. But we will think of it no more. There can no doubt but that the dreadful circumstance to which both Mrs. Bannerworth and Henry alluded was the suicide of the father of the family in the gardens, which before has been hinted at in the course of this narration, as being a circumstance which had created a great sensation at the time, and cast a great gloom for many months over the family. The reader will, doubtless, too, recollect that, at his last moments, this unhappy individual was said to have uttered some incoherent words about some hidden money, and that the rapid hand of death alone seemed to prevent him from being explicit upon that subject, and left it merely a matter of conjecture. As years had rolled on, this affair, even as a subject of speculation, had ceased to occupy the minds of any of the Bannerworth family, and several of their friends, among whom was Mr. Marchdale, were decidedly of opinion that the apparently pointed and mysterious words uttered were but the disordered wanderings of an intellect already hovering on the confines of eternity. Indeed, far from any money, of any amount, being a disturbance to the last moments of the dissolute man whose vices and extravagances had brought his family to such ruin. It was pretty generally believed that he had committed suicide simply from a conviction of the impossibility of raising any more supplies of cash to enable him to carry on the career which he had pursued for so long. But to resume. Henry at once communicated to the Admiral what his mother had said, and then the whole question regarding the removal being settled in the affirmative, nothing remained to be done but to set about it as quickly as possible. The Bannerworths lived sufficiently distant from the town to be out of earshot of the disturbances which were then taking place, and so completely isolated were they from all sort of society that they had no notion of the popular disturbance which Varney the vampire had given rise to. It was not until the following morning that Mr. Chillingworth, who had been home in the meantime, brought word of what had taken place, and that great commotion was still in the town, and that the civil authorities, finding themselves by far too weak to contend against the popular will, had sent for assistance to a garrison town some 20 miles distant. It was a great grief to the Bannerworth family to hear these tidings, not that they were in any way, except as victims, accessory to creating the disturbance about the vampire, but it seemed to promise a kind of notoriety which they might well shrink from, and which they were just the people to view with dislike. View the matter how we like, however, it is not to be considered as at all probable that the Bannerworth family would remain long in ignorance of what a great sensation they had created unwittingly in the neighborhood. The very reasons which had induced their servants to leave their establishment and prefer throwing themselves completely out of place rather than remain in so ill-omened a house were sure to be bruited abroad far and wide. And that, perhaps, when they came to consider of it, would suffice to form another good and substantial reason for leaving the hall and seeking a refuge in obscurity from the extremely troublesome sort of popularity incidental to their peculiar situation. Mr. Chillingworth felt uncommonly chary of telling them all that had taken place, although he was well aware that the proceedings of the riotous mob had not terminated with the little disappointment at the old ruin to which they had so effectually chased Varney the vampire, but to lose him so singularly when he got there. No doubt he possessed the Admiral with the uproar that was going on in the town, for the latter did hint a little of it to Henry Bannerworth. "Hello," he said to Henry, as he saw him walking in the garden, "it strikes me if you and your ship's crew continue in these latitudes, you'll get as notorious as the Flying Dutchman in the Southern Ocean." "How do you mean?" said Henry. "Why, it's a sure-going proverb to say that a nod's as good as a wink, but the fact is, it's getting rather too well known to be pleasant that a vampire has struck up rather a close acquaintance with your family. I understand there's a precious row in the town." "Indeed?" "Yes, bother the particulars, for I don't know them, but, hark ye, by tomorrow I'll have found a place for you to go to, so pack up the sticks, get all your stores ready to clear out, and make yourself scarce from this place." "I understand you," said Henry. "We have become the subject of popular rumor. I've only to beg of you, Admiral, that you'll say nothing of this to Flora. She has already suffered enough, heaven knows. Do not let her have the additional infliction of thinking that her name is made familiar in every pothouse in the town." "Leave me alone for that," said the Admiral. "Do you think I'm an ass?" I, said Jack Pringle, who came in at that moment, and thought the question was addressed to him. "Who spoke to you, you bad-looking horse marine?" "Me a horse marine? Didn't you ask a plain question of a fellow, and get a plain answer?" "Why, you son of a bad-looking gun, what do you mean by that?" "I tell you what it is, Jack, I've let you come sneaking too often on the quarterdeck, and now you come poking your fun at your officers, you rascal." "I poking fun," said Jack, "couldn't think of such a thing. I should just as soon think of you making a joke as me. Now, I tell you what it is, I shall just strike you off the ship's books, and you shall just go and cruise by yourself. I've done with you." "Go and tell that to the Marines, if you like," said Jack. "I ain't done with you yet, for a jolly long watch." "Why, what do you suppose would become of you, you great babby, without me? Ain't I always a-conveying you from place to place, and steering you through all sorts of difficulties? D, and your impudence." Well, then, and yours. Shiver my timbers. You may do what you like with your own timbers. And you won't leave me? Certainly not. Come here, then. Jack might have expected a gratuity, for he advanced with alacrity. There, said the Admiral, as he laid his stick across his shoulders, that's your last month's wages, don't spend it all at once. Well, on said Jack, who'd have thought of that? He's a turning rambunctious, and no mistake. Howsoever, I must turn it over in my mind, and be even with him, somehow. I owes him one for that. I say, Admiral. What now, you lubber? Nothing, turn that over in your mind, and away Jack walked, not quite satisfied, but feeling, at least, that he had made a demonstration of attack. As for the Admiral, he considered that the thump he had given Jack with the stick, and it was no gentle one, was a decided balancing of accounts up to that period, and as he remained likewise master of the field, he was upon the whole very well satisfied. These last few words, which had been spoken to Henry by Admiral Bell more than any others, induced him to hasten his departure from Bannerworth Hall. He had walked away when the altercation between Jack Pringle and the Admiral began, for he had seen sufficient of those wordy conflicts between those originals to be quite satisfied that neither of them meant what he said of a discouraging character towards the other, and that far from there being any unfriendly feeling contingent upon those little affairs, they were only a species of friendly sparring, which both parties enjoyed extremely. He went direct to Flora, and he said to her, since we are all agreed upon the necessity, or, at all events, upon the expediency of a departure from the Hall, I think, sister, the sooner we carry out that determination the better, and the pleasanter for us all it will be. Do you think you could remove so hastily as tomorrow? Tomorrow. That is sin indeed. I grant you that it is so, but Admiral Bell assures me that he will have everything in readiness, and a place provided for us to go to by then. Would it be possible to remove from a house like this so very quickly? Yes, sister. If you look around you, you will see that a great portion of the comforts you enjoy in this mansion belong to it as a part of its very structure, and are not removable at pleasure. What we really have to take away is very little. The urgent want of money during our father's lifetime induced him, as you may recollect, even at various times to part with much that was ornamental as well as useful, which was in the hall. You will recollect that we seldom returned from those little continental tours which to us were so delightful, without finding some old familiar objects gone, which, upon inquiry, we found had been turned into money to meet some more than usually pressing demand. That is true, brother, I recollect well. So that, upon the whole, sister, there is little to remove. Well, be it so. I will prepare our mother for this sudden step. Believe me, my heart goes with it, and as a force of vengeful circumstances have induced us to remove from this home, which was once so full of pleasant recollections, it is certainly better, as you say, that the act should be at once consummated, than left hanging in terror over our minds. Then I'll consider that as settled, said Henry. Chapter 47. The removal from the halt, the night watch, and the alarm. Mrs. Bannerworth's consent having been already given to the removal, she said at once, when appealed to, that she was quite ready to go at any time her children thought expedient. Upon this, Henry sought the Admiral, and told him as much, at the same time adding, my sister feared that we should have considerable trouble in the removal, but I have convinced her that such will not be the case, as we are by no means overburdened with cumbrous property. Cumbrous property, said the Admiral. Why, what do you mean? I beg leave to say, that when I took the house, I took the table and chairs with it. And it, what good do you suppose an empty house is to me? The tables and chairs. Yes. I took the house just as it stands. Don't try and bamboozle me out of it. I tell you, you've nothing to move but yourselves and immediate personal effects. I was not aware, Admiral, that that was your plan. Well, then, now you are. Listen to me. I've circumvented the enemy too often not to know how to get up a plot. Jack and I have managed it all. Tomorrow evening, after dark, and before the moon's got high enough to throw any light, you and your brother, and Miss Flora and your mother, will come out of the house, and Jack and I will lead you where you're to go to. There's plenty of furniture where you're going, and so you will get off free, without anybody knowing anything about it. Well, Admiral, I've said it before, and it is the unanimous opinion of us all, that everything should be left to you. You have proved yourself too good a friend to us for us to hesitate at all in obeying your commands. Arrange everything, I pray you, according to your wishes and feelings, and you will find there shall be no cavilling on our parts. That's right, there's nothing like giving a command to some one person. There's no good done without. Now I'll manage it all. Mind you, 7 o'clock tomorrow evening everything is to be ready, and you will all be prepared to leave the hall. It shall be so. Who's that giving such a thundering ring at the gate? Nay, I know not. We have few visitors and no servants, so I must e'en be my own gate porter. Henry walked to the gate, and having opened it, a servant in a handsome livery stepped a pace or two into the garden. Well, said Henry. Is Mr. Henry Bannerworth within, or Admiral Bell? Both, cried the Admiral. I'm Admiral Bell, and this is Mr. Henry Bannerworth. What do you want with us, you gingerbread-looking flunky? Sir, my master desires his compliments, his very best compliments, and he wants to know how you are after your flurry. What? After your, flurry and excitement. Who is your master? Said Henry. Sir Francis Varney. The devil, said the Admiral, if that don't beat all the impudence I ever came near. Our flurry. Oh, I like that fellow. Just go and tell him. No, no, said Henry, interposing, send back no message. Say to your master, fellow, that Mr. Henry Bannerworth feels that not only has he no claim to Sir Francis Varney's courtesy, but that he would rather be without it. Oh, said the footman, adjusting his collar, very good. This seems a old-fashioned, outlandish place of yours. Any ale? Now, shiver my hulks, said the Admiral. Hush. Hush, said Henry, who knows but there may be a design in this? We have no ale. Oh, dim, dry as dust, by God. What does the old Commodore say? Any message, my ancient Greek? No, thank you, said the Admiral, bless you, nothing. What did you give for that waistcoat, D.N.U.? You're a clever fellow. The old gentleman's ill. However, I'll take back his compliments, and then he's much obliged at Sir Francis's condescension. At the same time, I suppose me place in my eye what I may get out of either of you, without hindering me seeing my way back. Adieu, adieu. Bravo, said the Admiral, that's it, go it, now for it. D.N.it, it is adieu. The Admiral's calmness during the latter part of the dialogue arose from the fact that over the flunkey's shoulder, and at some little distance off, he saw Jack Pringle taking off his jacket, and rolling up his sleeves in that deliberate sort of way that seemed to imply a determination of setting about some species of work that combined the pleasant with the useful. Jack executed many nods to and winks at the livery servant, and jerked his thumb likewise in the direction of a pump near at hand, in a manner that spoke as plainly as possible that John was to be pumped upon. And now the conference was ended, and Sir Francis's messenger turned to go, but Jack Pringle bothered him completely, for he danced round him in such a singular manner, that, turn which way he would, there stood Jack Pringle, in some grotesque attitude, intercepting him, and so he edged him on, till he got him to the pump. Jack, said the Admiral. sir. Don't pump on that fellow now. Sir, give us a hand. Jack laid hold of him by the 2 ears, and holding him under the pump, kicked his shins until he completely gathered himself beneath the spout. It was in vain that he shouted murder, help, fire, thieves. Jack was inexorable, and the Admiral pumped. Jack turned the fellow's head about in a very scientific manner so as to give him a fair dose of hydropathic treatment, and in a few minutes, never was human being more thoroughly saturated with moisture than was Sir Francis Varney's servant. He had left off hallooing for aid, for he found that whenever he did so, Jack held his mouth under the spout, which was decidedly unpleasant, so, with a patience that looked like heroic fortitude, he was compelled to wait until the Admiral was tired of pumping. Very good, at length he said. Now, Jack, for fear this fellow catch a cold, be so good as to get a horsewhip, and see him off the premises with it. Aye, sir, said Jack. And I say, old fellow, you can take back all our blessed compliments now, and say you've been flurried a little yourself, and if so be as you came here as dry as dust, you go back as wet as a mop. Won't it do to kick him out, sir? Very well, as you please, Jack. Then here goes, and Jack proceeded to kick the shivering animal from the garden with a vehemence that soon convinced him of the necessity of getting out of it as quickly as possible. How it was that Sir Francis Varney, after the fearful race he had had, got home again across the fields, free from all danger, and back to his own house, from whence he sent so cool and insolent a message, they could not conceive. But such must certainly be the fact. Somehow or another, he had escaped all danger, and, with a calm insolence peculiar to the man, he had no doubt adopted the present mode of signifying as much to the Bannerworths. The insolence of his servant was, no doubt, a matter of prearrangement with that individual, however he might have set about it con amore. As for the termination of the adventure, that, of course, had not been at all calculated upon, but, like most tools of other people's insolence or ambition, the insolence of the underling had received both his own punishment and his master's. We know quite enough of Sir Francis Varney to feel assured that he would rather consider it as a good jest than otherwise of his footman, so that with the suffering he endured at the Bannerworths, and the want of sympathy he was likely to find at home, that individual had certainly nothing to congratulate himself upon but the melancholy reminiscence of his own cleverness. But were the mob satisfied with what had occurred in the churchyard? They were not, and that night was to witness the perpetration of a melancholy outrage, such as the history of the time presents no parallel to. The finding of a brick in the coffin of the butcher, instead of the body of that individual, soon spread as a piece of startling intelligence all over the place, and the obvious deduction that was drawn from the circumstance seemed to be that the deceased butcher was unquestionably a vampire, and out upon some expedition at the time when his coffin was searched. How he had originally got out of that receptacle for the dead was certainly a mystery, but the story was none the worse for that. Indeed, an ingenious individual found a solution for that part of the business, for, as he said, nothing was more natural, when anybody died who was capable of becoming a vampire, than for other vampires who knew it to dig him up, and lay him out in the cold beams of the moonlight, until he acquired the same sort of vitality they themselves possessed, and joined their horrible fraternity. In lieu of a better explanation, and, after all, it was no bad one, this theory was generally received, and, with a shuddering horror, people asked themselves, if the whole of the churchyard were excavated, how many coffins would be found tenantless by the dead which had been supposed, by simple-minded people, to inhabit them. The presence, however, of a body of dragoons, towards evening, effectually prevented any renewed attack upon the sacred precincts of the churchyard, and it was a strange and startling thing to see that country town under military surveillance, and sentinels posted at its principal buildings. This measure smothered the vengeance of the crowd, and ensured, for a time, the safety of Sir Francis Varney, for no considerable body of persons could assemble for the purpose of attacking his house again, without being followed, so such a step was not attempted. It had so happened, however, that on that very day, the funeral of a young man was to have taken place, who had put up for a time at that same inn where Admiral Bell was first introduced to the reader. He had become seriously ill, and, after a few days of indisposition, which had puzzled the country practitioners, breathed his last. He was to have been buried in the village churchyard on the very day of the riot and confusion incidental to the exhumation of the coffin of the butcher, and probably from that circumstance we may deduce the presence of the clergyman in canonicals at the period of the riot. When it was found that so disorderly a mob possessed the churchyard, the idea of burying the stranger on that day was abandoned, but still all would have gone on quietly as regarded him, had it not been for the folly of one of the chambermaids at the tavern. This woman, with all the love of gossip incidental to her class, had, from the first, entered so fully into all the particulars concerning vampires, that she fairly might be considered to be a little deranged on that head. Her imagination had been so worked upon, that she was in an unfit state to think of anything else, and if ever upon anybody a stern and revolting superstition was calculated to produce direful effects, it was upon this woman. The town was tolerably quiet. The presence of the soldiery had frightened some and amused others, and no doubt the night would have passed off serenely had she not suddenly rushed into the street, and, with bewildered accents and frantic gestures, shouted, "A vampire! A vampire! A vampire!" These words soon collected a crowd around her, and then, with screaming accents, which would have been quite enough to convince any reflecting person that she had actually gone distracted upon that point, she cried, "Come into the house! Come into the house! Look upon the dead body that should have been in its grave. It's fresher now than it was the day on which it died, and there's a color in its cheeks. A vampire! A vampire! A vampire! Heaven save us from a vampire!" The strange, infuriated, maniacal manner in which these words were uttered produced an astonishingly exciting effect among the mob. Several women screamed, and some few fainted. The torch was laid again to the altar of popular feeling, and the fierce flame of superstition burned brightly and fiercely. Some 20 or 30 persons, with shouts and exclamations, rushed into the inn, while the woman who had created the disturbance still continued to rave, tearing her hair, and shrieking at intervals, until she fell exhausted upon the pavement. Soon, from 100 throats, rose the dreadful cry of "A vampire! A vampire!" The alarm was given throughout the whole town, the bugles of the military sounded, there was a clash of arms, the shrieks of women, altogether, the premonitory symptoms of such a riot as was not likely to be quelled without bloodshed and considerable disaster. It is truly astonishing the effect which one weak or vicious-minded person can produce upon a multitude. Here was a woman whose opinion would have been accounted valueless upon the most commonplace subject, and whose word would not have passed for twopence, setting a whole town by the ears by force of nothing but her sheer brutal ignorance. It is a notorious physiological fact that after 4 or 5 days, or even a week, the bodies of many persons assume an appearance of freshness, such as might have been looked for in vain immediately after death. It is one of the most insidious processes of that decay which appears to regret with its offensive fingers to mar the lines where beauty lingers. But what did the chambermaid know of physiology? Probably she would have asked if it was anything good to eat, and so, of course, having her head full of vampires, she must needs produce so lamentable a scene of confusion, the results of which we almost sicken at detailing. Chapter 48. The Stake and the Dead Body. The mob seemed from the first to have an impression that, as regarded the military force, no very serious results would arise from that quarter, for it was not to be supposed that, on an occasion which could not possibly arouse any ill blood on the part of the soldiery, or on which they could have the least personal feeling, they would like to get a bad name, which would stick to them for years to come. It was no political riot, on which men might be supposed, in consequence of differing in opinion, to have their passions inflamed, so that, although the call of the civil authorities for military aid had been acceded to, yet it was hoped, and, indeed, almost understood by the officers that their operations would lie confined more to a demonstration of power than anything else. Besides, some of the men had got talking to the townspeople and had heard all about the vampire story, and not being of the most refined or educated class themselves, they felt rather interested than otherwise in the affair. Under these circumstances, then, we are inclined to think that the disorderly mob of that had not so wholesome a fear as it was most certainly intended they should have of the redcoats. Then, again, they were not attacking the churchyard, which, in the first case, was the main point in dispute, and about which the authorities had felt so very sore, inasmuch as they felt that, if once the common people found out that the sanctity of such places could be outraged with impunity, they would lose their reverence for the church, that is to say, for the host of persons who live well and get fat in this country by the trade of religion. Consequently, this churchyard was the main point of defense, and it was zealously looked when it need not have been done so, while the public house where there really reigned mischief was half unguarded. There are always in all communities, whether large or small, a number of persons who really have, or fancy they have, something to gain by disturbance. These people, of course, care not for what pretext the public peace is violated, so long as there is a row, and something like an excuse for running into other people's houses, they are satisfied. To get into a public house under such circumstances is an unexpected treat, and thus, when the mob rushed into the inn with such symptoms of fury and excitement, there went with the leaders of the disturbance a number of persons who never thought of getting further than the bar, where they attacked the spirit taps with an alacrity which showed how great was their love for ardent compounds. Leaving these persons behind, however, we will follow those who, with a real superstition and a furious interest in the affair of the vampire, made their way towards the upper chamber, determining to satisfy themselves if there were truth in the statement so alarmingly made by the woman who had created such an emotion. It is astonishing what people will do in crowds, in comparison with the acts that they would be able to commit individually. There is usually a calmness, a sanctity, a sublimity about death, which irresistibly induces a respect for its presence, alike from the educated or from the illiterate, and let the object of the fell-destroyer's presence be whom it may, the very consciousness that death has claimed it for its own, invests it with a halo of respect that, in life, the individual could never aspire to probably. Let us precede these furious rioters for a few moments, and look upon the chamber of the dead, that chamber, which for a whole week had been looked upon with a kind of shuddering terror, that chamber which had been darkened by having its sources of light closed, as if it were a kind of disrespect to the dead to allow the pleasant sunshine to fall upon the fated form. And every inhabitant of that house, upon ascending and descending its intricate and ancient staircases, had walked with a quiet and subdued step past that one particular door. Even the tones of voice in which they spoke to each other, while they knew that that sad remnant of mortality was in the house, was quiet and subdued, as if the repose of death was but a mortal sleep, and could be broken by rude sounds. Even some of these very persons, who now with loud and boisterous clamor had rushed into the place, and visited the house and talked in whispers, but then they were alone, and men will do in thrones acts which, individually, they would shrink from with compunction or cowardice, call it which we will. The chamber of death is upon the second story of the house. It is a back room, the windows of which command a view of that half-garden, half-farmyard, which we find generally belonging to country inns. But now the shutters were closed, with the exception of one small opening that, in daylight, would have admitted a straggling ray of light to fall upon the corpse. Now, however, that the somber shades of evening had wrapped everything in gloom, the room appeared in total darkness, so that the most of those adventurers who had ventured into the place shrunk back until lights were procured from the lower part of the house with which to enter the room. A dim oil lamp in a niche sufficiently lighted the staircase, and, by the friendly aid of its glimmering beams, they had found their way up to the landing tolerably well, and had not thought of the necessity of having lights with which to enter the apartments until they found them in utter darkness. These requisites, however, were speedily procured from the kitchen of the inn. Indeed, anything that was wanted was laid hold of without the least word of remark to the people of the place, as if might, from that evening forthwith, was understood to constitute right in that town. Up to this point no one had taken a very prominent part in the attack upon the inn, if attack it could be called, but now the man whom chance, or his own nimbleness, made the first of the throng, assumed to himself a sort of control over his companions, and, turning to them, he said, "Hark ye, my friends, we'll do everything quietly and properly, so I think we'd better 3 or 4 of us go in at once, arm in arm." "Pshaw!" cried one who had just arrived with a light, "it's your cowardice that speaks. I'll go in first, let those follow me who like, and those who are afraid may remain where they are." He at once dashed into the room, and this immediately broke the spell of fear which was beginning to creep over the others in consequence of the timid suggestion of the man who, up to that moment, had been first and foremost in the enterprise. In an instant the chamber was half filled with persons, 4 or 5 of whom carried lights, so that, as it was not of very large dimensions, it was sufficiently illuminated for every object in it to be clearly visible. There was the bed, smooth and unruffled, as if waiting for some expected guest, while close by its side a coffin, supported upon trestles, over which a sheet was partially thrown, contained the sad remains of him who little expected in life that, after death, he should be stigmatized as an example of one of the ghastliest superstitions that ever found a home in the human imagination. It was evident that someone had been in the room, and that this was the woman whose excited fancy had led her to look upon the face of the corpse. There could be no doubt, for the sheet was drawn aside just sufficiently to discover the countenance. The fact was that the stranger was unknown at the inn, or probably ere this the coffin lid would have been screwed on, but it was hoped, up to the last moment, as advertisements had been put into the county papers, that someone would come forward to identify and claim him. Such, however, had not been the case, and so his funeral had been determined upon. The presence of so many persons at once effectually prevented any individual from exhibiting, even if he felt any superstitious fears about approaching the coffin, and so, with one accord, they surrounded it, and looked upon the face of the dead. There was nothing repulsive in that countenance. The fact was that decomposition had sufficiently advanced to induce a relaxation of the muscles and a softening of the fibers, so that an appearance of calmness and repose had crept over the face which it did not wear immediately after death. It happened, too, that the face was full of flesh, for the death had been sudden, and there had not been that wasting away of the muscles and integuments which makes the skin cling, as it were, to the bone, when the ravages of long disease have exhausted the physical frame. There was, unquestionably, a plumpness, a freshness, and a sort of vitality about the countenance that was remarkable. For a few moments there was a death-like stillness in the apartment, and then one voice broke the silence by exclaiming, "He's a vampire, and has come here to die. Well, he knows he'd be taken up by Sir Francis Varney, and become one of the crew." "Yes, yes," cried several voices at once, "a vampire. A vampire." "Hold a moment," cried one, "let us find somebody in the house who has seen him some days ago, and then we can ascertain if there's any difference in his looks." This suggestion was agreed to, and a couple of stout men ran downstairs, and returned in a few moments with a trembling waiter, whom they had caught in the passage and forced to accompany them. This man seemed to think that he was to be made a dreadful example of in some sort of way, and, as he was dragged into the room, he trembled, and looked as pale as death. "What have I done, gentlemen?" he said. "I ain't a vampire. Don't be driving a stake through me. I assure you, gentlemen, I'm only a waiter, and have been for a matter of 25 years." "You'll be done no harm to," said one of his captors. "You've only got to answer a question that will be put to you." "Oh, well, certainly, gentlemen, anything you please." Coming, as I always say, give your orders, the waiter's in the room." "Look upon the fare of that corpse." Certainly, directly." "Have you ever seen it before?" "Seen it before? Lord bless you! Yes, a dozen of times. I seed him afore he died, and I seed him order, and when the undertaker's men came, I came up with them and I seed him put him in his coffin. You see, I kept an eye on him, gentlemen, 'cause knows well enough what they is. A cousin of mine was in the trade, and he assures me as one of them always brings a tooth-drawing concern in his pocket, and looks in the mouth of the blessed corpse to see if there's a blessed tooth worth pulling out. Hold your tongue, said one, we want none of your nonsense. Do you see any difference now in the face of the corpse to what it was some days since? Well, I don't know, somehow, it don't look so rum. Does it look fresher? Well, somehow or another, now you mention it, it's very odd, but it does. Enough, cried the man who had questioned him, with considerable excitement of manner. Neighbors, are we to have our wives and our children scared to death by vampires? No, no, cried everybody. Is not this, then, one of that dreadful order of beings? Yes, yes, what's to be done? Drive a stake through the body, and so prevent the possibility of anything in the shape of a restoration. This was a terrific proposition, and even those who felt most strongly upon the subject, and had their fears most awakened, shrank from carrying it into effect. Others, again, applauded it, although they determined, in their own minds, to keep far enough off from the execution of the job, which they hoped would devolve upon others, so that they might have all the security of feeling that such a process had been gone through with the supposed vampire, without being in any way committed by the dreadful act. Nothing was easier than to procure a stake from the garden in the rear of the premises, but it was one thing to have the means at hand of carrying into effect so dreadful a proposition, and another actually to do it. For the credit of human nature, we regret that even then, when civilization and popular education had by no means made such rapid strides as in our times they have, such a proposition should be entertained for a moment, but so it was, and just as an alarm was given that a party of the soldiers had reached the inn and had taken possession of the doorway with a determination to arrest the rioters, a strong hedge stake had been procured, and everything was in readiness for the perpetration of the horrible deed. Even then those in the room, for they were tolerably sober, would have revolted, probably, from the execution of so fearful an act, but the entrance of a party of the military into the lower portion of the tavern induced those who had been making free with the strong liquors below to make a rush upstairs to their companions with the hope of escaping detection of the petty larceny, if they got into trouble on account of the riot. These persons, infuriated by drink, were capable of anything, and to them, accordingly, the more sober parties gladly surrendered the disagreeable job of rendering the supposed vampire perfectly innoxious, by driving a hedge stake through his body, a proceeding which, it was currently believed, inflicted so much physical injury to the frame as to render his resuscitation out of the question. The cries of alarm from below, joined now to the shouts of those mad rioters, produced a scene of dreadful confusion. We cannot, for we revolt at the office, describe particularly the dreadful outrage which was committed upon the corpse. Suffice it that 2 or 3, maddened by drink and incited by the others, plunged the hedge stake through the body, and there left it, a sickening and horrible spectacle to anyone who might cast his eyes upon it. With such violence had the frightful and inhuman deed been committed, that the bottom of the coffin was perforated by the stake so that the corpse was actually nailed to its last earthly tenement. Some asserted that at that moment an audible groan came from the dead man, and that this arose from the extinguishment of that remnant of life which remained in him on account of his being a vampire, and which would have been brought into full existence if the body had been placed in the rays of the moon when at its full, according to the popular superstition upon that subject. Others, again, were quite ready to swear that at the moment the stake was used there was a visible convulsion of all the limbs, and that the countenance, before so placid and so calm, became immediately distorted, as if with agony. But we have done with these horrible surmises. The dreadful deed has been committed, and wild, ungovernable superstition has had, for a time, its sway over the ignorant and debased. Chapter 49. The mob's arrival at Sir Francis Varney's, the attempt to gain admission. The soldiery had been sent for from their principal station near the churchyard, and had advanced with some degree of reluctance to quell what they considered as nothing better nor worse than a drunken brawl at a public house, which they really considered they ought not to be called to interfere with. When, however, the party reached the spot, and heard what confusion there was, and saw in what numbers the rioters were assembling, it became evident to them that the case was of a more serious complexion than they had at first imagined, and consequently they felt that their professional dignity was not so much compromised with their interference with the lawless proceedings. Some of the constabulary of the town were there, and to them the soldiers promised they would hand what prisoners they took, at the same time that they made a distinct condition that they were not to be troubled with their custody, nor in any way further annoyed in the business beyond taking care that they did not absolutely escape after being once secured. This was all that the civil authorities of the town required, and, in fact, they hoped that, after making prisoners of a few of the ringleaders of the riotous proceedings, the rest would disperse, and prevent the necessity of capturing them. Be it known, however, that both military and civil authorities were completely ignorant of the dreadful outrage against all common decency which had been committed within the public house. The door was well guarded, and the question now was how the rioters were to be made to come downstairs and be captured, and this was likely to remain a question so long as no means were adopted to make them descend. So that, after a time, it was agreed that a couple of troopers should march upstairs with a constable to enable him to secure anyone who seemed a principal in the riot. But this only had the effect of driving those who were in the second floor and saw the approach of the two soldiers, whom they thought were backed by the whole of their comrades, up a narrow staircase to a third floor, rather consisting of lofts than of actual rooms, but still, for the time, it was a refuge, and owing to the extreme narrowness of the approach to it, which consisted of nearly a perpendicular staircase, with any degree of tact or method, it might have been admirably defended. In the hurry and scramble, all the lights were left behind, and when the two soldiers and constables entered the room where the corpse had lain, they became, for the first time, aware of what a horrible purpose had been carried out by the infuriated mob. The sight was one of perfect horror, and hardened to scenes which might strike other people as being somewhat of the terrific as these soldiers might be supposed to be by their very profession, they actually sickened at the sight which the mutilated corpse presented, and turned aside with horror. These feelings soon gave way to anger and animosity against the crowd who could be guilty of such an atrocious outrage, and, for the first time, a strong and interested vengeance against the mob pervaded the breasts of those who were brought to act against it. One of the soldiers ran downstairs to the door and reported the scene which was to be seen above. A determination was instantly come to capture as many as possible of those who had been concerned in so diabolical an outrage, and leaving a guard of 5 men at the door, the remainder of the party ascended the staircase, determined upon storming the last refuge of the rioters and dragging them to justice. The report, however, of these proceedings that were taking place at the inn spread quickly over the whole town, and soon as large a mob of the disorderly and the idle as the place could at all afford was assembled outside the inn. This mob appeared, for a time, inertly to watch the proceedings. It seemed rather a hazardous thing to interfere with the soldiers, whose carbines looked formidable and troublesome weapons. With true mob courage, therefore, they left the minority of their comrades, who were within the house, to their fate, and after a whispered conference from one to the other, they suddenly turned in a body, and began to make for the outskirts of the town. They then separated, as if by common consent, and straggled out into the open country by 2s and 3s, consolidating again into a mass when they had got some distance off, and clear of any exertions that could be made by the soldiery to stay them. The cry then rose of "Down with Sir Francis Varney, slay him, burn his house, death to all vampires," and, at a rapid pace, they proceeded in the direction of his mansion. We will leave this mob, however, for the present, and turn our attention to those who are at the inn, and are certainly in a position of some jeopardy. Their numbers were not great, and they were unarmed. Certainly, their best chance would have been to have surrendered at discretion, but that was a measure which, if the sober ones had felt inclined to, those who were infuriated and half-maddened with drink would not have acceded to on any account. A furious resistance was, therefore, fairly to be expected, and what means the soldiery were likely to use for the purpose of storming this last retreat was a matter of rather anxious conjecture. In the case of a regular enemy, there would not, perhaps, have been much difficulty, but here the capture of certain persons, and not their destruction, was the object, and how that was to be accomplished by fair means certainly was a question which nobody felt very competent to solve. Determination, however, will do wonders, and although the rioters numbered over 40, notwithstanding all their desertions, and not above 17 or 18 soldiers marched into the inn, we shall perceive that they succeeded in accomplishing their object without any maneuvering at all. The space in which the rioters were confined was low, narrow, and inconvenient, as well as dark, for the lights on the staircase cast up that height but very insufficient rays. Weapons of defense they found but very few, and yet there were some which, to do them but common credit, they used as effectually as possible. These attics, or lofts, were used as lumber rooms, and had been so for years, so that there was a collection of old boxes, broken pieces of furniture, and other matters, which will, in defiance of everything and everybody, collect in a house. These were formidable means of defense, if not of offense, down a very narrow staircase, had they been used with judgment. Some of the rioters, who were only just drunk enough to be foolhardy, collected a few of these articles at the top of the staircase, and swore they would smash anybody who should attempt to come up to them, a threat easier uttered than executed. And besides, after all, if their position had been ever so impregnable, they must come down eventually, or be starved out. But the soldiers were not at liberty to adopt so slow a process of overcoming their enemy, and up the second-floor staircase they went, with a determination of making short work of the business. They paused a moment, by word of command, on the landing, and then, after this slight pause, the word was given to advance. Now when men will advance, in spite of anything and everything, it is no easy matter to stop them, and he who was foremost among the military would as soon thought of hesitating to ascend the narrow staircase before him, when ordered so to do, as paying the national debt. On he went, and down came a great chest, which, falling against his feet, knocked him down as he attempted to scramble over it. "Fire," said the officer, and it appeared that he had made some arrangements as to how the order was to be obeyed, for the second man fired his carbine, and then scrambled over his prostrate comrade, after which he stooped, and the third fired his carbine likewise, and then hurried forward in the same manner. At the first sound of the firearms the rioters were taken completely by surprise. They had not had the least notion of affairs getting to such a length. The smell of the powder, the loud report, and the sensation of positive danger that accompanied these phenomena alarmed them most terrifically, so that, in point of fact, with the exception of the empty chest that was thrown down in the way of the first soldier, no further idea of defense seemed in any way to find a place in the hearts of the besieged. They scrambled one over the other in their eagerness to get as far as possible from immediate danger, which, of course, they conceived existed in the most imminent degree the nearest to the door. Such was the state of terror into which they were thrown, that each one at the moment believed himself shot, and the soldiers had overcome all the real difficulties in getting possession of what might thus be called the citadel of the inn, before those men who had been so valorous a short time since recovered from the tremendous fright into which they had been thrown. We need hardly say that the carbines were loaded, but with blank cartridges, for there was neither a disposition nor a necessity for taking the lives of these misguided people. It was the suddenness and the steadiness of the attack that had done all the mischief to their cause, and now, ere they recovered from the surprise of having their position so completely taken by storm, they were handed downstairs, one by one, from soldier to soldier, and into the custody of the civil authorities. In order to secure the safe keeping of large a body of prisoners, the constables, who were in a great minority, placed handcuffs upon some of the most capable of resistance, so what with those who were thus secured, and those who were terrified into submission, there was not a man of all the lot who had taken refuge in the attics of the public house, but was a prisoner. At the sound of firearms, the women who were outside the inn had, of course, raised a most prodigious clamor. They believed directly that every bullet must have done some most serious mischief to the townspeople, and it was only upon one of the soldiers, a non-commissioned officer, who was below, assuring them of the innoxious nature of the proceeding which restored anything like equanimity. "Silence," he cried. "What are you howling about? Do you fancy that we've nothing better to do than to shoot a parcel of fellows that are not worth the bullets that would be lodged in their confounded carcasses?" "But we heard the gun," said a woman. "Of course you did. It's the powder that makes the noise, not the bullet. You'll see them all brought out safe wind and limb." This assurance satisfied the women to a certain extent, and such had been their fear that they should have had to look upon the spectacle of death, or of grievous wounds, that they were comparatively quite satisfied when they saw husbands, fathers, and brothers only in the custody of the town officers. And very sheepish some of the fellows looked when they were handed down and handcuffed, and the more especially when they had been routed only by a few blank cartridges, that sixpenny worth of powder had defeated them. They were marched off to the town jail, guarded by the military, who now probably fancied that their night's work was over, and that the most turbulent and troublesome spirits in the town had been secured. Such, however, was not the case, for no sooner had comparative order been restored than common observation pointed to a dull red glare in the southern sky. In a few more minutes there came in stragglers from the open country, shouting "Fire! Fire!" with all their might. Chapter 50. The mob's arrival at Sir Francis Varney's, the attempt to gain admission. All eyes were directed towards that southern sky which each moment was becoming more and more illuminated by the lurid appearance bespeaking a conflagration which, if it was not extensive, at all events was raging fiercely. There came, too, upon the wind, which set from that direction, strange sounds, resembling shouts of triumph, combined occasionally with sharper cries, indicative of alarm. With so much system and so quietly had this attack been made upon the house of Sir Francis Varney, for the consequences of it now exhibited themselves most unequivocally, that no one who had not actually accompanied the expedition was in the least aware that it had been at all undertaken, or that anything of the kind was on the tapis. Now, however, it could be no longer kept a secret, and as the infuriated mob, who had sought this flagrant means of giving vent to their anger, saw the flames from the blazing house rising high in the heavens, they felt convinced that further secrecy was out of the question. Accordingly, in such cries and shouts as, but for caution's sake, they would have indulged in from the very first, they now gave utterance to their feelings as regarded the man whose destruction was aimed at. "Death to the vampire! Death to the vampire!" was the principal shout, and it was uttered in tones which sounded like those of rage and disappointment. But it is necessary, now that we have disposed of the smaller number of rioters who committed so serious an outrage at the inn, that we should, with some degree of method, follow the proceedings of the larger number who went from the town towards Sir Francis Varney's. These persons either had information of a very positive nature, or a very strong suspicion that, notwithstanding the mysterious and most unaccountable disappearance of the vampire in the old ruin, he would now be found, as usual, at his own residence. Perhaps one of his own servants may have thus played the traitor to him, but however it was, there certainly was an air of confidence about some of the leaders of the tumultuous assemblage that induced a general belief that this time, at least, the vampire would not escape popular vengeance for being what he was. We have before noticed that these people went out of the town at different points, and did not assemble into one mass until they were at a sufficient distance off to be free from all fear of observation. Then some of the less observant and cautious of them began to indulge in shouts of rage and defiance, but those who placed themselves foremost succeeded in procuring a halt, and one said, "Good friends all, if we make any noise, it can only have one effect, and that is, to warn Sir Francis Varney, and enable him to escape. If, therefore, we cannot go on quietly, I propose that we return to our homes, for we shall accomplish nothing." This advice was sufficiently and evidently reasonable to meet with no dissension. A death-like stillness ensued, only broken by some 2 or 3 voices saying, in subdued tones, "That's right, that's right." Nobody speak. Come on, then, said he who had given such judicious counsel, and the dark mass of men moved towards Sir Francis Varney's house, as quietly as it was possible for such an assemblage to proceed. Indeed, saving the sound of the footsteps, nothing could be heard of them at all, and that regular tramp, tramp, would have puzzled anyone listening to it from any distance to know in which direction it was proceeding. In this way they went on until Sir Francis Varney's house was reached, and then a whispered word to halt was given, and all eyes were bent upon the building. From but one window out of the numerous ones with which the front of the mansion was studded did there shine the least light, and from that there came rather an uncommonly bright reflection, probably arising from a reading lamp placed close to the window. A general impression, they knew not why exactly, seemed to pervade everybody, that in the room from whence streamed that bright light was Sir Francis Varney. "The vampire's room," said several. "The vampire's room. That is it." "Yes," said he who had a kind of moral control over his comrades, "I have no doubt but he is there." "What's to be done?" asked several. "Make no noise whatever, but stand aside, so as not to be seen from the door when it is opened." "Yes, yes. I will knock for admittance, and, the moment it is answered, I will place this stick in such a manner within, that the door cannot be closed again. Upon my saying advance, you will make a rush forward, and we shall have possession immediately of the house." All this was agreed to. The mob slunk close to the walls of the house, and out of immediate observation from the hall door, or from any of the windows, and then the leader advanced, and knocked loudly for admission. The silence was now of the most complete character that could be imagined. Those who came there so bent upon vengeance were thoroughly convinced of the necessity of extreme caution, to save themselves even yet from being completely foiled. They had abundant faith, from experience, of the resources in the way of escape of Sir Francis Varney, and not one among them was there who considered that there was any chance of capturing him, except by surprise, and when once they got hold of him, they determined he should not easily slip through their fingers. The knock for admission produced no effect, and, after waiting 3 or 4 minutes, it was very provoking to find such a wonderful amount of caution and cunning completely thrown away. "Try again," whispered one. "Well, have patience, I am going to try again." The man had the ponderous old-fashioned knocker in his hand, and was about to make another appeal to Sir Francis Varney's door, when a strange voice said, "Perhaps you may as well say at once what you want, instead of knocking there to no purpose." He gave a start, for the voice seemed to come from the very door itself. Yet it sounded decidedly human, and, upon a closer inspection, it was seen that a little wicket gate, not larger than a man's face, had been opened from within. This was terribly provoking. Here was an extent of caution on the part of the garrison quite unexpected. What was to be done? "Well," said the man who appeared at the little opening. "Oh," said he who had knocked, "I." "Well?" That is to say, I am." "Is Sir Francis Varney within?" "Well?" "I say, is Sir Francis Varney within?" "Well, you have said it." "Ah, but you have not answered it." "No." "Well, is he at home?" "I decline saying, so you had better, all of you, go back to the town again, for we are well provided with all material to resist any attack you may be fools enough to make." As he spoke, the servant shut the little square door with a bang that made his questioner jump again. Here was a dilemma. Chapter 51. The attack upon the vampire's house, the story of the attack, the forcing of the doors, and the struggle. A council of war was now called among the belligerents, who were somewhat taken aback by the steady refusal of the servant to admit them, and their apparent determination to resist all endeavors on the part of the mob to get into and obtain possession of the house. It argued that they were prepared to resist all attempts, and it would cost some few lives to get into the vampire's house. This passed through the minds of many as they retired behind the angle of the wall where the council was to be held. Here they looked in each other's face, as if to gather from that the general tone of the feelings of their companions, but here they saw nothing that intimated the least idea of going back as they came. "It's all very well, mates, to take care of ourselves, you know," began one tall, brawny fellow, "but if we mean to be sucked to death by a vampire, why we must have the life out of him." "Aye, so we must. Jack Hodge is right. We must kill him, and there's no sin in it, for he has no right to it. He's robbed some poor fellow of his life to prolong his own." Aye, that's the way he does. Bring him out, I say, then see what we will do with him." "Yes, catch him first," said one, "and then we can dispose of him afterwards. I say, neighbors, don't you think it would be as well to catch him first? Haven't we come on purpose?" "Yes, but do it. Ain't we trying it? You will presently, when we come to get into the house." "Well, what's to be done?" said one. "Here we are in a fix, I think, and I can't see our way out very clearly. I wish we could get in." "But how is a question I don't very well see," said a large specimen of humanity. "The best thing that can be done will be to go round and look over the whole house, and then we may come upon some part where it is far easier to get in it than by the front door." "But it won't do for us all to go round that way," said one. "A small party only should go, else they will have all their people stationed at one point, and if we can divide them, we shall beat them because they have not enough to defend more than one point at a time. Now we are numerous enough to make several attacks." "Oh, that's the way to bother them all round. They'll give in, and then the place is our own." No, said the big countryman. "I like to make a good rush and drive all afore us. You know what you have to do then, and you do it, you know. If you can." "Aye, to be sure, if we can, as you say. But can't we?" "That's what I want to know." "To be sure we can." "Then we'll do it, mate, that's my mind. We'll do it. Come on, and let's have another look at the street door." The big countryman left the main body, and resolutely walked up to the main avenue, and approached the door, accompanied by about a dozen or less of the mob. When they came to the door, they commenced knocking and kicking most violently, and assailing it with all kinds of things they could lay their hands upon. They continued at this violent exercise for some time, perhaps for 5 minutes, when the little square hole in the door was again opened, and a voice was heard to say, "You had better cease that kind of annoyance. We want to get in. It will cost you more lives to do so than you can afford to spare. We are well armed, and are prepared to resist any effort you can make." "Oh, it's all very well, and you won't open, why we'll make you, that's all about it." This was said as the big countryman and his companions were leaving the avenue towards the rest of the body. "Then, take this, as an earnest of what is to follow," said the man, and he discharged the contents of a blunderbuss through the small opening, and its report sounded to the rest of the mob like the report of a field piece. Fortunately for the party retiring, the man couldn't take any aim, else it is questionable how many of the party would have got off unwounded. As it was, several of them found stray slugs were lodged in various parts of their persons, and accelerated their retreat from the house of the vampire. "What luck?" inquired one of the mob to the others, as they came back. "I'm afraid you had all the honor." Aye, we have, and all the lead too," replied a man, as he placed his hand upon a sore part of his person, which bled in consequence of a wound. "Well, what's to be done?" "Don Gay if I know," said one. "Give it up," said another. No, have him out. I'll never give in while I can use a stick." They are in earnest, and so are we. Don't let us be frightened because they have a gun or two. They can't have many, and besides, if they have, we are too many for them. Besides, we shall all die in our beds. Hurrah! Down with the vampire. So say I, lads. I don't want to be sucked to death while I'm abed. Better die like a man than such a dog's death as that, and you have no revenge then. No, he has the better of us then. We'll have him out, we'll burn him, that's the way we'll do it. Aye, so we will, only let us get in. At that moment a chosen party returned who had been round the house to make a reconnaissance. Well, inquired the mob, what can be done now, where can we get in? In several places. All right, come along then, the place is our own. Stop a minute, they are armed at all points, and we must make an attack on all points, else we may fail. A party must go round to the front door and attempt to beat it in. There are plenty of poles and things that could be used for such a purpose. There is, besides, a garden door that opens into the house, a kind of parlor, a kitchen door, a window in the flower garden, and an entrance into a storeroom. This place appears strong and is therefore unguarded. The very point to make an attack. Not quite. Why not? Because it can easily be defended and rendered useless to us. We must make an attack upon all places but that, and, while they are being at those points, we can then enter at that place, and then you will find them desert the other places when they see us inside. Hurrah! Down with the vampire, said the mob as they listened to this advice and appreciated the plan. Down with the vampire. Now, then, lads, divide and make the attack. Never mind their guns, they have but very few, and if you rush in upon them, you will soon have the guns yourselves. Hurrah! Hurrah! Shouted the mob. The mob now moved away in different bodies, each strong enough to carry the house. They seized upon a variety of poles and stones, and then made for the various doors and windows that were pointed out by those who had made the discovery. Each one of those who had formed the party of observation formed a leader to the others, and at once proceeded to the post assigned him. The attack was so sudden and so simultaneous that the servants were unprepared, and though they ran to the doors and fired away, still they did but little good, for the doors were soon forced open by the enraged rioters, who proceeded in a much more systematic operation, using long heavy pieces of timber which were carried on the shoulders of several men and driven with the force of battering rams, which, in fact, they were, against the door. Bang went the battering ram, crash went the door, and the whole party rushed headlong in, carried forward by their own momentum, and fell prostrate, engine and all, into the passage. Now, then, we have them, exclaimed the servants, who began to belabor the whole party with blows, with every weapon they could secure. Loudly did the fallen men shout for assistance, and but for their fellows who came rushing in behind, they would have had but a sorry time of it. Hurrah! Shouted the mob, the house is our own. Not yet, shouted the servants. We'll try, said the mob, and they rushed forward to drive the servants back, but they met with a stout resistance, and as some of them had choppers and swords, there were a few wounds given, and presently bang went the blunderbuss. 2 or 3 of the mob reeled and fell. This produced a momentary panic, and the servants then had the whole of the victory to themselves, and were about to charge and clear the passage of their enemies, when a shout behind attracted their attention. That shout was caused by an entrance being gained in another quarter, whence the servants were flying, and all was disorder. Hurrah! Hurrah! Shouted the mob. The servants retreated to the stairs, and here united, they made a stand, and resolved to resist the whole force of the rioters, and they succeeded in doing so, too, for some minutes. Blows were given and taken of a desperate character. Somehow, there were no deadly blows received by the servants. They were being forced and beaten, but they lost no life. This may be accounted for by the fact that the mob used no more deadly weapons than sticks. The servants of Sir Francis Varney, on the contrary, were mostly armed with deadly weapons, which, however, they did not use unnecessarily. They stood upon the hall steps, the grand staircase, with long poles or sticks, about the size of quarterstaves, and with these they belabored those below most unmercifully. Certainly, the mob were by no means cowards, for the struggle to close with their enemies was as great as ever, and as firm as could well be. Indeed, They rushed on with a desperation truly characteristic of John Bull, and defied the heaviest blows, for as fast as one was stricken down another occupied his place, and they insensibly pressed their close and compact front upon the servants, who were becoming fatigued and harassed. "Fire!" again exclaimed a voice from among the servants. The mob made no retreating movement, but still continued to press onwards, and in another moment a loud report rang through the house, and a smoke hung over the heads of the mob. A long groan or two escaped some of the men who had been wounded, and a still louder from those who had not been wounded, and a cry arose of, "Down with the vampire, pull down, destroy and burn the whole place, down with them all." A rush succeeded, and a few more discharges took place, when a shout above attracted the attention of both parties engaged in this fierce struggle. They paused by mutual consent to look and see what was the cause of that shout. Chapter 52. The interview between the mob and Sir Francis Varney, the mysterious disappearance, the wine cellars. The shout that had so discomposed the parties who were thus engaged in a terrific struggle came from a party above. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" they shouted a number of times, in a wild strain of delight. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" The fact was, a party of the mob had clambered up a veranda, and entered some of the rooms upstairs, whence they emerged just above the landing near the spot where the servants were resisting in a mass the efforts of the mob. "Hurrah!" shouted the mob below. "Hurrah!" shouted the mob above. There was a momentary pause, and the servants divided themselves into two bodies, and one turned to face those above, and the other those who were below. A simultaneous shout was given by both parties of the mob, and a sudden rush was made by both bodies, and the servants of Sir Francis Varney were broken in an instant. They were instantly separated, and knocked about a good bit, but they were left to shift for themselves. The mob had a more important object in view. "Down with the vampire!" they shouted. "Down with the vampire!" shouted they, and they rushed helter-skelter through the rooms until they came to one where the door was partially open, and they could see some person very leisurely seated. "Here he is!" they cried. "Who? Who?" "The vampire." "Down with him!" "Kill him!" "Burn him!" "Hurrah! Down with the vampire!" These sounds were shouted out by a score of voices, and they rushed headlong into the room. But here their violence and headlong precipitancy were suddenly restrained by the imposing and quiet appearance of the individual who was there seated. The mob entered the room, and there was a sight that, if it did not astonish them, at least it caused them to pause before the individual who was seated there. The room was well filled with furniture, and there was a curtain drawn across the room, and about the middle of it there was a table, behind which sat Sir Francis Varney himself, looking all smiles and courtesy. "Well, dang my smock frock," said one, "who'd ha' thought of this? He don't seem to care much about it." "Well, I'm d," said another, "he seems pretty easy, at all events. What is he going to do?" "Gentlemen," said Sir Francis Varney, rising, with the blandest smiles, "pray, gentlemen, permit me to inquire the cause of this condescension on your part. The visit is kind." The mob looked at Sir Francis, and then at each other, and then at Sir Francis again, but nobody spoke. They were awed by this gentlemanly and collected behavior. "If you honor me with this visit from pure affection and neighborly goodwill, I thank you." "Down with the vampire," said one, who was concealed behind the rest, and not so much overawed as he had not seen Sir Francis. Sir Francis Varney rose to his full height. A light gleamed across his features. They were strongly defined then. His long front teeth, too, showed most strongly when he smiled, as he did now, and said, in a bland voice, "Gentlemen, I am at your service. Permit me to say you are welcome to all I can do for you. I fear the interview will be somewhat inconvenient and unpleasant to you. As for myself, I am entirely at your service." As Sir Francis spoke, he bowed and folded his hands together and stepped forwards, but instead of coming onwards to them, he walked behind the curtain and was immediately hid from their view. "Down with the vampire!" shouted one. "Down with the vampire!" rang through the apartment, and the mob now, not awed by the coolness and courtesy of Sir Francis, rushed forward, and, overturning the table, tore down the curtain to the floor, but, to their amazement, there was no Sir Francis Varney present. "Where is he? Where is the vampire? Where has he gone?" These were cries that escaped everyone's lips, and yet no one could give an answer to them. There Sir Francis Varney was not. They were completely thunderstricken. They could not find out where he had gone to. There was no possible means of escape that they could perceive. There was not an odd corner, or even anything that could, by any possibility, give even a suspicion that even a temporary concealment could take place. They looked over every inch of flooring and of wainscoting, not the remotest trace could be discovered. "Where is he?" "I don't know," said one. "I can't see where he could have gone. There ain't a hole as big as a keyhole." "My," said one, "I shouldn't be at all surprised if he were to blow up the whole house." "You don't say go. I never heard as how vampires could do so much as that." "They ain't the sort of people," said another. "But if they can do one thing, they can do another." "That's very true. And what's more, I never heard as how a vampire could make himself into nothing before, yet he has done so. He may be in this room now. He may. My eyes! What precious long teeth he had! Yes, and had he fixed one of them into your arm, he would have drawn every drop of blood out of your body, you may depend upon that," said an old man. "He was very tall. Yes, too tall to be any good. I shouldn't like him to have laid hold of me, though, tall as he is, and then he would have lifted me up high enough to break my neck when he let me fall." The mob routed about the room, tore everything out of its place, and as the object of their search seemed to be far enough beyond their reach, their courage rose in proportion, and they shouted and screamed with a proportionate increase of noise and bustle, and at length they ran about mad with rage and vexation, doing all the mischief that was in their power to inflict. Then they became mischievous, and tore the furniture from its place, and broke it in pieces, and then amused themselves with breaking it up, throwing pieces at the pier glasses, in which they made dreadful holes, and when that was gone, they broke up the frames. Every hole and corner of the house was searched, but there was no Sir Francis Varney to be found. "The cellars, shouted a voice. The cellars, re-echoed nearly every pair of lips in the whole place. In another moment, there was crushing and crowding to get down into the cellars. "Hooray!" said one, as he knocked off the neck of the bottle that first came to hand. "Here's luck to vampire hunting. Success to our chase." "So say I, neighbor, but is that your manners to drink before your betters?" So saying, the speaker knocked the other's elbow, while he was in the act of lifting the wine to his mouth, and thus he upset it over his face and eyes. "D n it," cried the man, "how it makes my eyes smart. Dang thee! If I could see, I'd wring thy neck." "Success to vampire hunting," said one. "May we be lucky yet," said another. "I wouldn't be luckier than this," said another, as he, too, emptied a bottle. "We couldn't desire better entertainment, where the reckoning is all paid." "Excellent. Very good. Capital wine this. I say, Huggins." "Well," said Huggins. "What are you drinking?" "Wine." "What wine?" "Donge if I know," was the reply. "It's wine, I suppose, for I know it ain't beer nor spirits, so it must be wine." "Are you sure it ain't bottled men's blood?" "Eh? Bottled blood, man. Who knows what a vampire drinks? It may be his wine. He may feast upon that before he goes to bed of a night, drink anybody's health, and make himself cheerful on bottled blood. "Oh, Dongade. I'm so sick, I wish I hadn't taken this stuff. It may be as you say, neighbor, and then we be cannibals. Or vampires. There's a pretty thing to think of." By this time some were drunk, some were partially so, and the remainder were crowding into the cellars to get their share of the wine. The servants had now slunk away. They were no longer noticed by the rioters, who, having nobody to oppose them, no longer thought of anything save the searching after the vampire and the destruction of the property. Several hours had been spent in this manner, and yet they could not find the object of their search. There was not a room, or cupboard, or a cellar that was capable of containing a cat that they did not search, besides a part of the rioters keeping a very strict watch on the outside of the house and all about the grounds to prevent the possibility of the escape of the vampire. There was a general cessation of active hostilities at that moment, a reaction after the violent excitement and exertion they had made to get in. Then the escape of their victim, and the mysterious manner in which he got away, was also a cause of the reaction, and the rioters looked in each other's countenances inquiringly. Above all, the discovery of the wine cellar tended to withdraw them from violent measures, but this could not last long. There must be an end to such a scene, for there never was a large body of men assembled for an evil purpose, who ever were, for any length of time, peaceable. To prevent the more alarming effects of drunkenness, some few of the rioters, after having taken some small portion of the wine, became, from the peculiar flavor it possessed, imbued with the idea that it was really blood, and forthwith commenced an instant attack upon the wine and liquors, and they were soon mingling in one stream throughout the cellars. This destruction was loudly declaimed against by a large portion of the rioters, who were drinking, but before they could make any efforts to save the liquor, the work of destruction had not only been begun, but was ended, and the consequence was, the cellars were very soon evacuated by the mob. Chapter 53. The destruction of Sir Francis Varney's house by fire, the arrival of the military, and a second mob. Thus many moments had not elapsed ere the feelings of the rioters became directed into a different channel from that in which it had so lately flowed. When urged about the house and grounds for the vampire, they became impatient and angry at not finding him. Many believed that he was yet about the house, while many were of opinion that he had flown away by some mysterious means only possessed by vampires and such like people. "Fire the house, and burn him out," said one. "Fire the house. Burn the den," now arose in shouts from all present, and then the mob were again animated by the love of mischief that seemed to be the strongest feelings that animated them. "Burn him out, were the only words that could be heard from any of the mob. The words ran through the house like wildfire, nobody thought of anything else, and all were seen running about in confusion. There was no want of goodwill on the part of the mob to the undertaking, far from it, and they proceeded in the work con amore. They worked together with right goodwill, and the result was soon seen by the heaps of combustible materials that were collected in a short time from all parts of the house. All the old drywood furniture that could be found was piled up in a heap, and to these were added a number of faggots, and also some shavings that were found in the cellar. "All right," exclaimed one man, in exultation. "Yes," replied a second, all right. "Set light to it, and he will be smoked out if not burned." "Let us be sure that all are out of the house," suggested one of the bystanders. Aye, shouted several, "give them all a chance. Search through the house and give them a warning." "Very well, give me the light, and then when I come back I will set light to the fire at once, and then I shall know all is empty, and so will you too." This was at once agreed to by all, with acclamations, and the light being handed to the man, he ascended the stairs, crying out in a loud voice, "Come out, come out! The house is on fire! 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 Fire!" shouted the mob as a chorus, every now and then at intervals. In about 10 minutes more, there came a cry of "All right, the house is empty, from up the stairs, and the man descended in haste to the hall. "Make haste, lads, and fire away, for I see the red coats are leaving the town." "Hoorah! Hoorah!" shouted the infuriated mob. "Fire, fire, fire the house! Burn out the vampire! Burn down the house, burn him out, and see if he can stand fire." Amidst all this tumult there came a sudden blaze upon all around, for the pile had been fired. "Hoorah!" shouted the mob, "hoorah!" and they danced like maniacs round the fire, looking, in fact, like so many wild Indians dancing round their roasting victims, or some demons at an infernal feast. The torch had been put to 20 different places, and the flames united into one, and suddenly shot up with a velocity, and roared with a sound that caused many who were present to make a precipitate retreat from the hall. This soon became a necessary measure of self-preservation, and it required no urging to induce them to quit a place that was burning rapidly and even furiously. "Get the poles and firewood, get faggots," shouted some of the mob, and, lo, it was done almost by magic. They brought the faggots and wood piled up for winter use, and laid them near all the doors, and especially the main entrance. Nay, every gate or door belonging to the outhouses was brought forward and placed upon the fire, which now began to reach the upper stories. "Hoorah, fire! Hoorah, fire!" And a loud shout of triumph came from the mob as they viewed the progress of the flames, as they came roaring and tearing through the house doors and the windows. Each new victory of the element was a signal to the mob for a cheer, and a hearty cheer, too, came from them. "Where is the vampire now?" exclaimed one. "Ah! Where is he?" said another. "If he be there," said the man, pointing to the flames, "I reckon he's got a warm berth of it, and, at the same time, very little water to boil in his kettle. Ah, ah! What a funny old man is Bob Mason. He's always poking fun. He'd joke if his wife were dying." "There is many a true word spoken in jest," suggested another, "and, to my mind, Bob Mason wouldn't be very much grieved if his wife were to die." "Die," said Bob, "she and I have lived and quarreled daily a matter of 35 years, and if that ain't enough to make a man sick of being married, and of his wife, and me, that's all. I say I am tired." This was said with much apparent sincerity, and several laughed at the old man's heartiness. "It's all very well," said the old man, "it's all very well to laugh about matters you don't understand, but I know it isn't a joke, not a bit on it. I tells you what it is, neighbor, I never made but one grand mistake in all my life." "And what was that?" "To tie myself to a woman." "Why, you'd get married tomorrow if your wife were to die today," said one. "If I did, I hope I may marry a vampire. I should have something then to think about. I should know what's o'clock. But, as for my old woman, Lord, Lord, I wish Sir Francis Varney had had her for life. I'll warrant when the next natural term of his existence came round again, he wouldn't be in no hurry to renew it. If he did, I should say that vampires had the happy lot of managing women, which I haven't got. No, nor anybody else." A loud shout now attracted their attention, and, upon looking in the quarter whence it came, they descried a large body of people coming towards them. From one end of the mob could be seen a long string of red coats. "The red coats," shouted one. "The military," shouted another. It was plain the military, who had been placed in the town to quell disturbances, had been made acquainted with the proceedings at Sir Francis Varney's house, and were now marching to relieve the place, and to save the property. They were, as we have stated, accompanied by a vast concourse of people, who came out to see what they were going to see, and seeing the flames at Sir Francis Varney's house, they determined to come all the way, and be present. The military, seeing the disturbance in the distance, and the flames issuing from the windows, made the best of their way towards the scene of tumult with what speed they could make. "Here they come," said one. "Yes, just in time to see what is done." "Yes, they can go back and say we have burned the vampire's house down. Hoorah!" "Hoorah!" shouted the mob, in prolonged accents, and it reached the ears of the military. The officer urged the men onwards, and they responded to his words by exerting themselves to step out a little faster. "Oh, they should have been here before this. It's no use, now, they are too late." "Yes, they are too late." "I wonder if the vampire can breathe through the smoke and live in fire," said one. "I should think he must be able to do so, if he can stand shooting, as we know he can. You can't kill a vampire, but yet he must be consumed if the fire actually touches him, but not unless he can bear almost anything." "So he can." "Hoorah!" shouted the mob as a tall flame shot through the top windows of the house. The fire had got the ascendant now, and no hopes could be entertained, however extravagant, of saving the smallest article that had been left in the mansion. "Hoorah!" shouted the mob with the military, who came up with them. "Hoorah!" shouted the others in reply. "Quick march," said the officer, and then, in a loud, commanding tone, he shouted, "Clear the way, there! Clear the way!" "Aye, there's room enough for you," said old Mason. "What are you making so much noise about?" There was a general laugh at the officer, who took no notice of the words, but ordered his men up before the burning pile, which was now an immense mass of flame. The mob who had accompanied the military now mingled with the mob that had set the house of Sir Francis Varney on fire ere the military had come up with them. "Halt!" cried out the officer, and the men, obedient to the word of command, halted and drew up in a double line before the house. There were then some words of command issued, and some more given to some of the subalterns, and a party of men, under the command of a sergeant, was sent off from the main body to make a circuit of the house and grounds. The officer gazed for some moments upon the burning pile without speaking, and then, turning to the next in command, he said in low tones, as he looked upon the mob, "We have come too late. Yes, much. The house is now nearly gutted. It is. And those who came crowding along with us are inextricably mingled with the others who have been the cause of all this mischief. There's no distinguishing them one from another. And if you did, you could not say who had done it, and who had not. You could prove nothing." "Exactly. I shall not attempt to take prisoners, unless any act is perpetrated beyond what has been done. It is a singular affair." "Very. This Sir Francis Varney is represented to be a courteous, gentlemanly man," said the officer. "No doubt about it, but he's beset by a parcel of people who do not mind cutting a throat if they can get an opportunity of doing so. And I expect they will. Yes, when there is a popular excitement against any man, he had better leave this part at once and altogether. It is dangerous to tamper with popular prejudices. No man who has any value for his life ought to do so. It is a sheer act of suicide." Chapter 54. The burning of Varney's house, a night seemed, popular superstition. The officer ceased to speak, and then the party whom he had sent round the house and grounds returned, and gained the main body orderly enough, and the sergeant went forward to make his report to his superior officer. After the usual salutation, he waited for the inquiry to be put to him as to what he had seen. "Well, Scott, what have you done?" "I went round the premises, sir, according to your instructions, but saw no one either in the vicinity of the house or in the grounds around it." "No strangers, eh?" "No, sir, none." "You saw nothing at all likely to lead to any knowledge as to who it was that has caused this catastrophe?" "No, sir." "Have you learnt anything among the people who are the perpetrators of this fire?" "No, sir." "Well, then, that will do, unless there is anything else that you can think of." "Nothing further, sir, unless it is that I heard some of them say that Sir Francis Varney has perished in the flames." "Good heavens!" "So I heard, sir." "That must be impossible, and yet why should it be so?" "Go back, Scott, and bring me some person who can give me some information upon this point." The sergeant departed toward the people, who looked at him without any distrust, for he came single-handed, though they thought he came with the intention of learning what they knew of each other, and so stroll about with the intention of getting up accusations against them. But this was not the case. The officer didn't like the work well enough. He'd rather have been elsewhere. At length the sergeant came to one man, whom he accosted, and said to him, "Do you know anything of yonder fire?" "Yes, I do know it is a fire." "Yes, and so do I." "My friend," said the sergeant, "when a soldier asks a question he does not expect an uncivil answer. But a soldier may ask a question that may have an uncivil end to it." "He may, but it is easy to say so." "I do say so, then, now." "Then I'll not trouble you any more." The sergeant moved on a pace or two more, and then, turning to the mob, he said, "Is there anyone among you who can tell me anything concerning the fate of Sir Francis Varney?" "Burnt." "Did you see him burnt?" "No, but I saw him." "In the flames?" "No, before the house was on fire." "In the house?" "Yes, and he has not been seen to leave it since, and we conclude he must have been burned. Will you come and say as much to my commanding officer? It is all I want." "Shall I be detained?" "No." "Then I will go," said the man, and he hobbled out of the crowd towards the sergeant. "I will go and see the officer, and tell him what I know, and that is very little, and can prejudice no one." "Hurrah!" said the crowd, when they heard this latter assertion, for, at first, they began to be in some alarm lest there should be something wrong about this, and some of them get identified as being active in the fray. The sergeant led the man back to the spot, where the officer stood a little way in advance of his men. "Well, Scott," he said, "what have we here?" "A man who has volunteered a statement, sir." "Oh. Well, my man, can you say anything concerning all this disturbance that we have here?" "No, sir." "Then what did you come here for?" "I understood the sergeant to want someone who could speak of Sir Francis Varney." "Well?" "I saw him." "Where?" "In the house." "Exactly, but have you not seen him out of it?" "Not since, nor anyone else, I believe." "Where was he?" "Upstairs, where he suddenly disappeared, and nobody can tell where he may have gone to. But he has not been seen out of the house since, and they say he could not have gone bodily out if they had not seen him." "He must have been burned," said the officer, musingly. "He could not escape, one would imagine, without being seen by someone of such a mob." "Oh, dear no, for I am told they placed a watch at every hole, window, or door however high, and they saw nothing of him, not even fly out." "Fly out?" "I'm speaking of a man." "And I of a vampire," said the man carelessly. "A vampire? Pooh, pooh! Oh no! Sir Francis Varney is a vampire. There can be no sort of doubt about it. You have only to look at him, and you will soon be satisfied of that. See his great sharp teeth in front, and ask yourself what they are for, and you will soon find the answer. They are to make holes within the bodies of his victims, through which he can suck their blood." The officer looked at the man in astonishment for a few moments, as if he doubted his own ears, and then he said, "Are you serious?" "I am ready to swear to it." "Well, I have heard a great deal about popular superstition, and thought I had seen something of it, but this is decidedly the worst case that ever I saw or heard of. You had better go home, my man, than, by your presence, countenance such a gross absurdity." "For all that," said the man, "Sir Francis Varney is a vampire, a bloodsucker, a human bloodsucker." "Get away with you," said the officer, "and do not repeat such folly before anyone." The man almost jumped when he heard the tone in which this was spoken, for the officer was both angry and contemptuous when he heard the words of the man. "These people," he added, turning to the sergeant, "are ignorant in the extreme. One would think we had got into the country of vampires, instead of a civilized community. The day was going down now. The last rays of the setting sun glimmered upwards, and still shone upon the tree-tops. The darkness of night was still fast closing around them. The mob stood a motley mass of human beings, wedged together, dark and somber, gazing upon the mischief that had been done, the work of their hands. The military stood at ease before the burning pile, and by their order and regularity presented a contrast to the mob as strongly by their bright gleaming arms as by their dress and order. The flames now enveloped the whole mansion. There was not a window or a door from which the fiery element did not burst forth in clouds, and forked flames came rushing forth with a velocity truly wonderful. The red glare of the flames fell upon all objects around for some distance, the more especially so, as the sun had sunk, and a bank of clouds rose from beneath the horizon and excluded all his rays. There was no twilight, and there was, as yet, no moon. The countryside was enveloped in darkness, and the burning house could be seen for miles around, and formed a rallying point to all men's eyes. The engines that were within reach came tearing across the country, and came to the fire, but they were of no avail. There was no supply of water, save from the ornamental ponds. These they could only get by means that were tedious and unsatisfactory, considering the emergency of the case. The house was a lone one, and it was being entirely consumed before they arrived, and therefore there was not the remotest chance of saving the least article. Had they ever such a supply of water, nothing could have been affected by it. Thus the men stood idly by, passing their remarks upon the fire and the mob. Those who stood around, and within the influence of the red glare of the flames, looked like so many demons in the infernal regions, watching the progress of lighting the fire, which we are told by good Christians is the doom of the unfortunate in spirit, and the woefully unlucky in circumstances. It was a strange sight that, and there were many persons who would, without doubt, have rather been snug by their own fireside than they would have remained there, but it happened that no one felt inclined to express his inclination to his neighbor, and, consequently, no one said anything on the subject. None would venture to go alone across the fields, where the spirit of the vampire might, for all they knew to the contrary, be waiting to pounce upon them and worry them. No man would have quitted that mob to go back alone to the village. They would sooner have stood there all night through. That was an alternative that none of the number would very willingly accept. The hours passed away, and the house that had been that morning a noble and well-furnished mansion was now a smoldering heap of ruins. The flames had become somewhat subdued, and there was now more smoke than flames. The fire had exhausted itself. There was now no more material that could serve it for fuel, and the flames began to become gradually enough subdued. Suddenly there was a rush, and then a bright flame shot upward for an instant, so bright and so strong that it threw a flash of light over the country for miles, but it was only momentary, and it subsided. The roof, which had been built strong enough to resist almost anything, after being burning for a considerable time, suddenly gave way, and came in with a tremendous crash, and then all was for a moment darkness. After this the fire might be said to be subdued, it having burned itself out, and the flames that could now be seen were but the result of so much charred wood that would probably smolder away for a day or two, if left to itself to do so. A dense mass of smoke arose from the ruins, and blackened the atmosphere around, and told the spectators the work was done. Chapter 55. The return of the mob and military to the town, the madness of the mob, the grocer's revenge. On the termination of the conflagration, or, rather, the fall of the roof, with the loss of grandeur in the spectacle, men's minds began to be free from the excitement that chained them to the spot, watching the progress of that element which has been truly described as a very good servant, but a very bad master, and of the truth of this every one must be well satisfied. There was now remaining little more than the livid glare of the hot and burning embers, and this did not extend far, for the walls were too strongly built to fall in from their own weight. They were strong and stout, and intercepted the little light the ashes would have given out. The mob now began to feel fatigued and chilly. It had been standing and walking about many hours, and the approach of exhaustion could not be put off much longer, especially as there was no longer any great excitement to carry it off. The officer, seeing that nothing was to be done, collected his men together, and they were soon seen in motion. He had been ordered to stop any tumult that he might have seen, and to save any property. But there was nothing to do now. All the property that could have been saved was now destroyed, and the mob were beginning to disperse and creep towards their own houses. The order was then given for the men to take close order and keep together, and the word to march was given, which the men obeyed with alacrity, for they had no good will in stopping there the whole of the night. The return to the village of both the mob and the military was not without its vicissitudes. Accidents of all kinds were rife amongst them. The military, however, taking the open paths, soon diminished the distance, and that, too, with little or no accidents, save such as might have been expected from the state of the fields, after they had been so much trodden down of late. Not so the townspeople or the peasantry, for, by way of keeping up their spirits, and amusing themselves on their way home, they commenced larking, as they called it, which often meant the execution of practical jokes, and these sometimes were of a serious nature. The night was dark at that hour, especially so when there was a number of persons traversing about, so that little or nothing could be seen. The mistakes and blunders that were made were numerous. In one place there were a number of people penetrating a path that led only to a hedge and deep ditch. Indeed, it was a brook very deep and muddy. Here they came to a stop and endeavored to ascertain its width, but the little reflected light they had was deceptive, and it did not appear so broad as it was. "Oh, I can jump it," exclaimed one. "And so can I," said another. "I have done so before, and why should I not do so now?" This was unanswerable, and as there were many present, at least a dozen were eager to jump. "If thee can do it, I know I can," said a brawny countryman, "so I'll do it at once." "The sooner the better," shouted someone behind, "or you'll have no room for a run. Here's a lot of them coming up. Push over as quickly as you can." Thus urged, the jumpers at once made a rush to the edge of the ditch, and many jumped, and many more, from the prevailing darkness, did not see exactly where the ditch was, and taking one or two steps too many, found themselves up above the waist in muddy water. Nor were those who jumped much better off, for nearly all jumped short or fell backwards into the stream, and were dragged out in a terrible state. "Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord!" exclaimed one poor fellow, dripping wet and shivering with cold, "I shall die! Oh, the rheumatiz, there'll be a pretty winter for me, I'm half dead." "Hold your noise," said another, "and help me to get the mud out of my eye, I can't see." "Never mind," added a third, "considering how you jump, I don't think you want to see. This comes of hunting vampires." "Oh, it's all a judgment, who knows but he may be in the air. It is nothing to laugh at, as I shouldn't be surprised if he were, only think how precious pleasant." "However pleasant it may be to you," remarked one, "it's profitable to a good many." "How so?" "Why, see the numbers of things that will be spoiled, coats torn, hats crushed, heads broken, and shoes burst." "Oh, it's an ill wind that blows nobody any good." "So it is, but you may benefit anybody you like, so you don't do it at my expense." In one part of a field where there were some stiles and gates, a big countryman caught a fat shopkeeper with the arms of the stile a terrible poke in the stomach, while the breath was knocked out of the poor man's stomach, and he was gasping with agony. The fellow set to laughing, and said to his companions, who were of the same class, "I say, Jim, look at the grocer, he hasn't got any wind to spare. I'd run him for a wager. See how he gapes like a fish out of water." The poor shopkeeper felt indeed like a fish out of water, and as he afterwards declared, he felt just as if he had had a red-hot clock weight thrust into the midst of his stomach and there left to cool. However, the grocer would be revenged upon his tormentor, who had now lost sight of him, but the fat man, after a time, recovering his wind, and the pain in his stomach becoming less intense, he gathered himself up. "My name ain't Jones," he muttered, if I don't be one to his one for that, I'll do something that shall make him remember what it is to insult a respectable tradesman. I'll never forgive such an insult. It is dark, and that's why it is he has dared to do this." Filled with dire thoughts and a spirit of revenge, he looked from side to side to see with what he could effect his object, but could as be nothing. "It's shameful," he muttered. "What would I give for a little retort? I'd plaster his ugly countenance." As he spoke, he placed his hands on some pails to rest himself. When he found that they stuck to them, the pails had that day been newly pitched. A bright idea now struck him. "If I could only get a handful of this stuff," he thought, "I should be able to serve him out for serving me out. I will, cost what it may. I'm resolved upon that. I'll not have my wind knocked out, and my inside set on fire for nothing. No, no, I'll be revenged on him." With this view he felt over the pails, and found that he could scrape off a little only, but not with his hands. Indeed, it only plastered them. He, therefore, marched about for something to scrape it off with. "Ah, I have a knife, a large pocket knife. That will do. That is the sort of thing I want." He immediately commenced feeling for it, but had scarcely got his hand into his pocket when he found there would be a great difficulty in either pushing it in further or withdrawing it altogether, for the pitch made it difficult to do either, and his pocket stuck to his hands like a glove. "In it," said the grocer. "Who would have thought of that? Here's a pretty go. Curse that fellow, he is the cause of all this. I'll be revenged upon him, if it's a year hence." The enraged grocer drew his hand out, but was unable to effect his object in withdrawing the knife also. But he saw something shining. He stooped to pick it up, exclaiming as he did so, in a gratified tone of voice, "Ah, here's something that will do better." As he made a grasp at it, he found he had inserted his hand into something soft. "God bless me! What now?" He pulled his hand hastily away, and found that it stuck slightly, and then he saw what it was. Aye, the very thing. Surely it must have been placed here on purpose by the people. The fact was, he had placed his hand into a pot of pitch that had been left by the people who had been at work at pitching the pails, but had been attracted by the fire at Sir Francis Varney's, and to see which they had left their work, and the pitch was left on a smoldering peat fire, so that when Mr. Jones, the grocer, accidentally put his hand into it he found it just warm. When he made this discovery he dabbed his hand again into the pitch pot, exclaiming, "In for a penny, in for a pound." And he endeavored to secure as large a handful of the slippery and sticky stuff as he could, and this done he set off to come up with the big countryman who had done him so much indignity and made his stomach uncomfortable. He soon came up with him, for the man had stopped rather behind, and was larking, as it is called, with some men, to whom he was a companion. He had slipped down a bank, and was partially sitting down on the soft mud. In his bustle, the little grocer came down with a slide, close to the big countryman. Ah, my little grocer," said the countryman, holding out his hand to catch him, and drawing him towards himself. "You will come and sit down by the side of your old friend." As he spoke, he endeavored to pull Mr. Jones down, too, but that individual only replied by fetching the countryman a swinging smack across the face with a handful of pitch. "There, take that, and now we are quits. We shall be old friends after this, eh? Are you satisfied? You'll remember me, I'll warrant." As the grocer spoke, he rubbed his hands over the face of the fallen man, and then rushed from the spot with all the haste he could make. The countryman sat a moment or two confounded, cursing and swearing and spluttering, vowing vengeance, believing that it was mud only that had been plastered over his face. But when he put his hands up and found out what it was, he roared and bellowed like a town bull. He cried out to his companions that his eyes were pitched, but they only laughed at him, thinking he was having some foolish lark with them. It was next day before he got home, for he wandered about all night, and it took him a week to wash the pitch off by means of grease, and ever afterwards he recollected the pitching of his face, nor did he ever forget the grocer. Thus it was the whole party returned a long while after dark across the fields, with all the various accidents that were likely to befall such an assemblage of people. The vampire hunting cost many of them dear, for clothes were injured on all sides, hats lost, and shoes missing in a manner that put some of the rioters to much inconvenience. Soon afterwards, the military retired to their quarters, and the townspeople at length became tranquil, and nothing more was heard or done that night. Chapter 56. The departure of the Bannerworths from the Halt, the new abode, Jack Pringle, pilot. During that very evening on which the house of Sir Francis Varney was fired by the mob, another scene, and one of different character, was enacted at Bannerworth Hall, where the owners of that ancient place were departing from it. It was towards the latter part of the day that Flora Bannerworth, Mrs. Bannerworth, and Henry Bannerworth were preparing themselves to depart from the house of their ancestors. The intended proprietor was, as we have already been made acquainted with, the old admiral, who had taken the place somewhat mysteriously, considering the way in which he usually did business. The admiral was walking up and down the lawn before the house, and looking up at the windows every now and then, and turning to Jack Pringle, he said, "Jack, you dog." Aye, sir." "Mind you convoy these women into the right port, do you hear? And no mistaking the bearings, do you hear?" Aye, sir." "These crafts want care, and you are pilot, commander, and all, so mind and keep your weather eye open." Aye, sir." "I knows the craft well enough, and I knows the roads, too. There'll be no end of foundering against the breakers to find where they lie." No, Jack, you needn't do that, but mind your bearings." "Jack, mind your bearings." "Never fear, I know 'em well enough. My eyes ain't laid up in ordinary yet." "Eh? What do you mean by that, you dog, eh?" "Nothing, only I can see without helps to read, or glasses either, so I know one place from another." There was now some one moving within, and the admiral, followed by Jack Pringle, entered the hall. Henry Bannerworth was there. They were all ready to go when the coach came for them, which the admiral had ordered for them. "Jack, you lubber, where are you?" Aye, sir, here am I." "Go, and station yourself up in some place where you can keep a good lookout for the coach, and come and report when you see it." Aye, sir," said Jack, and away he went from the room, and stationed himself up in one of the trees that commanded a good view of the main road for some distance. "Admiral Bell," said Henry, "here we are, trusting implicitly to you, and in doing so, I am sure I am doing right." "You will see that," said the admiral. "All's fair and honest as yet, and what is to come will speak for itself." "I hope you won't suffer from any of these nocturnal visits," said Henry. "I don't much care about them, but old Admiral Bell don't strike his colors to an enemy, however ugly he may look." No, it must be a better craft than his own that'll take him, and one who won't run away, but that will grapple yardarm and yardarm, you know." "Why, Admiral, you must have seen many dangers in your time, and be used to all kinds of disturbances and conflicts. You have had a life of experience." "Yes, and experience has come pretty thick sometimes, I can tell you, when it comes in the shape of Frenchmen's broadsides." "I dare say, then, it must be rather awkward." "Death by the law," said the admiral, "to stop one of them with your head, I assure you." "I dare not make the attempt myself, though I have often seen it done." "I dare say, but here are Flora and my mother." As he spoke, Flora and her mother entered the apartment. "Well, Admiral, we are all ready, and, though I may feel somewhat sorry at leaving the old hall, yet it arises from attachment to the place, and not any disinclination to be beyond the reach of these dreadful alarms." "And I, too, shall be by no means sorry," said Flora. "I am sure it is some gratification to know we leave a friend here, rather than some others, who would have had the place, if they could have got it, by any means." "Ah, that's true enough, Miss Flora," said the Admiral, "but we'll run the enemy down yet, depend upon it. But once away, you will be free from these terrors, and now, as you have promised, do not let yourselves be seen anywhere at all. You have our promises, Admiral, and they shall be religiously kept, I can assure you." "Boat, ahoy, ahoy!" shouted Jack. "What boat?" said the Admiral, surprised, and then he muttered, "Confound you for a lubber. Didn't I tell you to mind your bearings, you dogfish you?" Aye, sir, and so I did." "You did?" "Yes, here they are. Squint over the larboard bulkheads, as they call walls, and then between the two trees on the starboard side of the course, then straight ahead for a few hundred fathoms, when you come to a funnel as is smoking like the crater of Mount Vesuvius, and then in a line with that on the top of the hill, comes our boat." "Well," said the Admiral, "that'll do. Now go open the gates, and keep a bright lookout, and if you see anybody near your watch, why douse their glim." Aye, sir," said Jack, and he disappeared. "Rather a lucid description," said Henry, as he thought of Jack's report to the Admiral. "Oh, it's a seaman's report. I know what he means. It's quicker and plainer than the land lingo, to my ears, and Jack can't talk any other, you see." By this time the coach came into the yard, and the whole party descended into the courtyard, where they came to take leave of the old place. "Farewell, Admiral." "Goodbye," said the Admiral. "I hope the place you are going to will be such as please you. I hope it will." "I am sure we shall endeavor to be pleased with it, and I am pretty sure we shall." "Goodbye." "Farewell, Admiral Bell," said Henry. "You remember your promises?" "I do." "Goodbye, Mr. Chillingworth." "Goodbye," said Mr. Chillingworth, who came up to bid them farewell. "A pleasant journey, and may you all be the happier for it." "You do not come with us?" "No, I have some business of importance to attend to, else I should have the greatest pleasure in doing so. But goodbye, we shall not be long apart, I dare say." "I hope not," said Henry. The door of the carriage was shut by the Admiral, who looked round, saying, Jack Pringle, where are you, you dog?" "Here am I," said Jack. "Where have you been to?" "Only been for Pigtail," said Jack. "I forgot it, and couldn't set sail without it." "You dog you, didn't I tell you to mind your bearings?" "So I will," said Jack, fore and aft, Admiral." "You had better," said the Admiral, who, however, relaxed into a broad grin, which he concealed from Jack Pringle. Jack mounted the coach box, and away it went, just as it was getting dark. The old Admiral had locked up all the rooms in the presence of Henry Bannerworth, and when the coach had gone out of sight, Mr. Chillingworth came back to the hall, where he joined the Admiral. "Well," he said, "they are gone, Admiral Bell, and we are alone. We have a clear stage and no favor. The two things of all others I most desire. Now, they will be strangers where they are going to, and that will be something gained. I will endeavor to do something if I get yardarm and yardarm with these pirates. I'll make him feel the weight of true metal. I'll board him, I'll do everything. Everything that can be done. Aye. The coach in which the family of the Bannerworths were carried away continued its course without any let or hindrance, and they met no one on their road during the whole drive. The fact was, nearly everybody was at the conflagration at Sir Francis Varney's house. Flora knew not which way they were going, and, after a time, all trace of the road was lost. Darkness set in, and they all sat in silence in the coach. At length, after some time had been spent thus, Flora Bannerworth turned to Jack Pringle and said, "Are we near, or have we much further to go?" "Not very much, ma'am," said Jack. "All's right, however, ship in the direct course, and no breakers ahead, no lookout necessary, however there's a landlubber aloft to keep a lookout." As this was not very intelligible, and Jack seemed to have his own reasons for silence, they asked him no further questions, but in about 3/4 of an hour, during which time the coach had been driving through the trees, they came to a standstill by a sudden pull of the check string from Jack, who said, "Hello, take in sails, and drop anchor. Is this the place?" "Yes, here we are," said Jack. "We're in port now, at all events," and he began to sing. The trials and the dangers of the voyage is past. When the coach door opened, and they all got out and looked about them where they were. "Up the garden, if you please, ma'am, as quick as you can. The night air is very cold." Flora and her mother and brother took the hint, which was meant by Jack to mean that they were not to be seen outside. They at once entered a pretty garden, and then they came to a very neat and picturesque cottage. They had no time to look up at it, as the door was immediately opened by an elderly female who was intended to wait upon them. Soon after, Jack Pringle and the coachman entered the passage with a small amount of luggage which they had brought with them. This was deposited in the passage, and then Jack went out again, and, after a few minutes, there was the sound of wheels, which intimated that the coach had driven off. Jack, however, returned in a few minutes afterwards, having secured the wicket gate at the end of the garden, and then entered the house, shutting the door carefully after him. Flora and her mother looked over the apartments in which they were shown with some surprise. It was, in everything, such as they could wish. Indeed, though it could not be termed handsomely or extravagantly furnished, or that the things were new, yet there was all that convenience and comfort could require, and some little of the luxuries. "Well," said Flora, "this is very thoughtful of the Admiral. The place will really be charming, and the garden, too, delightful." "Mustn't be made use of just now," said Jack. "If you please, ma'am, them's the orders at present." "Very well," said Flora, smiling. "I suppose, Mr. Pringle, we must obey them." "Jack Pringle, if you please," said Jack. "My command's only temporary. I ain't got commission." Chapter 57. The Lonely Watch, and the Adventure in the Deserted House. It is now quite night, and so peculiar and solemn a stillness reigns in and about Bannerworth Hall and its surrounding grounds, that one might have supposed it a place of the dead, deserted completely after sunset by all who would still hold kindred with the living. There was not a breath of air stirring, and this circumstance added greatly to the impression of profound repose which the whole scene exhibited. The wind during the day had been rather of a squally character, but towards nightfall, as is often usual after a day of such a character, it had completely lulled, and the serenity of the scene was unbroken even by the faintest sigh from a wandering zephyr. The moon rose late at that period, and as is always the case at that interval between sunset and the rising of that luminary which makes the night so beautiful, the darkness was of the most profound character. It was one of those nights to produce melancholy reflections, a night on which a man would be apt to review his past life, and to look into the hidden recesses of his soul to see if conscience could make a coward of him in the loneliness and stillness that breathed around. It was one of those nights in which wanderers in the solitude of nature feel that the eye of heaven is upon them, and on which there seems to be a more visible connection between the world and its great Creator than upon ordinary occasions. The solemn and melancholy appear places once instinct with life, when deserted by those familiar forms and faces that have long inhabited them. There is no desert, no uninhabited isle in the far ocean, no wild, barren, pathless tract of unmitigated sterility, which could for one moment compare in point of loneliness and desolation to a deserted city. Strip London, mighty and majestic as it is, of the busy swarm of humanity that throng its streets, its suburbs, its temples, its public edifices, and its private dwellings, and how awful would be the walk of one solitary man throughout its noiseless thoroughfares. If madness seized not upon him ere he had been long the sole survivor of a race, it would need be cast in no common mold. And to descend from great things to smaller, from the huge Leviathan city to one mansion far removed from the noise and bustle of conventional life, we may imagine the sort of desolation that reigned through Bannerworth Hall when, for the first time, after nearly 150 years of occupation, it was deserted by the representatives of that family, so many members of which had lived and died beneath its roof. The house, and everything within, without, and around it, seemed actually to sympathize with its own desolation and desertion. It seemed as if 20 years of continued occupation could not have produced such an effect upon the ancient edifice as had those few hours of neglect and desertion. And yet it was not as if it had been stripped of those time-worn and ancient relics of ornament and furnishing that so long had appertained to it. No, nothing but the absence of those forms which had been accustomed quietly to move from room to room, and to be met here upon a staircase, there upon a corridor, and even in some of the ancient paneled apartments, which give it an air of dreary repose and listlessness. The shutters, too, were all closed, and that circumstance contributed largely to the production of that gloomy effect which otherwise could not have ensued. In fact, what could be done without attracting very special observation was done to prove to any casual observer that the house was untenanted. But such was not really the case. In that very room where the much-dreaded Varney the vampire had made one of his dreaded appearances to Flora Bannerworth and her mother, sat two men. It was from that apartment that Flora had discharged the pistol, which had been left to her by her brother, and the shot from which it was believed by the whole family had most certainly taken effect upon the person of the vampire. It was a room peculiarly accessible from the gardens, for it had long French windows opening to the very ground, and but a stone step intervened between the flooring of the apartment and a broad gravel walk which wound round that entire portion of the house. It was in this room, then, that two men sat in silence, and nearly in darkness. Before them, and on a table, were several articles of refreshment, as well of defense and offense, according as their intentions might be. There were a bottle and 3 glasses, and lying near the elbow of one of the men was a large pair of pistols, such as might have adorned the belt of some desperate character, who wished to instill an opinion of his prowess into his foes by the magnitude of his weapons. Close at hand, by the same party, lay some more modern firearms, as well as a long dirk, with a silver-mounted handle. The light they had consisted of a large lantern, so constructed with a slide that it could be completely obscured at a moment's notice, but now as it was placed, the rays that were allowed to come from it were directed as much from the window of the apartment as possible, and fell upon the faces of the two men, revealing them to be Admiral Bell and Dr. Chillingworth. It might have been the effect of the particular light in which he sat, but the doctor looked extremely pale, and did not appear at all at his ease. The Admiral, on the contrary, appeared in as placable a state of mind as possible, and had his arms folded across his breast, and his head shrunk down between his shoulders as if he had made up his mind to something that was to last a long time, and, therefore, he was making the best of it. "I do hope," said Mr. Chillingworth, after a long pause, "that our efforts will be crowned with success. You know, my dear sir, that I have always been of your opinion that there was a great deal more in this matter than met the eye." "To be sure," said the Admiral, "and as to our efforts being crowned with success, why, I'll give you a toast, Doctor, may the morning's reflection provide for the evening's amusement." "Ah, said Chillingworth, faintly, "I'd rather not drink any more, and you seem, Admiral, to have transposed the toast in some way." "I believe it runs, may the evening's amusement bear the morning's reflection." "Transpose the devil," said the Admiral, "what do I care how it runs? I gave you my toast, and as to that you mention, it's another one altogether, and a sneaking, sure-going one too, but why don't you drink?" "Why, my dear sir, medically speaking, I am strongly of opinion that, when the human stomach is made to contain a large quantity of alcohol, it produces bad effects upon the system. Now, I've certainly taken 1 glass of this infernally strong Hollands, and it is now lying in my stomach like the red-hot heater of a tea-urn." "Is it? Put it out with another, then." I'm afraid that would not answer, but do you really think, Admiral, that we shall effect anything by waiting here, and keeping watch and ward, not under the most comfortable circumstances, this first night of the hall being empty?" Well, I don't know that we shall, said the Admiral, but when you really want to steal a march upon the enemy, there is nothing like beginning betimes. We are both of opinion that Varney's great object throughout has been, by some means or another, to get possession of the house. Yes, true. We know that he has been unceasing in his endeavors to get the Bannerworth family out of it, that he has offered them their own price to become its tenant, and that the whole gist of his quiet and placid interview with Flora in the garden was to supply her with a new set of reasons for urging her mother and brother to leave Bannerworth Hall, because the old ones were certainly not found sufficient. True, most true, said Mr. Chillingworth, emphatically. You know, sir, that from the first time you broached that view of the subject to me, how entirely I coincided with you. Of course you did, for you are an honest fellow, and a right-thinking fellow, though you are a doctor, and I don't know that I like doctors much better than I like lawyers. They're only humbugs in a different sort of way. But I wish to be liberal. There is such a thing as an honest lawyer, and you're an honest doctor. Of course I'm much obliged, Admiral, for your good opinion. I only wish it had struck me to bring something of a solid nature in the shape of food to sustain the waste of the animal economy during the hours we shall have to wait here. Don't trouble yourself about that, said the Admiral. Do you think I'm a donkey and would set out on a cruise without victualling my ship? I should think not. Jack Pringle will be here soon, and he has my orders to bring in something to eat. Well, said the doctor, that's very provident of you, Admiral, and I feel personally obliged. But tell me, how do you intend to conduct the watch? What do you mean? Why, I mean, if we sit here with the window fastened so as to prevent our light from being seen, and the door closed, how are we by any possibility to know if the house is attacked or not? Hark ye, my friend, said the Admiral, I've left a weak point for the enemy. A what, Admiral? A weak point. I've taken good care to secure everything but one of the windows on the ground floor, and that I've left open, or so nearly open, that it will look like the most natural place in the world to get it at. Now, just inside that window, I've placed a lot of the family crockery. I'll warrant, if anybody so much as puts his foot in, you'll hear the smash, and there it is. There was a loud crash at this moment, followed by a succession of similar sounds, but of a lesser degree, and both the Admiral and Mr. Chillingworth sprung to their feet. Come on, cried the former, here'll be a precious row, take the lantern. Mr. Chillingworth did so, but he did not seem possessed of a great deal of presence of mind, for, before they got out of the room, he twice accidentally put on the dark slide, and produced a total darkness. Said the Admiral, don't make it wink in that way, hold it up, and run after me as hard as you can. I'm coming, said Mr. Chillingworth. It was one of the windows of a long room, containing 5, fronting the garden, which the Admiral had left purposely unguarded, and it was not far from the apartment in which they had been sitting, so that, probably, not half a minute's time elapsed between the moment of the first alarm and their reaching the spot from whence it was presumed to arise. The Admiral had armed himself with one of the huge pistols, and he dashed forward, with all the vehemence of his character, towards the window, where he knew he had placed the family crockery, and where he fully expected to meet the reward of his exertion by discovering some one lying amid its fragments. In this, however, he was disappointed, for, although there was evidently a great smash amongst the plates and dishes, the window remained closed, and there was no indication whatever of the presence of anyone. Well, that's odd, said the Admiral. I balanced them up amazingly careful, and 2 of them edgeways, a fly would have knocked them down. Mew, said a great cat, emerging from under a chair. Curse you, there you are, said the Admiral. Put out the light, here we're illuminating the whole house for nothing. With a click went the darkening slide over the lantern, and all was obscurity. At that instant a shrill, clear whistle came from the garden. Chapter 58. The arrival of Jack Pringle, midnight, and the vampire, the mysterious hat. Bless me! What is that? Said Mr. Chillingworth. What a very singular sound. Hold your noise, said the Admiral. Did you never hear that before? No, how should I? Lord, bless the ignorance of some people, that's a boatswain's call. Oh, it is, said Mr. Chillingworth. Is he going to call again? I tell ye it's a boatswain's call. Well, then, if it comes to that, said Mr. Chillingworth, what does he call here for? The Admiral disdained an answer, but demanding the lantern, he opened it so that there was a sufficient glimmering of light to guide him, and then walked from the room towards the front door of the hall. He asked no questions before he opened it, because, no doubt, the signal was preconcerted, and Jack Pringle, for it was he indeed who had arrived, at once walked in, and the Admiral barred the door with the same precision with which it was before secured. Well, Jack, he said, did you see anybody? Aye, sir, said Jack. Why, you don't mean that. Where? Where I bought the grub, a woman. You're a fool, Jack. You're another. Hello, ye scoundrel, what do you mean by talking to me in that way? Is this your respect for your superiors? Ship's been paid off long ago, said Jack, and I ain't got no superiors. I ain't a Marine or a Frenchman. Why, you're drunk. I know it, put that in your eye. There's a scoundrel. Why, you know nothing, lubber. Didn't I tell you to be careful, and that everything depended upon secrecy and caution? And didn't I tell you, above all this, to avoid drink? To be sure you did. And yet you come here like a rum cask. Yes, now you've had your say, what then? You'd better leave him alone, said Mr. Chillingworth. It's no use arguing with a drunken man. Harkee, Admiral, said Jack, steadying himself as well as he could. I've put up with you a precious long while, but I won't no longer. You're so drunk, now, that you keeping bobbing up and down like the mizzen-gaff in a storm. That's my opinion, told to roll. Let him alone, urged Mr. Chillingworth. The villain, said the Admiral, he's enough to ruin everything. Now, who would have thought that? But it's always been the way with him for a matter of 20 years. He never had any judgment in his drink. When it was all smooth sailing, and nothing to do, and the fellow might have got an extra drop on board, which nobody would have cared for, he's as sober as a judge. But, whenever there's anything to do that wants a little cleverness, confound him, he ships wrong enough to float a 74. Are you going to stand anything to drink? Said Jack, my old buffer. Do you recollect where you got your knob scuttled off Beirut, how you fell on your ladder end and tried to recollect your church catechies, you old brute? I's ashamed of you. Do you recollect the brown girl you bought for 13 bob and a tanner at the Blessed Society Islands, and sold her again for $1 to a nigger 7 feet 2 in his natural pumps? You're a nice article, you is, to talk of Marines and swabs and shore-going lubbers, blow your. Do you recollect the little Frenchman that told you he'd pull your blessed nose, and I advised you to soap it? Do you recollect Saul at Spithead, as you got in at a porthole of the state cabin, all but her behind? Death and the devil, said the Admiral, breaking from the grasp of Mr. Chillingworth. Aye, said Jack, you'll come to him both one of these days, old cock, and no mistake. I'll have his life, roared the Admiral. Nay, sir, said Mr. Chillingworth, catching the Admiral round the waist. My dear sir, recollect, now, if I may venture to advise you, Admiral Bell, there's a lot of that fiery Hollands you know, in the next room. Set firm down to that, and finish him off. I'll warn him, he'll be quiet enough. What's that you say? Cried Jack. Hollands, who's got any? Next to rum and Elizabeth Baker, if I has an affection, it's Hollands. Jack, said the Admiral. Aye, sir, said Jack, instinctively. Come this way. Jack staggered after him, and they all reached the room where the Admiral and Mr. Chillingworth had been sitting before the alarm. "There," said the Admiral, putting the light upon the table, and pointing to the bottle. "What do you think of that?" "I never thinks under such circumstances," said Jack. "Here's to the wooden walls of old England." He seized the bottle, and, putting its neck into his mouth, for a few moments nothing was heard but a gurgling sound of the liquor passing down his throat. His head went further and further back, until, at last, over he went, chair and bottle and all, and lay in a helpless state of intoxication on the floor. "So far, so good," said the Admiral. "He's out of the way, at all events." "I'll just loosen his neckcloth," said Mr. Chillingworth, "and then we'll go and sit somewhere else, and I should recommend that, if anywhere, we take up our station in that chamber, once Flora's, where the mysterious panel portrait hangs, that bears so strong a resemblance to Varney, the vampire." "Hush," said the Admiral. "What's that?" They listened for a moment intently, and then, distinctly, upon the gravel path outside the window, they heard a footstep, as if some person were walking along, not altogether heedlessly, but yet without any very great amount of caution or attention to the noise he might make. "Hist," said the doctor. "Not a word." "They come." "What do you say they for?" said the Admiral. "Because something seems to whisper me that Mr. Marchdale knows more of Varney, the vampire, than ever he has chosen to reveal." "Put out the light." Yes, that'll do. The moon has risen, see how it streams through the chinks of the shutters." No, it's not in that direction, or our light would have betrayed us." "Do you not see the beams come from that half-glass door leading to the greenhouse?" "Yes, and there's the footstep again, or another." Tramp, tramp came a footfall again upon the gravel path, and, as before, died away upon their listening ears. "What do you say now?" said Mr. Chillingworth. "Are there not two?" "If they were a dozen," said the Admiral, "although we have lost one of our force, I would tackle them. Let's creep on through the rooms in the direction the footsteps went." A good idea. "Be it so." Just allowing themselves sufficient light to guide them on the way from the lantern, they hurried on with as much precipitation as the intricacies of the passage would allow, nor halted till they had reached the chamber where hung the portrait which bore so striking and remarkable a likeness to Varney, the vampire. They left the lamp outside the door, so that not even a straggling beam from it could betray that there were persons on the watch, and then, as quietly as foot could fall, they took up their station among the hangings of the antique bedstead, which has been before alluded to in this work as a remarkable piece of furniture appertaining to that apartment. "Do you think," said the Admiral, "we've distanced them?" "Certainly we have." "It's unlucky that the blind of the window is down." "Is it?" "By heaven, there's a strange-looking shadow creeping over it." Mr. Chillingworth looked almost with suspended breath. Even he could not altogether get rid of a tremulous feeling, as he saw that the shadow of a human form, apparently of very large dimensions, was on the outside, with the arms spread out, as if feeling for some means of opening the window. It would have been easy now to have fired one of the pistols direct upon the figure, but, somehow or another, both the Admiral and Mr. Chillingworth shrank from that course, and they felt much rather inclined to capture whoever might make his appearance, only using their pistols as a last resource, than gratuitously at once to resort to violence. "Who should you say that was?" whispered the Admiral. "Varney, the vampire." He's ill-looking and big enough for anything. There's a noise." There was a strange cracking sound at the window, as if a pane of glass was being very stealthily and quietly broken, and then the blind was agitated slightly, confusing much the shadow that was cast upon it, as if the hand of some person was introduced for the purpose of effecting a complete entrance into the apartment. "He's coming in," whispered the Admiral. "Hush, for heaven's sake," said Mr. Chillingworth. "You will alarm him, and we shall lose the fruit of all the labor we have already bestowed upon the matter. But did you not say something, Admiral, about lying under the window and catching him by the leg?" "Why, yes, I did. Go and do it, then, for, as sure as you are a living man, his leg will be in a minute. Here goes, said the Admiral. I never suggest anything which I'm unwilling to do myself. Whoever it was that now was making such strenuous exertions to get into the apartment seemed to find some difficulty as regarded the fastenings of the window, and as this difficulty increased, the patience of the party, as well as his caution, deserted him, and the casement was rattled with violence. With a far greater amount of caution than anyone from a knowledge of his character would have given him credit for, the Admiral crept forward and laid himself exactly under the window. The depth of woodwork from the floor to the lowest part of the window frame did not exceed above 2 feet, so that anyone could conveniently step in from the balcony outright onto the floor of the apartment, which was just what you was attempting to effect an entrance was desirous of doing. It was quite clear that, be he who he might, mortal or vampire, he had some acquaintance with the fastening of the window, for now he succeeded in moving it, and the sash was thrown open. The blind was still an obstacle, but a vigorous pull from the intruder brought that down on the prostrate Admiral, and then Mr. Chillingworth saw, by the moonlight, a tall, gaunt figure standing in the balcony, as if just hesitating for a moment whether to get head first or feet first into the apartment. Had he chosen the former alternative, he would need, indeed, to have been endowed with more than mortal powers of defense and offense to escape capture, but his lucky star was in the ascendancy, and he put his foot in first. He turned his side to the apartment, and, as he did so, the bright moonlight fell upon his face, enabling Mr. Chillingworth to see, without the shadow of a doubt, that it was, indeed, Varney, the vampire, who was thus stealthily making his entrance into Bannerworth Hall, according to the calculation which had been made by the Admiral upon that subject. The doctor scarcely knew whether to be pleased or not at this discovery. It was almost a terrifying one, skeptical as he was upon the subject of vampires, and he waited breathless for the issue of the singular and perilous adventure. No doubt Admiral Bell deeply congratulated himself upon the success which was about to crown his stratagem for the capture of the intruder, be he who he might, and he writhed with impatience for the foot to come sufficiently near him to enable him to grasp it. His patience was not severely tried, for in another moment it rested upon his chest. "Boarders ahoy!" shouted the Admiral, and at once he laid hold of the trespasser. "Yardarm to yardarm, I think I've got you now. Here's a prize, Doctor. He shall go away without his leg if he goes away now." "Eh? What?" "The light, yes, Doctor, the light." "The light? Why, what's this? Hello, there." Dr. Chillingworth sprang into the passage and procured the light. In another moment he was at the side of the Admiral, and the lantern slide being thrown back, he saw at once the dilemma into which his friend had fallen. There he lay upon his back, grasping, with the vehemence of an embrace that had in it much of the ludicrous, a long boot, from which the intruder had cleverly slipped his leg, leaving it as a poor trophy in the hands of his enemies. "Why, you've only pulled his boot off," said the doctor, "and now he's gone for good, for he knows what we're about, and has slipped through your fingers." Admiral Bell sat up and looked at the boot with a rueful countenance. "Done again," he said. "Yes, you are done," said the doctor. "Why didn't you lay hold of the leg while you were about it, instead of the boot?" "Admiral, are these your tactics?" "Don't be a fool," said the Admiral. "Put out the light and give me the pistols, or blaze away yourself into the garden. A chance shot may do something. It's no use running after him. A stern chase is a long chase, but fire away." As if some parties below had heard him give the word, 2 loud reports from the garden immediately ensued, and a crash of glass testified to the fact that some deadly missile had entered the room. "Murder," said the doctor, and he fell flat upon his back. "I don't like this at all. It's all in your line, Admiral, but not in mine." "All's right, my lad," said the Admiral. "Now for it." He saw lying in the moonlight the pistols which he and the doctor had brought into the room, and in another moment he, to use his own words, returned the broadside of the enemy. "D-n it," he said, "this puts me in mind of old times." "Blaze away, you thieves, while I load, broadside to broadside. It's your turn now. I scorn to take an advantage. What the devil's that? Something very large and very heavy came bang against the window, sending it all into the room and nearly smothering the Admiral with the fragments. Another shot was then fired, and in came something else, which hit the wall on the opposite side of the room, rebounding from thence onto the doctor, who gave a yell of despair. After that all was still. The enemy seemed to be satisfied that they had silenced the garrison. And it took the Admiral a great deal of kicking and plunging to rescue himself from some superincumbent mass that was upon him, which seemed to him to be a considerable-sized tree. "Call this fair fighting," he shouted, getting a man's legs and arms tangled up like a piece of Indian matting in the branches of a tree. "Doctor, I say. Hello. Where are you?" "I don't know," said the doctor, "but there's somebody getting into the balcony. Now we shall be murdered in cold blood." "Where's the pistols?" "Fired off, of course. You did it yourself." Bang came something else into the room, which, from the sound it made, closely resembled a brick, and after that somebody jumped clean into the center of the floor, and then, after rolling and writhing about in a most singular manner, slowly got up, and with various preliminary hiccups, said, "Come on, you lubbers, many of you is like. I'm the tar for all weathers." "Why, D.E.," said the Admiral, "it's Jack Pringle." "Yes, it is," said Jack, who was not sufficiently sober to recognize the Admiral's voice. "I sees as how you've heard of me. Come on, all of you." "Why, Jack, you scoundrel," roared the Admiral, "how came you here? Don't you know me? I'm your Admiral, you horse marine." Said Jack. I, sir, how came you here? How came you, you villain?" "Boarded the enemy." "The enemy who you boarded was us, and hang me if I don't think you haven't been pouring broadsides into us, while the enemy were scudding before the wind in another direction." "Lord," said Jack. "Explain, you scoundrel, directly, explain." "Well, that's only reasonable," said Jack, and giving a heavier lurch than usual, he sat down with a great bounce upon the floor. "You see, it's just this here. When I was a-coming, of course I heard, just as I was a-going, that airs made me come all in consequence of somebody a-going, or for to come, you see, Admiral." "Doctor," cried the Admiral, in a great rage, "just help me out of this entanglement of branches, and I'll rid the world from an encumbrance by smashing that fellow." "Smash yourself," said Jack. "You know you're drunk." "My dear Admiral," said Mr. Chillingworth, laying hold of one of his legs, and pulling it very hard, which brought his face into a lot of brambles, "we're making a mess of this business." "Murder!" shouted the Admiral, "you are indeed. Is that what you call pulling me out of it? You've stuck me fast." "I'll manage it," said Jack. "I've seed him in many a scrape, and I've seed him out. You pull me, doctor, and I'll pull him. Yo hoy!" Jack laid hold of the Admiral by the scuff of the neck, and the doctor laid hold of Jack round the waist, the consequence of which was that he was dragged out from the branches of the tree, which seemed to have been thrown into the room, and down fell both Jack and the doctor. At this instant there was a strange hissing sound heard below the window, then there was a sudden, loud report, as if a hand grenade had gone off. A spectral sort of light gleamed into the room, and a tall, gaunt-looking figure rose slowly up in the balcony. "Beware the dead," said a voice. "Let the living contend with the living, the dead with the dead. Beware." The figure disappeared, as did also the strange, spectral-looking light. A death-like silence ensued, and the cold moonbeams streamed in upon the floor of the apartment, as if nothing had occurred to disturb the rapt repose and serenity of the scene. Chapter 59. The warning, the new plan of operation, the insulting message from Varney. So much of the night had been consumed in these operations that by the time they were over, and the three personages who lay upon the floor of what might be called the haunted chamber of Bannerworth Hall, even had they now been disposed to seek repose, would have had a short time to do so before the daylight would have streamed in upon them and roused them to the bustle of waking existence. It may be well believed what a vast amount of surprise came over the three persons in that chamber at the last little circumstance that had occurred in connection with the night's proceedings. There was nothing which had preceded that did not resemble a genuine attack upon the premises, but about that last mysterious appearance, with its curious light, there was quite enough to bother the Admiral and Jack Pringle to a considerable effect, whatever might be the effect upon Mr. Chillingworth, whose profession better enabled him to comprehend, chemically, what would produce effects that, no doubt, astonished them amazingly. What with his intoxication and the violent exercise he had taken, Jack was again thoroughly prostrate, while the Admiral could not have looked more astonished had the evil one himself appeared in propria persona and given him notice to quit the premises. He was, however, the first to speak, and the words he spoke were addressed to Jack, to whom he said, "Jack, you lubber, what do you think of all that?" Jack, however, was too far gone even to say aye, sir, and Mr. Chillingworth, slowly getting himself up to his feet, approached the Admiral. "It's hard to say so much, Admiral Bell," he said, "but it strikes me that whatever object this Sir Francis Varney, or Varney, the vampire, has in coming into Bannerworth Hall, it is, at all events, of sufficient importance to induce him to go any length, and not to let even a life to stand in the way of its accomplishment." "Well, it seems so," said the Admiral, "for I'll be hanged if I can make head or tail of the fellow. If we value our personal safety, we shall hesitate to continue a perilous adventure which I think can end only in defeat, if not in death." "But we don't value our personal safety," said the Admiral. "We've got into the adventure, and I don't see why we shouldn't carry it out. It may be growing a little serious, but what of that? For the sake of that young girl, Flora Bannerworth, as well as for the sake of my nephew, Charles Holland, I will see the end of this affair, let it be what it may. But mind you, Mr. Chillingworth, if one man chooses to go upon a desperate service, that's no reason why he should ask another to do so." "I understand you," said Mr. Chillingworth, "but, having commenced the adventure with you, I am not the man to desert you in it. We have committed a great mistake." "A mistake? How?" "Why, we ought to have watched outside the house, instead of within it. There can be no doubt that if we had lain in wait in the garden, we should have been in a better position to have accomplished our object." "Well, I don't know, Doctor, but it seems to me that if Jack Pringle hadn't made such a fool of himself, we should have managed very well, and I don't know now how he came to behave in the manner he did." "Nor I," said Mr. Chillingworth. "But, at all events, so far as the result goes, it is quite clear that any further watching in this house for the appearance of Sir Francis Varney will now be in vain. He has nothing to do now but to keep quiet until we are tired out, a fact concerning which he can easily obtain information, and then he immediately, without trouble, walks into the premises to his own satisfaction. But what the deuce can he want upon the premises? That question, Admiral, induces me to think that we have made another mistake. We ought not to have attempted to surprise Sir Francis Varney in coming into Bannerworth Hall, but to catch him as he came out." "Well, there's something in that," said the Admiral. "This is a pretty night's business, to be sure. However, it can't be helped, it's done, and there's an end on't. And now, as the morning is near at hand, I certainly must confess I should like to get some breakfast, although I don't like that we should all leave the house together." "Why," said Mr. Chillingworth, "as we have now no secret to keep with regard to our being here, because the principal person we wish to keep it from is aware of it, I think we cannot do better than send at once for Henry Bannerworth, tell him of the non-success of the effort we have made in his behalf, and admit him at once into our consultation of what is next to be done." Agreed. I think that, without troubling him, we might have captured this Varney, but that's over now, and as soon as Jack Pringle chooses to wake up again, I'll send him to the Bannerworths with a message." Aye, sir," said Jack, suddenly, "all's right." "Why, you vagabond," said the Admiral, "I do believe you've been shamming." "Shamming what?" "Being drunk, to be sure." "Lor'." "Couldn't do it," said Jack. "I'll just tell you how it was. I wakened up and found myself shut in somewhere, and, as I couldn't get out of the door, I thought I'd try the window, and there I did get out. Well, perhaps I wasn't quite the thing, but I sees two people in the garden a-looking up at this air room, and, to be sure, I thought it was you and the doctor. Well, it warn't no business of mine to interfere, so I seed one of you climb up the balcony, as I thought, and then, after which, come down head over heels with such a run that I thought you must have broken your neck. Well, after that you fired a couple of shots in, and then, after that, I made sure it was you, Admiral." "And what made you make sure of that?" "Why, because you scuttled away like an empty tar barrel in full tide." "Confound you, you scoundrel." "Well, then, confound you, if it comes to that. I thought I was doing you good sarvice, and that the enemy was here, when all the while it turned out as you was and the enemy wasn't, and the enemy was outside and you wasn't. But who threw such a confounded lot of things into the room?" "Why, I did, of course. I had but one pistol, and, when I fired that off, I was forced to make up a broadside with what I could." "Was there ever such a stupid?" said the Admiral. Doctor, you talked of us making 2 mistakes, but you forgot a third and worse one still, and that was the bringing such a lubberly son of a sea cook into the place as this fellow." "You're another," said Jack, "and you knows it." Well, said Mr. Chillingworth, "it's no use continuing it, Admiral. Jack, in his way, did, I dare say, what he considered for the best. I wish he'd do, then, what he considers for the worst, next time." "Perhaps I may," said Jack, "and then you will be served out above a bit. What y'd become of you, I wonder, if it wasn't for me? I'm as good as a mother to you, you knows that, you old babby." Come, Admiral," said Mr. Chillingworth, "come down to the garden gate. It is now just upon daybreak, and the probability is that we shall not be long there before we see some of the country people, who will get us anything we require in the shape of refreshment, and as for Jack, he seems quite sufficiently recovered now to go to the Bannerworths." "Oh, I can go," said Jack. "As for that, the only thing as puts me out of the way is the want of something to drink. My constitution won't stand what they call temperance living, or nothing with the chill off." "Go at once," said the Admiral, "and tell Mr. Henry Bannerworth that we are here, but do not tell him before his sister or his mother. If you meet anybody on the road, send them here with a cargo of victuals. It strikes me that a good, comfortable breakfast wouldn't be at all amiss, Doctor." "How rapidly the day dawns," remarked Mr. Chillingworth, as he walked into the balcony from whence Varney, the vampire, had attempted to make good his entrance to the hall. Just as he spoke, and before Jack Pringle could get halfway over to the garden gate, there came a tremendous ring at the bell which was suspended over it. A view of that gate could not be commanded from the window of the haunted apartment, so that they could not see who it was that demanded admission. As Jack Pringle was going down at any rate, they saw no necessity for personal interference, and he proved that there was not, by presently returning with a note which he said had been thrown over the gate by a lad, who then scampered off with all the speed he could make. The note, exteriorly, was well got up, and had all the appearance of great care having been bestowed upon its folding and sealing. It was duly addressed to Admiral Bell, Bannerworth Hall, and the word "immediate" was written at one corner. The Admiral, after looking at it for some time with very great wonder, came at last to the conclusion that probably to open it would be the shortest way of arriving at a knowledge of who had sent it, and he accordingly did so. The note was as follows: "My dear sir, feeling assured that you cannot be surrounded with those means and appliances for comfort in the hall, in its now deserted condition, which you have a right to expect, and so eminently deserve, I flatter myself that I shall receive an answer in the affirmative when I request the favor of your company to breakfast, as well as that of your learned friend, Mr. Chillingworth. In consequence of a little accident which occurred last evening to my own residence, I am, ad interim, until the county build it up for me again, staying at a house called Walmsley Lodge, where I shall expect you with all the impatience of one soliciting an honor, and hoping that it will be conferred upon him. I trust that any little difference of opinion on other subjects will not interfere to prevent the harmony of our morning's meal together. Believe me to be, my dear sir, with the greatest possible consideration, your very obedient, humble servant, Francis Varney. The Admiral gasped again, and looked at Mr. Chillingworth, and then at the note, and then at Mr. Chillingworth again, as if he was perfectly bewildered. "That's about the coolest piece of business," said Mr. Chillingworth, "that ever I heard of." "Hang me," said the Admiral, "if I shan't like the fellow at last. It is cool, and I like it because it is cool. Where's my hat? Where's my stick? What are you going to do?" "Accept his invitation, to be sure, and breakfast with him, and, my learned friend, as he calls you. I hope you'll come likewise." "I'll take the fellow at his word. By fair means, or by foul, I'll know what he wants here, and why he persecutes this family, for whom I have an attachment, and what hand he has in the disappearance of my nephew, Charles Holland, for, as sure as there's a heaven above us, he's at the bottom of that affair." "Where is this Walmsley Lodge?" "Just in the neighborhood, but—" "Come on, then, come on." "But, really, Admiral, you don't mean to say you'll breakfast with a vampire?" "Yes, I would, and will, and mean to do so. Here, Jack, you needn't go to Mr. Bannerworth as yet. Come, my learned friend, let's take time by the forelock." Chapter 60. The interrupted breakfast at Sir Francis Varney's. Notwithstanding all Mr. Chillingworth could say to the contrary, the Admiral really meant to breakfast with Sir Francis Varney. The worthy doctor could not for some time believe but that the Admiral must be joking when he talked in such a strain, but he was very soon convinced to the contrary by the latter actually walking out and once more asking him, Mr. Chillingworth, if he meant to go with him or not. This was conclusive, so the doctor said, "Well, Admiral, this appears to me rather a mad sort of freak, but, as I have begun the adventure with you, I will conclude it with you." "That's right," said the Admiral, "I'm not deceived in you, doctor, so come along. Hang these vampires, I don't know how to tackle them, myself. I think, after all, Sir Francis Varney is more in your line than line is in mine." "How do you mean?" "Why, couldn't you persuade him he's ill and wants some physic? That would soon settle him, you know." "Settle him," said Mr. Chillingworth. "I beg to say that if I did give him any physic, the dose would be much to his advantage. But, however, my opinion is that this invitation to breakfast is, after all, a mere piece of irony, and that, when we get to Walmsley Lodge, we shall not see anything of him. On the contrary, we shall probably find it's a hoax. I certainly shouldn't like that, but still it's worth the trying. The fellow has really behaved himself in such an extraordinary manner that, if I can make terms with him I will, and there's one thing, you know, doctor, that I think we may say we have discovered." "And what may that be?" "Is it, not to make too sure of a vampire, even when you have him by the leg?" "No, that ain't it, though that's a very good thing in its way, but it is just this, that Sir Francis Varney, whoever he is and whatever he is after Bannerworth Hall, and not the Bannerworth family. If you recollect, Mr. Chillingworth, in our conversation, I have always insisted upon that fact." "You have, and it seems to me to be completely verified by the proceedings of the night. There, then, Admiral, is the great mystery. What can he want at Bannerworth Hall that makes him take such a world of trouble, and run so many fearful risks in trying to get at it? That is, indeed, the mystery, and if he really means this invitation to breakfast, I shall ask him plumply, and tell him, at the same time, that possibly his very best way to secure his object will be to be candid, vampire as he is. But really, Admiral, you do not still cling to that foolish superstition of believing that Sir Francis Varney is in reality a vampire? I don't know, and I can't say. If anybody was to give me a description of a strange sort of fish that I had never seen, I wouldn't take upon myself to say there wasn't such a thing, nor would you, Doctor, if you had really seen the many odd ones that I have encountered at various times. Well, Admiral, I'm certainly not belonging to that school of philosophy which declares the impossible to be what it don't understand. There may be vampires, and there may be apparitions, for all I know to the contrary. I only doubt these things, because I think, if they were true, that, as a phenomenon of nature, they would have been by this time established by repeated instances without the possibility of doubt or cavil. Well, there's something in that, but how far have we got to go now? No further than to yon enclosure where you see those park-like looking gates, and that cedar tree stretching its dark green foliage so far into the road, that is Walmsley Lodge, whither you have been invited. And you, my learned friend, recollect that you were invited too, so that you are no intruder upon the hospitality of Varney the vampire. I say, Admiral, said Mr. Chillingworth, when they reached the gates, you know it is not quite the thing to call a man a vampire at his own breakfast table, so just oblige me by promising not to make any such remark to Sir Francis. A likely thing, said the Admiral. He knows I know what he is, and he knows I'm a plain man and a blunt speaker. However, I'll be civil to him, and more than that I can't promise. I must wring out of him, if I can, what has become of Charles Holland, and what the deuce he really wants himself. Well, come to no collision with him, while we're his guests. Not if I can help it. The doctor rang at the gate bell of Walmsley Lodge, and was in a few moments answered by a woman who demanded their business. Is Sir Francis Varney here? Said the doctor. Yes, she replied. You see his house was burned down, for something or other, I'm sure I don't know what, by some people, I'm sure I don't know who, so, as the lodge was to let, we have took him until he can suit himself. Oh, that's it, is it? Said the Admiral. Tell him that Admiral Bell and Dr. Chillingworth are here. Very well, said the woman, you may walk in. Thank ye, you're vastly obliging, ma'am. Is there anything going on in the breakfast line? Well, yes, I am getting him some breakfast, but he didn't say as he expected company. The woman opened the garden gate, and they walked up a trimly laid-out garden to the lodge, which was a cottage-like structure in external appearance, although within it boasted of all the comforts of a tolerably extensive house. She left them in a small room, leading from the hall, and was absent about 5 minutes. Then she returned, and, merely saying that Sir Francis Varney presented his compliments, and desired them to walk upstairs, she preceded them up a handsome flight which led to the first floor of the lodge. Up to this moment, Mr. Chillingworth had expected some excuse, for, notwithstanding all he had heard and seen of Sir Francis Varney, he could not believe that any amount of impudence would suffice to enable him to receive people as his guests, with whom he must feel that he was at such positive war. It was a singular circumstance, and, perhaps, the only thing that matched the cool impertinence of the invitation was the acceptance of it under the circumstances by the Admiral. Sir Francis Varney might have intended it as a jest, but if he did so, in the first instance, it was evident he would not allow himself to be beaten with his own weapons. The room into which they were shown was a longish narrow one. A very wide door gave them admission to it, at the end, nearest the staircase, and at its other extremity there was a similar door opening into some other apartments of the house. Sir Francis Varney sat with his back towards this second door, and a table, with some chairs and other articles of furniture, were so arranged before him that while they seemed but to be carelessly placed in the position they occupied, they really formed a pretty good barrier between him and his visitors. The Admiral, however, was too intent upon getting a sight of Varney to notice any preparation of this sort, and he advanced quickly into the room. And there, indeed, was the much-dreaded, troublesome, persevering, and singular-looking being who had caused such a world of annoyance to the family of the Bannerworths, as well as disturbing the peace of the whole district, which had the misfortune to have him as an inhabitant. If anything, he looked thinner, taller, and paler than usual, and there seemed to be a slight nervousness of manner about him, as he slowly inclined his head towards the Admiral, which was not quite intelligible. "Well," said Admiral Bell, "you invited me to breakfast, and my learned friend, here we are." "No two human beings," said Varney, "could be more welcome to my hospitality than yourself and Dr. Chillingworth. I pray you to be seated. What a pleasant thing it is, after the toils and struggles of this life, occasionally to sit down in the sweet companionship of such dear friends." He made a hideous face as he spoke, and the Admiral looked as if he were half inclined to quarrel at that early stage of the proceedings. "Dear friends," he said, well, it's no use squabbling about a word or two, but I tell you what it is, Mr. Varney, or Sir Francis Varney, or whatever your D name is." "Hold, my dear sir," said Varney, "after breakfast, if you please, after breakfast." He rang a handbell as he spoke, and the woman who had charge of the house brought in a tray tolerably covered with the materials for a substantial morning's meal. She placed it upon the table, and certainly the various articles that smoked upon it did great credit to her culinary powers. "Deborah," said Sir Varney, in a mild sort of tone, "keep on continually bringing things to eat until this old brutal sea ruffian has satiated his disgusting appetite." The Admiral opened his eyes an enormous width, and, looking at Sir Francis Varney, he placed his two fists upon the table, and drew a long breath. "Did you address those observations to me?" he said, at length, "you blood-sucking vagabond?" Said Sir Francis Varney, looking over the Admiral's head, as if he saw something interesting on the wall beyond. "My dear Admiral," said Mr. Chillingworth, "come away." "I'll see you first," said the Admiral. "Now, Mr. Vampire, no shuffling. Did you address those observations to me?" "Deborah," said Sir Francis Varney, in silvery tones, "you can remove this tray and bring on the next." "Not if I know it," said the Admiral. "I came to breakfast, and I'll have it. After breakfast I'll pull your nose. If you were 50 vampires, I'd do it." "Dr. Chillingworth," said Varney, without paying the least attention to what the Admiral said, "you don't eat, my dear sir. You must be fatigued with your night's exertions. A man of your age, you know, cannot be supposed to roll and tumble about like a fool in a pantomime with impunity. Only think what a calamity it would be if you were laid up. Your patients would all get well, you know." "Sir Francis Varney," said Mr. Chillingworth, "we're your guests. We come here at your invitation to partake of a meal. You have wantonly attacked both of us. I need not say that by so doing you cast a far greater slur upon your own taste and judgment than you can upon us." "Admirably spoken," said Sir Francis Varney, giving his hands a clap together that made the Admiral jump again. "Now, old Bell, I'll fight you, if you think yourself aggrieved, while the doctor sees fair play." "Old who?" shouted the Admiral. "Bell, is not your name Bell, a family cognomen, I presume, on account of the infernal clack, without any sense in it, that is the characteristic of your race?" "You'll fight me?" said the Admiral, jumping up. "Yes, if you challenge me." "By Jove I do, of course." "Then I accept it, and the challenge party, you know well, or ought to know, can make his own terms in the encounter." "Make what terms you please, I care not what they are. Only say you will fight, and that's sufficient." "It is well," said Sir Francis Varney, in a solemn tone. Nay, interrupted Mr. Chillingworth, "this is boyish folly." "Hold your row," said the Admiral, "and let's hear what he's got to say." "In this mansion," said Sir Francis Varney, "for a mansion it is, although under the unpretending name of a lodge. In this mansion there is a large apartment which was originally fitted up by a scientific proprietor of the place for the purpose of microscopic and other experiments, which require a darkness total and complete, such a darkness as seems as if it could be felt, palpable, thick, and obscure as the darkness of the tomb, and I know what that is. The devil you do, said this admiral. It's damp, too, ain't it? The room? No, the grave. Oh, uncommonly, after autumnal rains. But to resume, this room is large, lofty, and perfectly empty. Well, I propose that we procure 2 scythes. 2 what? Scythes, with their long handles, and their convenient holding places. Well, I'll be hanged. What next do you propose? You may be hanged. The next is, that with these scythes we be both of us placed in the darkened room, and the door closed, and doubly locked upon us for 1 hour, and that then and there we do our best each to cut the other in 2. If you succeed in dismembering me, you will have won the day, but I hope, from my superior agility, here Sir Francis jumped upon his chair, and sat upon the back of it, to get the better of you. How do you like the plan I have proposed? Does it meet your wishes? Curse your impudence, said the admiral, placing his elbows upon the table and resting his chin in astonishment upon his 2 hands. Nay, interrupted Sir Francis, you challenged me, and, besides, you'll have an equal chance, you know that. If you succeed in striking me first, down I go, whereas if I succeed in striking you first, down you go. As he spoke, Sir Francis Varney stretched out his foot, and closed a small bracket which held out the flap of the table on which the admiral was leaning, and, accordingly, down the admiral went, tea-tray and all. Mr. Chillingworth ran to help him up, and, when they both recovered their feet, they found they were alone. Chapter 61. The Mysterious Stranger. The particulars of the suicide at Bannerworth Hall. Hello, where the deuce is he? Said the admiral. Was there ever such a confounded take-in? Well, I really don't know, said Mr. Chillingworth, but it seems to me that he must have gone out of that door that was behind him. I begin, do you know, admiral, to wish. What? That we had never come here at all, and I think the sooner we get out of it the better. Yes, but I am not going to be hoaxed and humbugged in this way. I will have satisfaction, but not with those confounded scythes and things he talks about in the dark room. Give me broad daylight and no favor, yardarm and yardarm, broadside and broadside, hand grenades and marling spikes. Well, but that's what you won't do. Now, admiral, listen to me. Well, go on, what next? Come away at once. Oh, you said that before. Yes, but I'm going to say something else. Look round you. Don't you think this a large, scientific-looking room? What of that? Why, what if suppose it was to become as dark as the grave, and Varney was to enter with his scythe, that he talks of, and begin mowing about our legs? The devil! Come along. The door at which they entered was at this moment opened, and the old woman made her appearance. Please, sir, she said, here's a Mr. Mortimer, in a loud voice. Oh, Sir Francis ain't here. Where's he gone, gentlemen? To the devil, said the admiral. Who may Mr. Mortimer be? There walked past the woman a stout, portly-looking man, well-dressed, but with a very odd look upon his face, in consequence of an obliquity of vision which prevented the possibility of knowing which way he was looking. I must see him, he said, I must see him. Mr. Chillingworth started back as if in amazement. Good God, he cried, you here? Confusion, said Mortimer, are you doctor? Chillingworth. The same. Hush. There is no occasion to betray, that is, to state my secret. And mine, too, said Chillingworth. But what brings you here? I cannot and dare not tell you. Farewell. He turned abruptly, and was leaving the room, but he ran against someone at the entrance, and in another moment Henry Bannerworth, heated and almost breathless by evident haste, made his appearance. "Hello!" "Bravo!" cried the Admiral, "the more the merrier. Here's a combined squadron." "Why, how came you here, Mr. Henry Bannerworth?" "Bannerworth," said Mortimer. "Is that young man's name Bannerworth?" "Yes," said Henry. "Do you know me, sir?" No, only I must be off." "Does anybody know anything of Sir Francis Varney?" "We did know something of him," said the Admiral, "a little while ago, but he's taken himself off." "Don't you do so likewise. If you've got anything to say, stop and say it, like an Englishman." "Stuff, said Mortimer, impatiently. "What do you all want here?" "Why, Sir Francis Varney," said Henry, "and I care not if the whole world heard it, is the persecutor of my family." "How? In what way?" "He has the reputation of a vampire. He has hunted me and mine from house and home." "Indeed?" "Yes," cried Dr. Chillingworth, "and, by some means or another, he seems determined to get possession of Bannerworth Hall." "Well, gentlemen," said Mortimer, "I promise you that I will inquire into this. Mr. Chillingworth, I did not expect to meet you. Perhaps the least we say to each other is, after all, the better." "Let me ask but one question," said Dr. Chillingworth, imploringly. "Ask it." "Did he live after?" "Hush." "He did. You always told me to the contrary." "Yes, I had an object. The game is up. Farewell, and, gentlemen, as I am making my exit, let me do so with a sentiment. Society at large is divided into two great classes." "And what may they be?" said the Admiral. "Those who have been hanged, and those who have not. Adieu." He turned and left the room, and Mr. Chillingworth sunk into a chair, and said, in a low voice, "It's uncommonly true, and I've found out an acquaintance among the former. D.N. it." "You seem all mad," said the Admiral. "I can't make out what you are about. How came you here, Mr. Henry Bannerworth?" "By mere accident I heard," said Henry, "that you were keeping watch and ward in the hall. Admiral, it was cruel, and not well done of you, to attempt such an enterprise without acquainting me with it. Did you suppose for a moment that I, who had the greatest interest in this affair, would have shrunk from danger, if danger there be, or lack perseverance, if that quality were necessary in carrying out any plan by which the safety and honor of my family might be preserved?" "Nay, now, my young friend," said Mr. Chillingworth. "Nay, sir, but I take it ill that I should have been kept out of this affair, and it should have been sedulously, as it were, kept a secret from me." "Let him go on as he likes," said the Admiral. "Boys will be boys. After all, you know, Doctor, it's my affair, and not yours. Let him say what he likes. Where's the odds? It's of no consequence. I do not expect, Admiral Bell," said Henry, "that it is to you, but it is to me. Pshaw! Respecting you, sir, as I do. Gammon! I must confess that I did expect what you didn't get, therefore, there's an end of that. Now, I tell you what, Henry, Sir Francis Varney is within this house, at least, I have reason to suppose so." "Then," exclaimed Henry, impetuously, "I will wring from him answers to various questions which concern my peace and happiness." "Please, gentlemen," said the woman Deborah, making her appearance, "Sir Francis Varney has gone out, and he says I'm to show you all the door, as soon as it is convenient for you all to walk out of it." "I feel convinced," said Mr. Chillingworth, "that it will be a useless search now to attempt to find Sir Francis Varney here. Let me beg of you all to come away, and believe me that I do not speak lightly or with a view to get you from here, when I say that after I have heard something from you, Henry, which I shall ask you to relate to me, painful though it may be, I shall be able to suggest some explanation of many things which appear at present obscure, and to put you in a course of freeing you from the difficulties which surround you, which, heaven knows, I little expected I should have it in my power to propose to any of you. I will follow your advice, Mr. Chillingworth, said Henry, for I have always found that it has been dictated by good feeling as well as correct judgment. Admiral Bell, you will oblige me much by coming away with me now and at once. Well, remarked the Admiral, if the doctor has really something to say, it alters the appearance of things, and, of course, I have no objection. Upon this, the whole three of them immediately left the place, and it was evident that Mr. Chillingworth had something of an uncomfortable character upon his mind. He was unusually silent and reserved, and, when he did speak, he seemed rather inclined to turn the conversation upon indifferent topics than to add anything more to what he had said upon the deeply interesting one which held so foremost a place in all their minds. "How is Flora, now?" he asked of Henry, "since her removal?" "Anxious still," said Henry, "but, I think, better." "That is well. I perceive that, naturally, we are all three walking towards Bannerworth Hall, and, perhaps, it is as well that on that spot I should ask of you, Henry, to indulge me with a confidence such as, under ordinary circumstances, I should not at all feel myself justified in requiring of you." "To what does it relate?" said Henry. "You may be assured, Mr. Chillingworth, that I am not likely to refuse my confidence to you, whom I have so much reason to respect as an attached friend of myself and my family. You will not object, likewise, I hope," added Mr. Chillingworth, "to extend that confidence to Admiral Bell, for, as you well know, a truer and more warm-hearted man than he does not exist." "What do you expect for that, Doctor?" said the Admiral. "There is nothing," said Henry, "that I could relate at all, that I should shrink from relating to Admiral Bell." "Well, my boy," said the Admiral, "and all I can reply to that is, you are quite right, for there can be nothing that you need shrink from telling me, so far as regards the fact of trusting me with it goes. I am assured of that. A British officer, once pledging his word, prefers death to breaking it. Whatever you wish kept secret in the communication you make to me, say so, and it will never pass my lips." "Why, sir, the fact is," said Henry, "that what I am about to relate to you consists not so much of secrets as of matters which would be painful to my feelings to talk of more than may be absolutely required." "I understand you." "Let me, for a moment," said Mr. Chillingworth, "put myself right. I do not suspect, Mr. Henry Bannerworth, that you fancy I ask you to make a recital of circumstances which must be painful to you from any idle motive. But let me declare that I have now a stronger impulse, which induces me to wish to hear from your own lips those matters which popular rumor may have greatly exaggerated or vitiated." "It is scarcely possible," remarked Henry, sadly, "that popular rumor should exaggerate the facts." "Indeed, no. They are, unhappily, of themselves, in their bare truthfulness, so full of all that can be grievous to those who are in any way connected with them, that there needs no exaggeration to invest them with more terror, or with more of that sadness which must ever belong to a recollection of them in my mind." In such like discourse as this, the time was passed, until Henry Bannerworth and his friends once more reached the hall, from which he, with his family, had so recently removed, in consequence of the fearful persecution to which they had been subjected. They passed again into the garden which they all knew so well, and then Henry paused and looked around him with a deep sigh. In answer to an inquiring glance from Mr. Chillingworth, he said, "Is it not strange, now, that I should have only been away from here a space of time which may be counted by hours, and yet all seems changed? I could almost fancy that years had elapsed since I had looked at it." "Oh," remarked the doctor, "time is always by the imagination measured by the number of events which are crowded into a given space of it, and not by its actual duration. Come into the house. There you will find all just as you left it, Henry, and you can tell us your story at leisure." "The air," said Henry, "about here is fresh and pleasant. Let us sit down in the summer house yonder, and there I will tell you all. It has a local interest, too, connected with the tale." This was agreed to, and, in a few moments, the Admiral, Mr. Chillingworth, and Henry were seated in the same summer house which had witnessed the strange interview between Sir Francis Varney and Flora Bannerworth, in which he had induced her to believe that he felt for the distress he had occasioned her, and was strongly impressed with the injustice of her sufferings. Henry was silent for some few moments, and then he said, with a deep sigh, as he looked mournfully around him, "It was on this spot that my father breathed his last, and hence have I said that it has a local interest in the tale I have to tell, which makes it the most fitting place in which to tell it." "Oh," said the Admiral, "he died here, did he?" "Yes, where you are now sitting." "Very good. I have seen many a brave man die in my time, and I hope to see a few more, although, I grant you, the death in the heat of conflict and fighting for our country is a vastly different thing to some shore-going mode of leaving the world." "Yes," said Henry, as if pursuing his own meditations rather than listening to the Admiral. "Yes, it was from this precise spot that my father took his last look at the ancient house of his race. What we can now see of it, he saw of it with his dying eyes, and many a time I have sat here and fancied the world of terrible thoughts that must at such a moment have come across his brain." "You might well do so," said the doctor. "You see," added Henry, "that from here the fullest view you have of any of the windows of the house is of that of Flora's room, as we have always called it, because for years she had had it as her chamber, and, when all the vegetation of summer is in its prime, and the vine which you perceive crawls over this summer house is full of leaf and fruit, the view is so much hindered that it is difficult, without making an artificial gap in the clustering foliage, to see anything but the window." "So I should imagine," replied Mr. Chillingworth. "You, doctor," added Henry, "who know much of my family, need not be told what sort of man my father was." "No, indeed." "But you, Admiral Bell, who do not know, must be told, and, however grievous it may be to me to have to say so, I must inform you that he was not a man who would have merited your esteem." "Well," said the Admiral, "you know, my boy, that can make no difference as regards you in anybody's mind who has got the brains of an owl. Every man's credit, character, and honor, to my thinking, is in his own most special keeping, and let your father be what he might, or who he might, I do not see that any conduct of his ought to raise upon your cheek the flush of shame, or cost you more uneasiness than ordinary good feeling dictates to the errors and feelings of a fellow creature." "If all the world," said Henry, "would take such liberal and comprehensive views as you do, Admiral, it would be much happier than it is, but such is not the case, and people are but too apt to blame one person for the evil that another has done." "Ah, but," said Mr. Chillingworth, "it so happens that those are the people whose opinions are of the very least consequence." "There is some truth in that," said Henry, sadly, "but, however, let me proceed, since I have to tell the tale. I could wish it over. My father, then, Admiral Bell, although a man not tainted in early life with vices, became, by the force of bad associates, and a sort of want of congeniality and sentiment that sprang up between him and my mother, plunged into all the excesses of his age. These excesses were all of that character which the most readily lay hold strongly of an unreflecting mind, because they all presented themselves in the garb of sociality. The wine cup is drained in the name of good fellowship, money which is wanted for legitimate purposes is squandered under the mask of a noble and free generosity, and all that the small imaginations of a number of persons of perverted intellects could enable them to do, has been done from time to time, to impart a kind of luster to intemperance and all its dreadful and criminal consequences. My father, having once got into the company of what he considered wits and men of spirit, soon became thoroughly vitiated. He was almost the only one of the set among whom he passed what he considered his highly convivial existence, who was really worth anything, pecuniarily speaking. There were some among them who might have been respectable men, and perchance carved their way to fortune, as well as some others who had started in life with good patrimonies. But he, my father, at the time he became associated with them, was the only one, as I say, who, to use a phrase I have heard myself from his lips concerning them, had got a feather to fly with. The consequence of this was, that his society, merely for the sake of the animal gratification of drinking at his expense, was courted, and he was much flattered, all of which he laid to the score of his own merits, which had been found out, and duly appreciated by these bon vivants, while he considered that the grave admonitions of his real friends proceeded from nothing in the world but downright envy and malice. Such a state of things as this could not last very long. The associates of my father wanted money as well as wine, so they introduced him to the gaming table, and he became fascinated with the fearful vice to an extent which predicted his own destruction and the ruin of every one who was in any way dependent upon him. He could not absolutely sell Bannerworth Hall, unless I had given my consent, which I refused, but he accumulated debt upon debt, and from time to time stripped the mansion of all its most costly contents. With various mutations of fortune, he continued this horrible and baneful career for a long time, until, at last, he found himself utterly and irretrievably ruined, and he came home in an agony of despair, being so weak and utterly ruined in constitution that he kept his bed for many days. It appeared, however, that something occurred at this juncture which gave him actually, or all events awakened a hope that he should possess some money, and be again in a position to try his fortune at the gaming table. He rose, and, fortifying himself once more with the strong stimulant of wine and spirits, he left his home, and was absent for about 2 months. What occurred to him during that time we none of us ever knew, but late one night he came home, apparently much flurried in manner, and seeming as if something had happened to drive him half mad. He would not speak to anyone, but he shut himself up the whole of the night in the chamber where hangs the portrait that bears so strong a resemblance to Sir Francis Varney, and there he remained till the morning, when he emerged, and said briefly that he intended to leave the country. He was in a most fearful state of nervousness, and my mother tells me that he shook like one in an ague, and started at every little sound that occurred in the house, and glared about him so wildly that it was horrible to see him, or to sit in the same apartment with him. She says that the whole morning passed on in this way till a letter came to him, the contents of which appeared to throw him into a perfect convulsion of terror, and he retired again to the room with the portrait, where he remained some hours, and then he emerged, looking like a ghost, so dreadfully pale and haggard was he. He walked into the garden here, and was seen to sit down in this summer house, and fix his eyes upon the window of that apartment. Henry paused for a few moments, and then he added, "You will excuse me from entering upon any details of what next ensued in the melancholy history. My father here committed suicide. He was found dying, and all words he spoke were, 'The money is hidden.' Death claimed his victim, and, with a convulsive spasm, he resigned his spirit, leaving what he had intended to say hidden in the oblivion of the grave." "That was an odd affair," said the Admiral. "It was, indeed. We have all pondered deeply, and the result was, that, upon the whole, we were inclined to come to an opinion that the words he so uttered were but the result of the mental disturbance that at such a moment might well be supposed to be ensuing in the mind, and that they related really to no foregone fact any more than some incoherent words uttered by a man in a dream might be supposed to do." "It may be so. I do not mean," remarked Mr. Chillingworth, "for one moment to attempt to dispute, Henry, the rationality of such an opinion as you have just given utterance to, but you forget that another circumstance occurred, which gave a color to the words used by your father." "Yes, I know to what you allude." "Be so good as to state it to the Admiral." "I will. On the evening of that same day there came a man here, who, in seeming ignorance of what had occurred, although by that time it was well known to all the neighborhood, asked to see my father. Upon being told that he was dead, he started back, either with well-acted or with real surprise, and seemed to be immensely chagrined. He then demanded to know if he had left any disposition of his property, but he got no information, and departed muttering the most diabolical oaths and curses that can be imagined. He mounted his horse, for he had ridden to the hall, and his last words were, as I am told, "Where, in the name of all that's damnable, can he have put the money?" "And did you never find out who this man was?" asked the Admiral. "Never." "It is an odd affair." "It is," said Mr. Chillingworth, "and full of mystery. The public mind was much taken up at the time with some other matters, or it would have made the death of Mr. Bannerworth the subject of more prolific comment than it did. As it was, however, a great deal was said upon the subject, and the whole comedy was in a state of commotion for weeks afterwards." "Yes," said Henry, "it so happened that about that very time a murder was committed in the neighborhood of London, which baffled all the exertions of the authorities to discover the perpetrators of. It was the murder of Lord Lorne." "Oh, I remember," said the Admiral. "The newspapers were full of it for a long time." "They were, and so, as Mr. Chillingworth says, the more exciting interest which that affair created drew off public attention, in a great measure, from my father's suicide, and we did not suffer so much from public remark and from impertinent curiosity as might have been expected. And, in addition," said Mr. Chillingworth, and he changed color a little as he spoke, "there was an execution shortly afterwards." "Yes," said Henry, "there was." "The execution of a man named Angerstein," added Mr. Chillingworth, "for a highway robbery, attended with the most brutal violence." "True, all the affairs of that period of time are strongly impressed upon my mind," said Henry, "but you do not seem well, Mr. Chillingworth." "Oh, yes, I am quite well, you are mistaken." Both the Admiral and Henry looked scrutinizingly at the doctor, who certainly appeared to them to be laboring under some great mental excitement, which he found it almost beyond his power to repress. "I tell you what it is, Doctor," said the Admiral, "I don't pretend, and never did, to see further through a tar barrel than my neighbors, but I can see far enough to feel convinced that you have got something on your mind, and that it somehow concerns this affair." "Is it so?" said Henry. "I cannot if I would," said Mr. Chillingworth, "and I may with truth add, that I would not, if I could, hide from you that I have something on my mind connected with this affair, but let me assure you it would be premature of me to tell you of it." "Premature b.d., said the Admiral, "out with it." Nay, dear sir, I am not now in a position to say what is passing through my mind." "Alter your position, then, and be blowed," cried Jack Pringle, suddenly stepping forward, and giving the doctor such a push that he nearly went through one of the sides of the summer house. "Why, you scoundrel," cried the Admiral, "how came you here?" "On my legs," said Jack. "Do you think nobody wants to know nothing but yourself? I'm as fond of a yarn as anybody." "But if you are," said Mr. Chillingworth, "you had no occasion to come against me as if you wanted to move a house. You said as you wasn't in a position to say something as I wanted to hear, so I thought I'd alter it for you." "Is this fellow," said the doctor, shaking his head, as he accosted the Admiral, "the most artful or stupid?" "A little of both," said Admiral Bell, "a little of both, Doctor. He's a great fool and a great scamp." "The same to you," said Jack, "you're another. I shall hate you presently, if you go on making yourself so ridiculous. Now, mind, I'll only give you a trial of another week or so, and if you don't be more polite in your and language, I'll leave you." Away strolled Jack, with his hands in his pockets, towards the house, while the Admiral was half choked with rage, and could only glare after him, without the ability to say a word. Under any other circumstances than the present one of trouble, and difficulty, and deep anxiety, Henry Bannerworth must have laughed at these singular little episodes between Jack and the Admiral, but his mind was now by far too much harassed to permit him to do so. Let him go, my dear sir," said Mr. Chillingworth to the Admiral, who showed some signs of an intention to pursue Jack. "He no doubt has been drinking again." "I'll turn him off the first moment I catch him sober enough to understand me," said the Admiral. Well, do as you please, but now let me ask a favor of both of you." "What is it?" That you will leave Bannerworth Hall to me for a week. What for? I hope to make some discoveries connected with it which shall well reward you for the trouble. It's no trouble, said Henry, and for myself, I have amply sufficient faith, both in your judgment and in your friendship, Doctor, to accede to any request which you may make to me. And I, said the Admiral. Be it so, be it so. For 1 week, you say? Yes, for 1 week. I hope, by the end of that time, to have achieved something worth the telling you of, and I promise you that, if I am at all disappointed in my expectation, that I will frankly and freely communicate to you all I know and all I suspect. Then that's a bargain. It is. And what's to be done at once? Why, nothing, but to take the greatest possible care that Bannerworth Hall is not left another hour without someone in it, and in order that such should be the case, I have to request that you two will remain here until I go to the town and make preparations for taking quiet possession of it myself, which I will do in the course of 2 hours, at most. Don't be longer, said the Admiral, for I am so desperately hungry that I shall certainly begin to eat somebody, if you are. Depend upon me. Very well, said Henry, you may depend we will wait here until you come back. The doctor at once hurried from the garden, leaving Henry and the Admiral to amuse themselves as best they might with conjectures as to what he was really about until his return. Chapter 62. The mysterious meeting in the ruin again, the vampire's attack upon the constable. It is now necessary that we return once more to that mysterious ruin, in the intricacies of which Varney, when pursued by the mob, had succeeded in finding a refuge which defied all the exertions which were made for his discovery. Our readers must be well aware that, connected with that ruin, are some secrets of great importance to our story, and we will now, at the solemn hour of midnight, take another glance at what is doing within its recesses. At that solemn hour it is not probable that anyone would seek that gloomy place from choice. Some lover of the picturesque certainly might visit it, but such was not the inciting cause of the pilgrimage with those who were soon to stand within its gloomy precincts. Other motives dictated their presence in that spot, motives of rapine, peradventure of murder itself. As the neighboring clocks sounded the hour of 12, and the faint strokes were borne gently on the wind to that isolated ruin, there might have been seen a tall man standing by the porch of what had once been a large doorway to some portion of the ruin. His form was enveloped in a large cloak, which was of such ample material that he seemed well able to wrap it several times around him, and then leave a considerable portion of it floating idly in the gentle wind. He stood as still, as calm, and as motionless as a statue, for a considerable time, before any degree of impatience began to show itself. Then he took from his pocket a large antique watch, the white face of which just enabled him to see what the time was, and, in a voice which had in it some amount of petulance and anger, he said, "Not come yet, and nearly half an hour beyond the time. What can have detained him? This is, indeed, trifling with the most important moments of a man's existence." Even as he spoke, he heard, from some distance off, the sound of a short, quick footstep. He bent forwards to listen, and then, in a tone of satisfaction, he said, "He comes, he comes." But he who thus waited for some confederate among these dim and old grey ruins advanced not a step to meet him. On the contrary, such seemed the amount of cold-blooded caution which he possessed, that the nearer the man, who was evidently advancing, got to the place, the further back did he who had preceded him shrink into the shadow of the dim and crumbling walls, which had, for some years now past, seemed to bend to the passing blast, and to be on the point of yielding to the destroying hand of time. And yet, surely he needed not have been so cautious. Who was likely, at such an hour as that, to come to the ruins, but one who sought it by appointment? And, moreover, the manner of the advancing man should have been quite sufficient to convince him who waited that so much caution was unnecessary, but it was a part and parcel of his nature. About 3 minutes more sufficed to bring the second man to the ruin, and he, at once, and fearlessly, plunged into its recesses. "Who comes?" said the first man, in a deep, hollow voice. "He whom you expect," was the reply. "Good," he said, and at once he now emerged from his hiding place, and they stood together in the nearly total darkness with which the place was enshrouded, for the night was a cloudy one, and there appeared not a star in the heavens to shed its faint light upon the scene below. For a few moments they were both silent, for he who had last arrived had evidently made great exertions to reach the spot, and was breathing laboriously, while he who was there first appeared, from some natural taciturnity of character, to decline opening the conversation. At length the second comer spoke, saying, "I have made some exertion to get here to my time, and yet I am beyond it, as you are no doubt aware." "Yes, yes." "Well, such would not have been the case, but yet, I stayed to bring you some news of importance." "Indeed?" "It is so. This place, which we have now for some time has a quiet and perfectly eligible one of meeting, is about to be invaded by one of those restless, troublesome spirits, who are never happy but when they are contriving something to the annoyance of others who do not interfere with them." "Explain yourself more fully." "I will. At a tavern in the town, there has happened some strange scenes of violence, in consequence of the general excitement into which the common people have been thrown upon the dreadful subject of vampires. Well, the consequence is that numerous arrests have taken place, and the places of confinement for offenders against the laws are now full of those whose heated and angry imaginations have induced them to take violent steps to discover the reality or the falsehood of rumors which so much affected them, their wives, and their families, that they feared to lie down to their night's repose." The other laughed a short, hollow, restless sort of laugh, which had not one particle of real mirth in it. Go on, he said. "What did they do?" "Immense excesses have been committed, but what made me, first of all, stay beyond my time, was that I overheard a man declare his intentions this night, from 12 till the morning, and for some nights to come, to hold watch and ward for the vampire." "Indeed?" "Yes. He did but stay, at the earnest solicitation of his comrades, to take yet another glass, ere he came upon his expedition. He must be met." "The idiot! What business is it of his?" "There are always people who will make everything their business, whether it be so or not." "There are. Let us retire further into the recesses of the ruin, and there consider as well what is to be done regarding more important affairs, as with this rash intruder here." They both walked for some 20 paces, or so, right into the ruin, and then he who had been there first, said, suddenly, to his companion, "I am annoyed, although the feeling reaches no further than annoyance, for I have a natural love of mischief, to think that my reputation has spread so widely, and made so much noise." "Your reputation as a vampire, Sir Francis Varney, you mean?" "Yes, but there is no occasion for you to utter my name aloud, even here where we are alone together." "It came out unawares." "Unawares? Can it be possible that you have so little command over yourself as to allow a name to come from your lips unawares?" "Sometimes." "I am surprised." "Well, it cannot be helped. What do you now propose to do?" "Nay, you are my privy counsellor. Have you no deep-laid, artful project in hand? Can you not plan and arrange something which may yet have the effect of accomplishing what at first seemed so very simple, but which has, from one unfortunate circumstance and another, become full of difficulty and pregnant with all sorts of dangers?" "I must confess I have no plan." I listen with astonishment. "Nay, now, you are jesting." "When did you ever hear of me jesting?" "Not often, I admit. But you have a fertile genius, and I have always, myself, found it easier to be the executive than to plan an elaborate course of action for others." "Then you throw it all on me?" "I throw a weight, naturally enough, upon the shoulders which I think the best adapted to sustain it. Be it so, then, be it so. You are, I presume, from what you say, provided with a scheme of action which shall present better hopes of success, at less risk, I hope. Look what great danger we have already passed through. Yes, we have. I pray you avoid that in the next campaign. It is not the danger that annoys and troubles me, but it is that, notwithstanding it, the object is as far off as ever from being attained. And not only so, but, as is invariably the case under such circumstances, we have made it more difficult of execution because we have put those upon their guard thoroughly who are the most likely to oppose us. We have, and placed the probability of success afar off indeed. And yet I have set my life upon the cast, and I will stand the hazard. I tell you I will accomplish this object, or I will perish in the attempt. You are too enthusiastic. Not at all. Nothing has been ever done, the execution of which was difficult, without enthusiasm. I will do what I intend, or Bannerworth Hall shall become a heap of ruins, where fire shall do its worst work of devastation, and I will myself find a grave in the midst. Well, I quarrel with no man for chalking out the course he intends to pursue, but what do you mean to do with the prisoner below here? Kill him. What? I say kill him. Do you not understand me? I do, indeed. When everything else is secured, and when the whole of that which I so much court, and which I will have, is in my possession, I will take his life, or you shall. You are just the man for such a deed. A smooth-faced, specious sort of rogue are you, and you like not danger. There will be none in taking the life of a man who is chained to the floor of a dungeon. I know not why, said the other, you take a pleasure on this particular night, of all others, in saying all you can which you think will be offensive to me. Now, how you wrong me. This is the reward of confidence. I don't want such confidence. Why, you surely don't want me to flatter you. No, but... Pshaw! Hark you. That admiral is the great stumbling block in my way. I should ere this have had undisturbed possession of Bannerworth Hall but for him. He must be got out of the way somehow. A short time will tire him out of watching. He is one of those men of impulse who soon become wearied of inaction. Aye, and then the Bannerworths return to the hall. It may be so. I am certain of it. We have been outgeneraled in this matter, although I grant we did all that men could do to give us success. In what way would you get rid of this troublesome admiral? I scarcely know. A letter from his nephew might, if well put together, get him to London. I doubt it. I hate him mortally. He has offended me more than once most grievously. I know it. He saw through you. I do not give him so much credit. He is a suspicious man, and a vain and a jealous one. And yet he saw through you. Now, listen to me. You are completely at fault, and have no plan of operations whatever in your mind. What I want you to do is, to disappear from the neighborhood for a time, and so will I. As for our prisoner here below, I cannot see what else can be done with him then. Then what? Do you hesitate? I do. Then what is it you are about to say? I cannot but feel that all we have done hitherto, as regards this young prisoner of ours, has failed. He has, with a determined obstinacy, set at naught, as well you know, all threats. He has. He has refused to do one act which could in any way aid me in my objects. In fact, from the first to the last, he has been nothing but an expense and an encumbrance to us both. All that is strictly true. And yet, although you, as well as I, know of a marvelously ready way of getting rid of such encumbrances, I must own that I shrink with more than a feeling of reluctance from the murder of the youth. You contemplated it then? Asked the other. No, I cannot be said to have contemplated it. That is not the proper sort of expression to use. What is then? To contemplate a deed seems to me to have some close connection to the wish to do it. And you have no such wish? I have no such wish, and what is more, I will not do it. Then that is sufficient, and the only question that remains for you to confide is, what you will do. It is far easier in all enterprises to decide upon what we will not do than upon what we will. For my own part, one must say that I can perceive no mode of extricating ourselves from this involvement with anything like safety. Then it must be done with something like danger. As you please. You say so, and your words bear a clear enough signification, but from your tone I can guess how much you are dissatisfied with the aspect of affairs. Dissatisfied? Yes, I say, dissatisfied. Be frank, and own that which it is in vain to conceal from me. I know you too well, arch hypocrite as you are, and fully capable of easily deceiving many, you cannot deceive me. I really cannot understand you. Then I will take care that you shall. How? Listen. I will not have the life of Charles Holland taken. Who wishes to take it? You. There, indeed, you wrong me. Unless you yourself thought that such an act was imperatively called for by the state of affairs, do you think that I would needlessly bring down upon my head the odium as well as the danger of such a deed? No, no. Let him live, if you are willing, he may live 1,000 years for all I care. 'Tis well. I am, mark me, not only willing, but I am determined that he shall live so far as we are concerned. I can respect the courage that, even when he considered that his life was at stake, enabled him to say no to a proposal which was cowardly and dishonorable, although it went far to the defeat of my own plans and has involved me in much trouble. Hush! Hush! What is it? I fancy I hear a footstep. Indeed, that were a novelty in such a place as this. And yet not more than I expected. Have you forgotten what I told you when I reached here tonight after the appointed hour? Truly, I have for the moment. Do you think then that the footstep which now meets our ears is that of the adventurer who boasted that he could keep watch for the vampire? In faith do I. What is to be done with such a meddling fool? He ought certainly to be taught not to be so fond of interfering with other people's affairs. Certainly. Perchance the lesson will not be wholly thrown away upon others. It may be worth while to take some trouble with this poor valiant fellow, and let him spread his news so as to stop anyone else from being equally venturous and troublesome. A good thought. Shall it be done? Yes, if you will arrange that which shall accomplish such a result. Be it so. The moon rises soon. It does. Ah, already I fancy I see a brightening of the air, as if the mellow radiance of the Queen of Night were already quietly diffusing itself throughout the realms of space. Come further within the ruins. They both walked further among the crumbling walls and fragments of columns with which the place abounded. As they did so they paused now and then to listen, and more than once they both heard plainly the sound of certain footsteps immediately outside the once handsome and spacious building. Varney, the vampire, who had been holding this conversation with no other than Marchdale, smiled as he, in a whispered voice, told the latter what to do in order to frighten away from the place the foolhardy man who thought that, by himself, he should be able to accomplish anything against the vampire. It was, indeed, a harebrained expedition, for whether Sir Francis Varney was really so awful and preternatural a being as so many concurrent circumstances would seem to proclaim, or not, he was not a likely being to allow himself to be conquered by any one individual, let his powers or his courage be what they might. What induced this man to become so venturesome we shall now proceed to relate, as well as what kind of reception he got in the old ruins, which, since the mysterious disappearance of Sir Francis Varney within their recesses, had possessed so increased a share of interest and attracted so much popular attention and speculation. Chapter 63. The Guests at the Inn, and the Story of the Dead Uncle. As had been truly stated by Mr. Marchdale, who now stands out in his true colors to the reader as the confidant and abettor of Sir Francis Varney, there had assembled on that evening a curious and a gossiping party at the inn where such dreadful and such riotous proceedings had taken place, which, in their proper place, we have already duly at length recorded. It was not very likely that, on that evening, or for many and many an evening to come, the conversation in the parlor of the inn would be upon any other subject than that of the vampire. Indeed, the strange, mysterious, and horrible circumstances which had occurred bade fair to be gossiping stock in trade for many a year. Never before had a subject presenting so many curious features arisen. Never, within the memory of that personage who is supposed to know everything, had there occurred any circumstance in the county or set of circumstances which afforded such abundant scope for conjecture and speculation. Everybody might have his individual opinion and be just as likely to be right as his neighbors, and the beauty of the affair was that such was the interest of the subject itself, that there was sure to be a kind of reflected interest with every surmise that at all bore upon it. On this particular night, when Marchdale was prowling about, gathering what news he could, in order that he might carry it to the vampire, a more than usually strong muster of the gossips of the town took place. Indeed, all of any note in the talking way were there, with the exception of one, and he was in the county jail, being one of the prisoners apprehended by the military when they made the successful attack upon the lumber room of the inn after the dreadful desecration of the dead which had taken place. The landlord of the inn was likely to make a good thing of it, for talking makes people thirsty, and he began to consider that a vampire about once a year would be no bad thing for the Blue Lion. "It's shocking," said one of the guests, "it's shocking to think of. Only last night, I am quite sure I had such a fright that it added at least 10 years to my age." "A fright," said several. "I believe I speak English," I said a fright. "Well, but had it anything to do with the vampire?" "Everything." "Oh! Do tell us all about it. How was it? Did he come to you? Go on." Well, the first speaker became immediately a very important personage in the room, and, when he saw that, he became at once a very important personage in his own eyes likewise, and, before he would speak another word, he filled a fresh pipe and ordered another mug of ale. "It's no use trying to hurry him," said one. "No," he said, "it isn't. I'll tell you in good time what a dreadful circumstance has made me 63 today, when I was only 53 yesterday." "Was it very dreadful?" "Rather. You wouldn't have survived it at all." "Indeed?" "No. Now listen. I went to bed at 11:15, as usual. I didn't notice anything particular in the room." "Did you peep under the bed?" "No, I didn't." "Well, as I was saying, to bed I went, and I didn't fasten the door, because, being a very sound sleeper, in case there was a fire, I shouldn't hear a word of it if I did." "No," said another. "I recollect once." "Be so good as allow me to finish what I know, before you begin to recollect anything, if you please. As I was saying, I didn't lock the door, but I went to bed. Somehow or another, I did not feel at all comfortable, and I tossed about, first on one side, and then on the other, but it was all in vain. I only got, every moment, more and more fidgety." "And did you think of the vampire?" said one of the listeners. "I thought of nothing else till I heard my clock, which is on the landing of the stairs above my bedroom, begin to strike 12. "Oh! I like to hear a clock sound in the night," said one. "It puts one in mind of the rest of the world, and lets one know one isn't all alone." "Very good. The striking of the clock I should not at all have objected to, but it was what followed that did the business." What? "Fair and softly, fair and softly. Just hand me a light, Mr. Spriggs, if you please. I'll tell you all, gentlemen, in a moment or two." With the most provoking deliberation, the speaker relit his pipe, which had gone out while he was talking, and then, after a few whiffs, to assure himself that its contents had thoroughly ignited, he resumed. No sooner had the last sound of it died away than I heard something on the stairs. Yes, yes. It was as if some man had given his foot a hard blow against one of the stairs, and he would have needed to have had a heavy boot on to do it. I started up in bed and listened, as you may well suppose, not in the most tranquil state of mind, and then I heard an odd, gnawing sort of noise, and then another dab upon one of the stairs. How dreadful it was! What to do I knew not, or what to think, except that the vampire had, by some means, got in at the attic window, and was coming downstairs to my room. That seemed the most likely. Then there was another groan, and then another heavy step, and, as they were evidently coming towards my door, I felt accordingly, and got out of bed, not knowing hardly whether I was on my head or my heels, to try and lock my door. Ah, to be sure. Yes, that was all very well, if I could have done it, but a man in such a state of mind as I was in is not a very sharp hand at doing anything. I shook from head to foot. The room was very dark, and I couldn't, for a moment or two, collect my senses sufficient really to know which way the door lay. What a situation it was! Dab, 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 came these horrid footsteps, and there was I groping about the room in an agony. I heard them coming nearer and nearer to my door. Another moment, and they must have reached it, when my hand struck against the lock. What an escape! No, it was not. No, indeed. The key was on the outside, and you may well guess I was not over and above disposed to open the door to get at it. No. I felt regularly bewildered, I can tell you. It seemed to me as if the very devil himself was coming downstairs, hopping all the way upon one leg. How terrific! I felt my senses almost leaving me, but I did what I could to hold the door shut just as I heard the strange step come from the last stair onto the landing. Then there was a horrid sound, and someone began trying the lock of my door. What a moment! Yes, I can tell you it was a moment. Such a moment as I don't wish to go through again. I held the door as close as I could, and did not speak. I tried to cry out help and murder, but I could not, my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, and my strength was fast failing me. Horrid! Take a drop of ale. Thank you. Well, I don't think this went on above 2 or 3 minutes, and all the while someone tried might and main to push open the door. My strength left me all at once. I had only time to stagger back a step or two, and then, as the door opened, I fainted away. Well. Ah, you wouldn't have said well, if you had been there, I can tell you. No, but what become of you? What happened next? How did it end? What was it? Why, what exactly happened next after I fainted I cannot tell you, but the first thing I saw when I recovered was a candle. Yes. And then a crowd of people. Ah. And then Dr. Webb. Gracious. And Mrs. Bulk, my housekeeper. I was in my own bed, and when I opened my eyes I heard Dr. Webb say, "He will be better soon." Can no one form any idea of what it is all about? Some sudden fright surely could alone have produced such an effect. "The Lord have mercy upon me," said I. Upon this everybody who had been called in got round the bed, and wanted to know what had happened, but I said not a word of it, but turning to Mrs. Bulk, I asked her how it was she found out I had fainted. "Why, sir," says she, "I was coming up to bed as softly as I could, because I knew you had gone to rest some time before. The clock was striking 12, and as I went past it some of my clothes, I suppose, caught the large weight, but it was knocked off, and down the stairs it rolled, going with such a lump from one to the other, and I couldn't catch it because it rolled so fast that I made sure you would be awakened, so I came down to tell you what it was, and it was some time before I could get your room door open, and when I did I found you out of bed and insensible." There was a general look of disappointment when this explanation was given, and one said, "Then it was not the vampire?" "Certainly not. And, after all, only a clock weight. That's about it." "Why didn't you tell us that at first?" "Because that would have spoilt the story." There was a general murmur of discontent, and, after a few moments, one man said, with some vivacity, "Well, although our friend's vampire has turned out, after all, to be nothing but a confounded clock weight, there's no disputing the fact about Sir Francis Varney being a vampire and not a clock weight." "Very true, very true. And what's to be done to rid the town of such a man?" "Oh, don't call him a man." "Well, a monster." "Ah, that's more like." "I tell you what, sir, if you had got a light, when you first heard the noise in your room, and gone out to see what it was, you would have spared yourself much fright." "Ah, no doubt, it's always easy afterwards to say, if you had done this, and if you had done the other, so and so would have been the effect, but there is something about the hour of midnight that makes men tremble." "Well," said one, who had not yet spoken, "I don't see why 12 at night should be a whit more disagreeable than 12 a day." "Don't you?" "Not I. Now, for instance, many a party of pleasure goes to that old ruin where Sir Francis Varney so unaccountably disappeared in broad daylight. But is there anyone here who would go to it alone, and at midnight?" "Yes." "Who?" "I would." "What? And after what has happened as regards the vampire in connection with it?" "Yes, I would." "I'll bet you 20 shillings you won't." And I, cried several. "Well, gentlemen," said the man, who certainly showed no signs of fear, "I will go, and not only will I go and take all your bets, but, if I do meet the vampire, then I'll do my best to take him prisoner." "And when will you go?" "Tonight," he cried, and he sprang to his feet. "Hark ye all, I don't believe one word about vampires. I'll go at once, it's getting late, and let any one of you, in order that you may be convinced I have been to the place, give me any article, which I will hide among the ruins, and tell you where to find it tomorrow in broad daylight." "Well," said one, "that's fair, Tom Ecclesiastes. Here's a handkerchief of mine, I should know it again among 100 others." "Agreed, I'll leave it in the ruins." The wagers were fairly agreed upon, several handkerchiefs were handed to Tom Eccles, and at 11 o'clock he fairly started, through the murky darkness of the night, to the old ruin where Sir Francis Varney and Marchdale were holding their most unholy conference. It is one thing to talk and to accept wagers in the snug parlor of an inn, and another to go alone across a tract of country wrapped in the profound stillness of night to an ancient ruin which, in addition to the natural gloom which might well be supposed to surround it, has superadded associations which are anything but of a pleasant character. Tom Eccles, as he was named, was one of those individuals who act greatly from impulse. He was certainly not a coward, and, perhaps, really as free from superstition as most persons, but he was human, and consequently he had nerves, and he had likewise an imagination. He went to his house first before he started on his errand to the ruins. It was to get a horse pistol which he had, and which he duly loaded and placed in his pocket. Then he wrapped himself up in a great coat, and with the air of a man quite determined upon something desperate he left the town. The guests at the inn looked after him as he walked from the door of that friendly establishment, and some of them, as they saw his resolved aspect, began to quake for the amount of the wagers they had laid upon his non-success. However, it was resolved among them that they would stay until 12:30, in the expectation of his return, before they separated. To while away the time, he who had been so facetious about his story of the clock weight, volunteered to tell what happened to a friend of his who went to take possession of some family property which he became possessed of as heir at law to an uncle who had died without a will, having an illegitimate family unprovided for in every shape. "Oh, Nobody cares for other people's illegitimate children, and if their parents don't provide for them, why, the workhouse is open for them, just as if they were something different from other people. So they are. If their parents don't take care of them and provide for them, nobody else will, as you say, neighbor, except when they have a Fitz put to their name, which tells you they are royal bastards, and of course unlike anybody else's. But go on, let's know all about it. We shan't hear what he has got to say at all, at this rate. Well, as I was saying, or about to say, the nephew, as soon as he heard his uncle was dead, comes and claps his seal upon everything in the house. But, could he do so? Inquired one of the guests. I don't see what was to hinder him, replied a third. He could do so, certainly. But there was a son, and, as I take it, a son's nearer than a nephew any day. But the son is illegitimate. Legitimate or illegitimate, a son's a son. Don't bother me about distinction of that sort. Why, now, there was old Witherbit. Order, order. Let's hear the tale. Very good, gentlemen, I'll go on, if I ain't to be interrupted, but I'll say this, that an illegitimate son is no son, in the eyes of the law, or at most he's an accident quite, and ain't what he is, and so can't inherit. Well, that's what I call making matters plain, said one of the guests, who took his pipe from his mouth to make room for the remark. Now that is what I likes. Well, as I have proved then, resumed the speaker, the nephew was the heir, and into the house he would come. A fine affair it was too, the illegitimates looking the color of sloes, but he knew the law, and would have it put in force. Law is law, you know. Uncommonly true that, and the nephew stuck to it like a cobbler to his last. He said they should go out, and they did go out, and, say what they would about their natural claims, he would not listen to them, but bundled them out and out in a pretty short space of time. It was trying to them, mind you, to leave the house they had been born in with very different expectations to those which now appeared to be their fate. Poor things, they looked ruefully enough, and well they might, for there was a wide world for them, and no prospect of a warm corner. Well, as I was saying, he had them all out and the house clear to himself. Now, said he, I have an open field and no favor. I don't care for no, What? There was a sudden knocking, he thought, the door, and went and opened it, but nothing was to be seen. Oh! I see, somebody next door, and if it wasn't, it don't matter. There's nobody here. I'm alone, and there's plenty of valuables in the house. That is what I call very good company. I wouldn't wish for better. He turned about, looked over room after room, and satisfied himself that he was alone, that the house was empty. At every room he entered he paused to think over the value, what it was worth, and that he was a very fortunate man in having dropped into such a good thing. Oh! There's the old boy's secretary, too, his bureau. There'll be something in that will amuse me mightily, but I don't think I shall sit up late. He was a rum old man, to say the least of it, a very odd sort of man. With that he gave himself a shrug, as if some very uncomfortable feeling had come over him. I'll go to bed early, and get some sleep, and then in daylight I can look after these papers. They won't be less interesting in the morning than they are now. There had been some rum stories about the old man, and now the nephew seemed to think he might have let the family sleep on the premises for that night. Yes, at that moment he could have found it in his heart to have paid for all the expense of their keep, had it been possible to have had them back to remain the night. But that wasn't possible, for they would not have done it, but sooner have remained in the streets all night than stay there all night, like so many house dogs, employed by one who stepped in between them and their father's goods, which were their inheritance, but for one trifling circumstance, a mere ceremony. The night came on, and he had lights. True it was he had not been downstairs, only just to have a look. He could not tell what sort of a place it was. There were a good many odd sort of passages that seemed to end nowhere, and others that did. There were large doors, but they were all locked, and he had the keys, so he didn't mind, but secured all places that were not fastened. He then went upstairs again, and sat down in the room where the bureau was placed. "I'll be bound," said one of the guests, "he was in a bit of a stew, notwithstanding all his brag." "Oh, I don't believe," said another, "that anything done that is dangerous, or supposed to be dangerous, by the bravest man, is any way wholly without some uncomfortable feelings. They may not be strong enough to prevent the thing proposed to be done from being done, but they give a disagreeable sensation to the skin." "You have felt it, then?" Ah. Why, at that time I slept in the churchyard for a wager. I must say I felt cold all over, as if my skin was walking about me in an uncomfortable manner." "But you won your wager?" "I did." "And of course you slept there?" "To be sure I did." "And met with nothing?" "Nothing, save a few bumps against the gravestones." "Those were hard knocks, I should say." "They were, I assure you, but I lay there, and slept there, and won my wager." "Would you do it again?" "No." "And why not?" "Because of the rheumatism." "You caught that?" "I did. I would give 10 times my wager to get rid of them. I have them very badly." "Come, order the tale. Let's hear the end of that, since it has begun." "With all my heart." "Come, neighbor." "Well, as I said, he was fidgety, but yet he was not a man to be very easily frightened or overcome, for he was stout and bold. When he shut himself up in the room, he took out a bottle of some good wine, and helped himself to drink. It was good old wine, and he soon felt himself warmed and comforted. He could have faced the enemy. "If one bottle produces such an effect," he muttered, "what will 2 do?" This was a question that could only be solved by trying it, and this he proceeded to do. But first he drew a brace of long barrel pistols from his coat pocket, and taking a powder flask and bullets from his pocket also, he loaded them very carefully. "There," said he, "are my bulldogs, and rare watchdogs they are. They never bark but they bite. Now, if anybody does come, it will be all up with them. Tricks upon travelers ain't a safe game. I have these, and now for the other bottle." He drew the other bottle, and thought, if anything, it was better than the first. He drank it rather quick, to be sure, and then he began to feel sleepy and tired. "I think I shall go to bed," he said, "that is, if I can find my way there, for it does seem to me as if the door was traveling. Never mind, it will make a call here again presently, and then I'll get through." So saying, he arose. Taking the candle in his hand, he walked with a better step than might have been expected under the circumstance. True, it was the candle wagged to and fro, and his shadow danced upon the wall, but still, when he got to the bed, he secured his door, put the light in a safe place, threw himself down, and was fast asleep in a few moments, or rather he fell into a doze instantaneously. How long he remained in this state he knew not, but he was suddenly awakened by a loud bang, as though something heavy and flat had fallen upon the floor, such, for instance, as a door, or anything of that sort. He jumped up, rubbed his eyes, and could even then hear the reverberations through the house. "What is that?" he muttered. "What is that?" He listened, and thought he could hear something moving downstairs, and for a moment he was seized with an ague fit, but recollecting, I suppose, that there were some valuables downstairs that were worth fighting for, he carefully extinguished the light that still burned, and softly crept downstairs. When he got downstairs, he thought he could hear someone scramble up the kitchen stairs, and then into the room where the bureau was. Listening for a moment to ascertain if there were more than one, and then feeling convinced there was not, he followed into the parlor, when he heard the cabinet opened by a key. This was a new miracle, and one he could not understand, and then he heard the papers begin to rattle and rustle, so, drawing out one of the pistols, he cocked it, and walked in. The figure instantly began to jump about. It was dressed in white, in grave clothes. He was terribly nervous, and shook, so he feared to fire the pistol, but at length he did, and the report was followed by a fall and a loud groan. This was very dreadful, but all was quiet, and he lit the candle again, and approached the body to examine it, and ascertain if he knew who it was. A groan came from it. The bureau was open, and the figure clutched firmly a will in his hand. The figure was dressed in grave clothes, and he started up when he saw the form and features of his own uncle, the man who was dead, who somehow or other had escaped his confinement and found his way up here. He held his will firmly, and the nephew was so horrified and stunned that he threw down the light and rushed out of the room with a shout of terror and never returned again. The narrator concluded, and one of the guests said, "And do you really believe it?" No, to be sure not." "You don't?" "Why should I? My friend was, out of all hand, one of the greatest liars I ever came near, and why, therefore, should I believe him? I don't, on my conscience, believe one word of it." It was now 12:30, and, as Tom Eccles came not back, and the landlord did not feel disposed to draw any more liquor, they left the inn, and retired to their separate houses in a great state of anxiety to know the fate of their respective wagers.